Welcome back, everybody, to beautiful Gangnam here. It's me, Valdez, with Crumbs joining me tonight. We are going to be casting the Jin Air GreenWings versus MVP for our first game of the night. A lot on the line here for Jin Air in particular, looking to break into playoffs, just right behind Afreeca, who will be playing later. But MVP also with World's dreams in their minds.
But I don't want to be crashing the Jin Air plane just yet, although I have to bring the bad news. Jin Air have not defeated MVP in a year and a half. So yeah, they have a negative track record going into this matchup that will be favoring MVP, that will allow them, if it so happens that they get a win, they will be able to tie at least the Rocks Tigers and perhaps shoot towards maybe even matching with Jin Air towards that later, not promotions, but the relegation matches, not playoffs, pardon me.
For sure. And MVP, they've shown that they are slowly improving back to their spring form. They're not very consistent, but they've shown that they can defeat teams like Samsung. Sure, Samsung didn't have the greatest day of games, but MVP sure did have a good day of games themselves. So they're looking to take the win tonight against Jin Air. And Jin Air is looking to separate themselves from the pack. And you were talking about how so far Jin Air, they haven't won a single game, or a single series, I should say, up against MVP. They're 0-5 so far, but this is definitely a different Jin Air team that we have in summer. These guys have improved so much. Their macro is looking fantastic, and I would have to favor them coming into this one.
Oh, yeah. They definitely do look like the favorites. However, they do still have those inconsistencies in their play that is always so apparent. Out of nowhere, they have amazing macro. It somehow rivals the best teams in the world. You think, wow, if everybody played like Jin Air's macro, we would be in another league altogether. And then the next game, they drop the ball. They lose the early game. Their compositions make no sense. They're still kind of grasping at the power that they have shown. They're still trying to understand how good can we be and how can we maintain this composure when it comes down to a showdown, and that's what we're going to get against MVP, because these matches do matter. There's only 2 games after this.
Yeah, we're at the very end of Week 8, guys, so we're almost down to the wire. And as we were talking about, I feel like Jin Air is definitely on the cusp of greatness. They're not quite there just yet, but they're trying. They're trying really hard. So let's jump into Big Ban for game number 1. Big Ban, that's an interesting way to call it, but going to start off with Syndra.
And this is going to be my first cast on 7-14, so I have had the luxury of looking at many games throughout and figuring out, okay, what's going on, what's good. Well, you still see the red side bans of Zach, Caitlyn. It's definitely coming out here, and Elise has been going through a little bit more, and while it is more excusable now for Elise to go through, what's important in your composition is that since now so much attention has fallen into the tanks, is can you deal damage? Are your damage dealers capable of melting down both the front and back line? Because so many times we see compositions that have a great front line, but their damage dealers just are unable to follow up, or tanks aren't as good of a peel as an actual peel composition with the likes of Karma and Lulu. So when we see picks like Blitzcrank Kalista, the Kennen Kalista that has come out, those are the new variations in compositions that make you want to say, wow, okay, this is the new hybrid composition that works with the tanks well. It can execute damage in both frontline and backline, and having access to backline damage with so many tanks is critical for succeeding in late game team fights in 7-14.
Yeah, we did have an interesting ban coming out of MVP. They took down Lucian here. They want to take that away from Kuzan and just the flex pick of Lucian in general.
First pick Elise. You know it's coming. We've seen it a mile.
You mean it's not going to be Wukong?
Yeah, absolutely. Elise, she is the queen of the jungle. I'm a broken record. I say it every time. I don't think this champion should go through, but they are giving a higher priority to the other champion. You know, Lucian, I'm not so sure about the Lucian ban compared to the value that Elise brings to a team composition, especially when you have the odds in your favor. When when the rest of Jin Air have been losing to MVP all year long, well, you know, you're giving them the strongest early game jungler now and asking them to pick an early game composition and forget about tanks.
Yeah, and it was a good ban on the Kalista, I think, by Jin Air as well, with a new, okay, Caitlyn's going to be coming up, so they're going to give us the choice of Elise or Kalista, so why don't we take away one of those and then take the remaining one in the Elise. So I feel like they did a good job through that. We did see MVP picking up the Xayah and the Rek'Sai.
And I really like the Rek'Sai over the Cho'Gath. The two main tanks have been Maokai and Cho, but we have seen these champions get abused so much early game because they do not have the tools to defend themselves as well as the Rek'Sai, the Elises, the Lee Sin, whatever other early game junglers anybody wants to play. And so they hinder the entire composition, and it just says, if we can survive and if the enemy team does not have an early game composition, we can hit that late game, we can start team fighting, but they have to respond with the Rek'Sai against the Elise. A Gragas would have been a viable option as well, but something like a Cho'Gath would have been just asking for trouble. And Jin Air have gone completely with the early game strategy here with the Jace and Tristana. So pushing lanes in bottom, pushing lane in top. It could be a mid lane flex. We still don't know just yet, but it's safe to assume that Sohwan will be having his hand at that champion. And it has just as much kill pressure as a Renekton Elise. It's just harder to set up.
Yeah, it's interesting that they do go for the Jace.
Look at that. The beautiful moment.
Always be with you. I thought it was going to be something game breaking. You're like, whoa, 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 hold the phone. The beautiful moments. Always be with you. I see. But
you don't feel moved, touched even?
A little bit. I definitely feel a little bit touched here. But yeah, interesting that he goes for the Jace. His Renekton is pretty good, sitting at 3-1. And you were talking a little bit about Cho'Gath. He's actually one of the more disappointing 7-14 picks in Korea. He's currently 1-7 on 7-14, so not having the most success just yet.
I think we can say globally, you know, the biggest disappointment about Cho'Gath has actually been the use of his abilities altogether. I find that most Cho'Gath have been quite bad, just to lay it out. They've been pretty bad at using their ruptures, at using silence at critical moments, because if you coordinate it well, you can actually flash silence on Cho'Gath, and you can get a fight started out that way because you can't flash out. There's such a strong value to silence. There's such a high value on silence, believe it or not, that for years, Riot has been removing champions that have silences in them because the mechanic was deemed too broken. Kassadin's Q removed. The Garen Q removed as well. And there have been many more to follow. There's still a few that remain that it just hasn't been
Malzahar.
strong. Malzahar Q, the silence was removed as well. So that ability in itself is so powerful, but nobody has been using it to great effect. And hell, it's been missing left, right, and center.
Yeah, definitely has been a bit disappointing. And, well, you wanted Kuzan to go on a good pick, and he picks up his LeBlanc here that made it through the draft because we saw heavy focus on support bans, actually. Both the Thresh and the Alistar being taken away by MVP.
It's going to be Braum, though. He's still up.
Yeah, I mean, you go for 2 bans, but then you give away another big pick like that. But they're thinking about Morgana here, unless I'm just being debated once again.
No, that's a real pick.
Okay, there you go. Slowly coming back into the meta.
Huh. So this is curious because I believe it was Gorilla that played Morgana into Braum, and it has been a known counter. Morgana's pretty decent into Thresh and a little bit better against Braum, so you can counter a lot of what they do with their engages. You can stop the concussive blows, and here I would have initially thought, okay, it's going to be a Braum because it synergizes well with Tristana, with the Jace. You want to have that early synergy with Elise as well. It makes sense, but perhaps they're wondering that if they go with the Braum, the MVP would have picked up a Morgana, and Morgana against Braum and Elise and LeBlanc to top things up would have been a game-changing pick. So maybe a bit of mind games coming out of Jin Air there just to make sure that their composition still flies. But so far, they have picked something that has worked with them in the past, but this will rely on early game skill, early game advantages drawn out by Umti, and most of all, what we can expect out of a solid Jin Air is some clean-ass macro. Like, they know how to get advantages with these comps and just seal the deal, but they need those early game leads, because if they don't, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, would have to agree. And just looking at the drafts on both sides, this doesn't really look like, you know, tank League of Legends, League of Tanks. This is just lots of aggression on both sides. Obviously, MVP, they did pick up the Rek'Sai. They will have that tanky Rakan as well. But you just look at Jin Air's comp, that looks like an all-out kind of KT style going super hard earlier on in Summer Split. So very excited for this game. I think there should be a lot of action in this one.
Yeah, Kuzan and Umti will have a lot of kill pressure on the middle lane against Corki, who is going to have to be taking cleanse against this matchup. So no teleports, which does give Jin Air another advantage with that double teleport, which we have been seeing used more of a repositioning tool in your lanes as opposed to just getting flanks all around. And then ADD is going to be, for me, the guy for MVP to carry. If this guy gets going, the split push pressure that he puts on, he can just dive Jace a million times over, and the rest of MVP can just wreak havoc.
Especially with the help of that Rek'Sai. So we'll see if they can make that happen. Going into game number 1 right now, Jin Air versus MVP. Let's hop onto the Rift. Fans have come out in hordes down to the Nexon Arena tonight, making sure that they're cheering on their favorite teams. Even MVP still has their big fan base coming in.
Did you say horde because you're a Warcraft player?
Actually, I didn't know that you knew that about me, but I did play World of Warcraft for about 5 years of my life.
So you are
years I can't get back.
You are with the horde?
Yeah, I was always a horde player. What about you?
Oh, I didn't play that.
Oh.
I was poor,
probably
so
good decision.
I played the poor man's Warcraft, which was RuneScape. Free-to-play, baby.
Okay.
Hit 99 strength and range on free-to-play. Don't ask me how. I lost more life in that than Warcraft combined.
Wow. How long did you play that game, then?
Oh, I still play it every once in a while.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's like the one you can't kick. I've quit 100 times. You know, it's easy.
Always comes back. Yeah, once I always went back to WoW a bunch of times, maybe 3 or 4 times, and then eventually I'm like, no, I just gotta, you know, cold turkey it. I just gotta give it up 100% because it was just way too addicting. But nowadays, I mean, I can play League for like 11 hours in a day straight and be totally fine. So I guess it's just my addictive habits after all, Crumbs.
Yeah, just going from one to the next. Just like the Jin Air have set up to go from Raptors to the next with the super leash, the advantage of the red side. So he's going to get the first move on the top side of the map, and we get to see what gets to go for. What should happen is, unfortunately for the spectators, is absolutely nothing, because it should be expected that these are the routes that these junglers are going to take, and so ADD just needs to manage to wait carefully and not get himself in a position where he can be ganked, whereas will likely just resort to going for the Scuttle Crab, going for some invades, looking to take advantage of the pushing lanes early on to scout out where Beyond is headed, and maybe get some counter jungling in, start getting some leads that way. And the wave is in fact pushing towards ADD. It's a nice ward, and nothing will come of it.
He actually didn't put down a ward here, ADD.
Oh,
that was Umti's ward. He faked a ward, and actually, I mean, he should know the timing, right? But here we go. Okay, he is going to dash away, and he should be totally fine. But Sohan getting a nice bit of pressure down. Umti still hanging around top side, waiting for Beyond to make his way up, who's now going for his red.
The tension is building now because it's all about the burrowed. Can Beyond scout at Umti in this side? The fake ward should not mean a whole lot because he still has a dismount. All right, they just spot him out. Prey Seeker doesn't connect. He's going to be okay.
You're getting a nice bit of damage down onto ADD, and just Umti alone can challenge both of these guys with the amount of damage that has been done and the proximity of Sohan in the top lane. So, good start here for the Jin Air GreenWings.
Welcome to Elise. You don't see many other junglers that can actually 1v2 at level 3 without being presented a threat of getting engaged on. Granted, that is the Rek'Sai and Kled that are not in a position to engage, but he was handling both quite well.
Yeah, if I were MVP, would just be trying to play a little bit passively, especially early game. You give Umti the Elise, or basically any jungler, but Umti definitely one of the better ones here in LCK. Definitely a scary proposition for your team. And look at this, he's going top again. So looking for another gank, this time around at level 4. Perhaps a dive this time.
And because they're not tanks, they don't have enough to actually get the dismount and then get ADD killed before that without likely dropping the turret. So he's just trying to get the dismount as quickly as he can, but unfortunately ADD is just too resilient and he's going to get denied this wave.
Yeah, Umti coming on in, he gets him with that dismount. He's actually going to get a ton of burst damage, forces the flash away. And ADD will at least leave with his life. So a bit of trading down here in the bot lane at the same time. You can see the strength of Morgana against the engage of Rakan. Just basically says, okay, you can't knock me up. You can't really do anything to me. And so I'll just walk away from this one.
Morgana will continue to be quite strong, though, because remember, she can stop the Unburrow from Beyond, she can stop the Charm from Max and the Knockup as well, so there's plenty of tools that Jin Air has to go into a 5v5 team fight. Unfortunately for them, it's not as clear-cut as just go in there and face tank and win everything. It relies on your timing, on your skill shots, on actually predicting what abilities are going to be used and nullifying them that way. So they can still win a 5v5. I think both compositions just have the element of surprise and skill added to it, which makes this game that much more exciting. And unfortunately for them, the draft isn't so much of, hey, we're going to outscale you. It's you actually have to play this one out well.
We saw Ian getting into a bit of a scuffle with Kuzan in the mid lane, actually blew his flash, as it was a bit of a panic move, trying to get away from those chains. Did survive, but now he doesn't have his cleanse, so we could see some action in the mid lane once again if wants to make something happen here with Kuzan.
Yeah, cleanse is down, so it would likely have to start off a chain. I don't see how a flash cocoon would hit Ian. He does have Valkyrie and flash to get out of that moment, and they're just waiting for the minion wave, but so is Beyond. Oh, things are getting hairy.
Beyond's been doing a decent job of sticking around where they think the gank is coming in. And here we go. Hopping forward. Ian already taking a lot of damage. The chains are going to miss, but using the second one onto the Beyond, who does flash away from all of that CC. And no kills just yet for either team.
And there we go. It starts off with the chain, but I think MVP needs to be more careful of this early game. They're trying to match, but they do not have the champions to match what Jin Air is throwing at them. So they are going to lose every single thing that comes their way. Now Jin Air is poised to go for another denial into the top lane, and a CS lead is quite apparent in the top and mid lane for their side. And MVP just has to go full-on damage control at this rate because the pressure that Jin Air is putting is overwhelming.
Look at MT, this is so obnoxious, but he's playing it so well with this. Okay, they're going to try to charge on in. So will block that charge. The repel coming out. Not willing to take the fight just yet. There's the dismount. ADD with no flash. They're looking to get on top of him. Nice on Burrow, but will it be enough? MT not able to get in range. Does flash forward for the first blood, but will pay for it with his life. A messy fight that will go in favor of Jin Air.
Oh, that was so greedy from He could have actually held back and sat there as their two double range against double melee, and they can just sit there harassing them under tower and force an even larger denial on the wave. That is one of the reasons why this combo is so obnoxious. It's not like Renekton and Elise that'll just straight up kill you. You have to have more patience. You have to be a little bit more humble with the way that you play these two champions out, but the end result is still similar with a big wave denied against ADD. Still a CS lead on to Sohwan and first blood to Umti.
Yeah, not the cleanest kill, but we're going to take another look here. See, the charge is blocked, and the repel coming up, and he actually stays up there for a very long time.
But you see the disjoint in the communication where Beyond is still finishing the golems, and Kled is there 1v2ing at the same time, so they weren't really committed onto that one. It didn't look like Beyond wanted to go for that fight. He just had to commit because once the Kled ultimate gets pressed, you've got no choice.
Yeah, definitely a bit disjointed. Looks like perhaps MT didn't have a target to jump down from his repel. Beyond just staying out of the range of that for quite a long time. Taking another look down here in bot lane, is going exactly even. There's been no action down there. The junglers haven't visited even once. They've just been going 2v2 the entire time, exactly even on CS.
It's really annoying for MVP because Jin Air doesn't really have kill pressure onto this lane. Only if you get crazily chunked somehow, hit by bindings, which should almost never happen, as you can always hide in the minion wave. Does Morgana have any kill pressure? And then Max doesn't have kill pressure onto Morgana because of Black Shield. Maha has no real way of actually proccing that Black Shield or forcing it to come out. She's not going to use it for just a snare onto the feather, so he'll only wait for the charm from Max, and because that's the only engage they have, they are resorted to purely farming. And it fits Jin Air's MO. They just want to play around the side lanes. They've been doing that all game, or around the solo lanes. They've been doing that all game long, and we've yet to even see Kuzan roam. And that's when things are really going to accelerate, when Kuzan has freedom in mid lane and can just go to top lane, go to bottom lane, and start making things happen.
Yeah, his roams are going to be pretty fantastic. I mean, he's so far ahead of Ian at this point in time. He's about to get his teleport up here in about maybe 40, 50 seconds, so definitely will have an opportunity to make some plays. Try to make this work with Umti once again in the top side. And they have put down a ward. Kuzan's teleport slowly coming up, but you can see Beyond is in position once again. Try to help out the top lane.
God, Umti's so annoying. He's like the spider in your kitchen that you think you've killed, and then it just appears the exact same one again. It's like, I just saw you under my shoe. Like, are you a clone? Like, why are you keep coming out?
The clone spider makes her return. And okay, we have a charge coming in here, and it will lock onto Kuzan with the Unburrow, trying to flash towards his teammate Umti, but not going to get there in time. Way too much damage coming out from that level 7 Rek'Sai, and in fact, MVP will turn that around in the top lane.
Yeah, MVP sees the opportunity that Umti's not right there with Sohwan, and they're squishy. They need to get the harass in first because MVP and Beyond are going to survive a lot of damage as items start stacking up for them. They'll have an easier time in these 2v2s, and that's why I was talking about ADD being a possible win condition here. If he gets to be tanky enough to just run straight at Jin Air, they're pretty much only single target damage. If they can't kill the Kled right away, just force a dismount, the rest of MVP can just obliterate them because these guys are not going to be building defensive items anytime soon.
Okay, we actually do have a fight in the bottom side as Snowflower getting extremely low, but look at Maha as well. Not able to stay close enough as Teddy does zone him out. And again, no kills down in the bottom side. We're going to get a replay of this top play.
So Umti separates, they see the opportunity and watch the Cocoon. The Cocoon hits a minion, but that wouldn't have even mattered. Jin Air was already so spread out at that moment, and honestly, the ability to unburrow with the ultimate and just become untargetable from Beyond is a huge team fighting tool, or just a skirmish tool that allows you to mitigate so much time and damage from your counterparts that at this stage in the game, it will sway matchups in your favor.
Umti not bothered by the fact that he was not able to save his teammate up in the top side, is going very deep, putting down deep wards into the red side jungle of MVP. And finally, we do have a roam here out of Kuzan. They're looking for the first blood turret in the top lane. You can see ADD actually sticking around for a while, but will dash away from the Cocoon, and the first blood turret will go over to Jin Air.
Now, this is good from Umti. All the attention he has put into the top side has finally paid off in the form of a turret. And he might be looking at that Rift Herald now. He could do it with Umti, or with Sohwan rather, if they so desire. They do have a lot of vision to the top side, so it looks like they'll just wait off right now. They need that Jace to recall. And now we wonder what the lane assignment is going to be, because I would expect them to maintain this pressure into the top side, secure the Rift Herald, and that will be more valuable because you can use it into the mid lane than going into a swap into the bottom side where you have just Sohwan going bottom lane and starting to harass that tower, because you know, the bottom lane hasn't had a whole lot of action. They haven't done significant turret damage compared to what Elise and Jace have done to the top.
Yeah, and you were talking about action in the bottom side. Snowflower doesn't even have his flash anymore, so not really able to go for any crazy engages unless someone else can help out with the CC. Someone like a Kuzan or Umti on one of these champs. And Umti's still hanging around the top side. He does not like to go down. And just looking for a potential gank up in the top side, but will recall as ADD has recalled himself.
This guy's got a tent like he's waiting for rain in a drought or something. He's just sitting there forever waiting for Kled. I think they could have used that moment to go for the Rift Herald instead, but it's not going to get a whole lot done. He can't commit without Elise being there nearby. They don't have an idea where Rek'Sai is. So when we look at a fight like that, you just see, oh, they're just... It's like Cougars fighting.
They're just playing around.
They're just playing around, just joshing.
Yeah. Kuzan missed the cannon minion, though. I was a little bit peeved about that, I have to be honest, as he went for that trade. But he's got a massive lead still, about 50 CS ahead. 43 to be exact.
Okay, and I fully expect them to take advantage of that when the blue buff comes up, because Gunblade is completed, so he can just continuously go into the turret, take some shots, harass Ian, and then do it again. Reheal off the wave and go for it once more. His mana is quite low, and we have a 3-man, but this is not going to last for too long. Just give the blue buff over to Kuzan. Scorky can wave clear it effortlessly.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to do his best, but the red buff on Umti does make chunking that tower a lot easier. And now, with that movement into the mid lane, ADD also wants to try to make a play, but he is spotted out. and no charge will come in just yet. Another trade here by Kuzan, the Gunblade coming out, and the Cocoon onto Beyond as well, but here comes the charge. Kled charging on in, will lock onto Sohan, but there's no follow-up damage. Meanwhile, there's a skirmish on the left side. Looks like Jin Air, in the end, will take the better end of this trade.
Jin Air is just so much stronger right now. The CS leads that they have acquired, the First Blood, I mean, they're 3,000 gold up, and it's only 1 kill in the turret. So they're just so powerful. And again, this is what we're saying that they were going to do. They're going to get advantages early game and play the macro. And that's exactly what has happened. They've ran this composition with exactly Kuzan's LeBlanc, and it looked just like this. They're executing it to a T. They know their game plan, and these are the games that make you say, ah, yes, the Jin Air that we wanted, the Jin Air that might be able to break the unwinnable streak against MVP. Might be coming out this time around, but MVP did also lose the first game against BBQ, so it's only the first game in the series.
Yeah, definitely will have a better shot on the blue side once they get there. And the game is not lost just yet. They're making a play here towards the Mountain Drake, and actually no vision coming down from the side of Jin Air, so it looks like this one will just be given away to MVP. All 5 members going over there to secure that dragon. You can tell they really wanted that one.
Yeah, they had some time. They have package, so they were looking to get a fight if they could at any moment. But Jin Air needs to respond here with the Herald. Oh no, and AD is no MR.
Oh man, he just checks the bush alone, going 1v3, and he's just gonna disappear. That will open up so much for Jin Air. Should be a very nice Rift Herald coming up.
ADD must have ADHD because he didn't even notice that there were. He's right there hitting LeBlanc. Like, what else would Corki have been doing there?
Oh man,
he's just chilling. Jin Air just isn't going to respond with a Herald. Of course they are, so they do, and now they're going to go for it. I think they're waiting for, okay, they're waiting for a teleport here for ADD, or they're just going to 1v2 him. Here it is.
Okay, the 1v2, Kuzan still does have his teleport, and there it does come out. They're trying to get that burst damage from the side, but Sohan looking to turn this around. In comes Kuzan, but the counter teleport coming in from behind from ADD. Looking to charge on in. That bear trap on a rope is not going to connect, and no kills will come in.
But they do get the Rift Herald, and that is a big, big objective. And now we get to see where Jin Air is going to use this, because they can be greedy and save it for a tier 2 tower. They've already taken the outer one. They've already taken the outer one mid as well. But they could enact a 1-3-1 right now that would allow them to have significant pressure into the bottom, whichever top laner or mid laner gets answered. LeBlanc has been obliterating Corki, same with Jace into the Kled with the help of Umti, so they know that they can just get this tower easily if they lane assign it correctly. However, they could use a Herald on it, or with the previous statement, which you just put a solo lane down here, then you crack a tier 2 with the Herald after. But I get a feeling that Umti just really likes the top side, and we're probably just going to see more gold coming into Jin Air's pockets from a top lane tower.
That does seem to be where he set up his spider web. Can only go within that web for now. And, okay, it looks like he's actually making his way down bottom, and he's going to need to get there fast as Beyond is coming on in. Nice black shield to save Teddy here. Snowflower trying to flash away. There's the exhaust and the chains here. Gonna land there onto Max, but not enough damage follow-up, and they cannot get the follow-up kill. Here comes Umti, but I feel like he might be a little bit too late. Kuzan coming from way far behind. They may try to dive this turret even.
She's gonna look for it. I think she can tank it.
Okay, there's the dive in, the Gunblade, and will snipe out Max, at least. The rest of MVP will get away, as Kuzan just gonna follow up for the cleanup.
Oh, Jin Air is just running away with this one. I absolutely love the way they're playing the game out. They see the gank coming and the double flash immediately. Maha thought he could get the double root with the ultimate, but the black shields were just too powerful at that stage in the game. And still, no answer for MVP on this time around. Jin Air is just too damn strong early game, and this is what we're seeing happening, not just against the tank champions, right? Because MVP doesn't have a composition full of tanks, but this is what happens when you give away these super powerful early game compositions. It doesn't matter if you're against tanks, if you're against carries, whatever it is, the early game is just so impactful, and we get to see it here once again, like replay.
Yeah, really nice black shield very early on to make sure he gets hit by none of the CC, but Snowflower ends up giving up his life. You can see that. A nice binding onto Max. They almost get the kill, but the really good follow-up from Jin Air as a team. The response time was quite nice, quite fast, and they are able to pick up the follow-up kill onto Max here.
Yeah, and just to show how bad the trade is for MVP here, You just killed a support that hasn't done anything all game, and instead you gave the kill to a LeBlanc. So the LeBlanc got the kill, and the LeBlanc is the one that's been snowballing, whereas the Xayah is not going to be able to do a whole lot by comparison to the Morgana. So you always have to consider who you're killing and who's going to get that kill in return if you are to trade.
Yeah, I'm sure Kuzan was very happy to just pick up the scraps of that one and get even farther ahead. Looking like a potential Banshee's follow-up for him as his second item, so it'll be quite hard to lock down, especially if Snowflower is around him. And he's got Banshee's Veil, he's going to have the Black Shield, and of course the mobility of LeBlanc. So charge coming in. Here comes ADD. It's not going to lock on to Kuzan, and they're looking to turn this around. Here comes Snow on. Can he get enough burst damage? ADD now going to be focused down. He will flash away, but he's all alone here. Trying to get that binding down, and it does land, but a nice follow-up engage here from the side of Max, able to pick up 2 kills. Looks like Beyond is going to trade his life for it, but a 2-for-1 in favor of MVP.
Really heads-up play from MVP there to expect the LeBlanc to jump onto the Corki with ADD ready to respond. They'll be able to wave clear this, so nothing will come of it because there is no Rift Herald allowed.
Well,
oh, wait a minute.
The binding, though, that was pretty sick under turret. Snowflower has been spot on. What a sniper.
Yeah, this Morgana has been crazy. But again, that play, it was ADD and the rest of MVP expecting that to happen. Everybody wanted to take a part in that fight into the bottom lane, and it shows that MVP is still quite formidable in a 5-on-5. The single target damage from Jin Air can only burst down one individual champion, and if they get spread out and they don't get to kill anybody right away, they're going to be left with a lackluster amount of DPS. And we're going to look at the replay again. Even though the charge does get to miss, as soon as the teleport comes out, they're like, all right, things are going to get hairy. That's a Jace. He's kind of squishy. Can we turn onto him? He goes for the Shock Blast onto the Corki, which might be a mistake there, because had that priority been ADD, the dismount would have been sooner and he likely would have gone down. Instead, the opportunity gets seized by Max, goes for a great knockup, the Rek'Sai ultimate and Xayah combo in, and while Beyond gets to die, it's still a good trade for MVP there. In the position that they're in, they just want to get as much gold as possible. It doesn't matter too much how much Jin Air gets, as long as it's not base turrets or Baron.
We're getting the really long replays this time around. Liking this upgrade.
We have a terabyte now of memory to...
We've upgraded here at the Nexon Arena, it seems.
Catch all the action.
Yeah. No replays cut off halfway through. Binding and a lands here again. They do have a nice bit of CC to follow up, but definitely a tanky target if they want to choose Beyond to go for.
Oh, did we actually get to see the Rift Herald being used? I think it might have died down in the hands of Umti.
Yeah, I don't think we saw that.
It wasn't used bottom lane because he died.
Yeah, not 100% sure about that Rift Herald. Didn't see it. He doesn't have it in his inventory.
What a shame. It's like having a candy in your pocket that expires and you didn't notice. It was in your pants.
The
like,
candy that expires.
Oh.
You're like, oh, I've had this candy in my pocket for 3 years. I forgot about this one.
Hey,
now it's expired.
There's some that's, you know, some real good lifesavers.
Yeah.
I could eat that after 3 years.
Probably. I was thinking like a Tootsie Roll that gets all mushy, you know. It's been in your pocket, it's the summer, you were walking around, you got like this Tootsie Roll in your back pocket. Not the best feeling. Wanted to save it for after dinner as your dessert, but didn't quite come through. Your strategy did not work out. So you can begin to see that 1-3-1 you were talking about. They've got LeBlanc up in the top side, Jace in the bottom side, and the other 3 members trying to lay down vision in the red side jungle of MVP, trying to catch someone out. They have a tremendous amount of pick.
And they've got tremendous pick, but not great Baron. Elise, sure, she's got a lot of damage into it with the Liandry's Torment, Tristana as well, especially if everybody just follows in and starts piling onto it. But going for a Baron, if you're Jin Air right now, would be, 1, too obvious. You have a 1-3-1. If anybody's missing, they'd be thinking, why are they not pushing the lanes? Secondly, because you don't have somebody that can legitimately tank it well, you're going to get very low. So if they collapse on you, chances are you're going to have to reset. You might lose a fight, or if you choose to turn, it will be suboptimal. So for them, it's going to be all about the vision control into pick. So we get to see both Morgana and Umti base off to try to acquire vision and make sure that they can deny as much as possible from MVP, and they don't have to waste time, because time is of the essence for them, whereas MVP is just trying to buy as much of it as possible.
Well, they've got this 2-0 Tristana that will have these energized shots coming out, and also just picked up red buff. So we're going to be looking for some Death-esque play out of Teddy. He's getting really aggressive, has the black shield, has a good amount of follow-up and ability to escape on that Tristana. So we'll see if he can do some nice poking onto the side of MVP. Looking to just push mid lane for now.
They might be looking to contest this blue buff, so we need to see the 3-man in mid join with a side laner so that we can start seeing some play. So it looks like they're going for the red side to pressure the Baron side even more, but there's not enough sweepers available for them, and they've already expired all their control wards, so they're not going to be able to see every inch of vision. That red side still remains, but a Baron threat here, again, it's so obvious. If Teddy goes missing, where else would he be? Yeah,
no buffs to pick up. Perhaps going back to buy an item, that would be the only other choice, but you know, they're going to have that in their minds. And you can see that he's actually recalling right now at the same time as Snowflower, so they're not looking to make a Baron play just yet. Going to take this one pretty slow.
Yeah, so he got a control ward, and I think that's got to be that one of his control wards is either a mid on the left side of mid, because they absolutely need to push that vision line way further up. It's so far back, it's not doing anything at this stage in the game. And if I had to guess, I'd say that Teddy's going to put his control ward on the left side of mid lane. That's where it makes the most sense for him. Here it is. There it is. Nailed it. Nailed it. Which one was his? The one in the mid lane. It's like I used to play this game or something.
I know, man. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, it's nice that this team effort is coming through. Teddy buying his own control wards. And he just did pick up that rapid fire cannon as well. So he's going to really be able to chunk down people. Ian did have the package there. Thankfully, he does get away from those chains.
And at this stage, a chunk is as good as a kill because it can force a recall. There's no self-healing on the side of MVP, so if they can just get somebody low enough, that'll be a good enough reason for them to threaten the Baron and force the rest of MVP to face check and maybe get a kill. It's a patient game. It's like going fishing. They have to wait. The wards are the bait, and it'll take as long as it takes. Although sometimes the fish bite back and kill you, but you know, it's like fishing.
It's similar, but not quite exactly the same. But I see what you're going for there.
Whoa!
Okay, what was that? The binding hitting Max in the face, saying no, thank you. I do not want to buy your wares tonight. And that just means that MVP lost a ton of engage, and they are on the run. You can see ADD being picked, taking a ton of damage. Kuzan by himself in the top side, chunking out this turret. And Jin Air now taking away a ton of Max's engage. Will just be very comfortable to push the top and mid side of this map.
That was surprising to see MVP look for an engage just like head on, 5-on-5 or 4-on-5s, trying to see what they could get, but the binding from Snowflower really just stopped all of it. I would have loved to see what would have happened had that charm connected. I would have imagined that Jin Air is a little bit stronger right now, that would have been able to either disengage properly with Tristana's rocket jump, at least can also get out of sticky situations, and then you've got Kuzan that can walk or teleport into that play. So overall, I think MVP is getting a little bit too anxious in what's happening.
Yeah, you could definitely begin to feel it. You know, they know they're behind. They're looking a bit desperate in trying to find some of these picks, especially just going straight, running straight out of Morgana. Let's take a look at this play again because it happened so fast.
So we want to see the setup, and it's because there's 5 members in there that they want to go for it, but the distance is not there. Jin Air can easily retreat into their tower, and they would have had to beat them under the tier 1 if they really wanted to wipe that fight. You have to account for the acceleration gate as well that can get them out further. There's their flashes, so overall it's an ill-advised engage that would have been better suited for the jungle for any fight over vision as opposed to just in the mid lane hanging out.
Got to give credit to Snowflower's Morgana this game.
I think that binding was luck, though. You don't think so?
That binding was kind of good timing, a bit of lucky timing for sure, where it's like, oh, let's see what I can pick, and it just so happens that Max was running in right at the same time. Not sure that he was like, okay, Max is definitely going to engage on me right now. That would really take a lot of analysis of Max's play. Perhaps he knows that he's a really aggressive support, which he is, loves to go for those big, flashy engages, which he did. So perhaps a bit of game sense as well as luck coming in. But okay, here we go. Kuzan just doing a bit of poking. But overall, his Morgana has been quite good in this entire game. His bindings have been on point, max range Qs in a bunch of these fights, and it's his first time playing Morgana in all of Summer Split, so doing quite well.
Here is going to be the Baron start. Rek'Sai is not present, and there's nobody around. I think that this is a freebie for Jin Air. Yep, there it goes.
MVP this time around a little bit too scared, it seems, as now they have seen this, but the binding comes out as well as the double chain onto Beyond. He is nowhere near the smite coming in, and the steal from Max from downtown. What the hell?
What?
How did he pull that one off? Uchi just barely too early with the smite. What a mistake, and that gets MVP right back in this game.
Are you kidding me? Twice in this split does a Rakan steal Baron?
Oh, what is going on here?
Oh no, that is devastating for Jin Air and just huge for MVP. They get so much free time on the map from this one. That's 7 minutes that they will have to wait for the next Baron. That's a couple of minutes for them to just have full-on power as a 5-man unit, which they're barreling straight down the mid lane. Jin Air should be cautious about this one. Whoa.
Okay, the deep engage, the double knockup as well. Teddy just being burst down, and this game is running away from Jin Air as all of MVP is diving this first turret. We'll see if it actually works out for them as another nice binding coming on in. Beyond getting extremely low. Another good engage, though, from Max. Umti extremely low. That missile just barely sails wide. And MVP not able to pick up any further kills, but still in a really good position.
Holy crap, MVP put the batteries on right this time, because the second they get that Baron, they're going for dives, and they actually found Teddy and killed him immediately. This is that strength of the 5-man composition now. The single target damage from the rest of Jin Air is not enough to survive ADD just charging at you. The AoE from both Maha and Ian, and we got ourselves a game now.
Bit of a disaster situation for Jin Air. If Umti just smites that correctly, they would be in such a good spot. They have so many turrets down. They could easily go for an inhibitor push. They could pull MVP apart so easily with their composition with Baron. But because they don't have it, all of a sudden MVP turns this game around. And as you said, we've got ourselves a game. MVP could certainly come back in the gold with another couple of good dives, another couple of these turrets that they take down. And here we go, the game is turning around.
It's the curse, man. I tell you, it's the curse. MVP have never lost to Jin Air in an entire set, and this has to be it. What other explanation do you have for, I believe it was 63 HP left on the Baron, that it actually was left at the smite? Doesn't matter. It was low enough for a Rakan to take it.
Yeah, which is incredible if you think about it. I'm sure we'll get the replay eventually, as you know, we added what was it, a terabyte of data or whatever it's called into the system, which allows us to make these longer replays. But either way, a couple of turrets coming down here, in Maha actually in a wonky situation. He's all by himself and gets caught out there by Sohan with the on-point shock blast, making sure he can't go home.
This last one to leave the party gets trashed.
Gets thrown out onto the front lawn.
Go back home. Calling your parents.
Calling your boyfriend, Rakan. He's worried about you. We gotta send you back. So with that pick, actually, Jin Air does have a short period of time, about 20 seconds, where they can try to make a push of their own. And they do have nice pushing power with the Jace, with the Tristana. They're doing exactly that, making the most of it, but again, not the longest timer, just trying to get whatever they can.
It's in vain. If Jin Air had the idea of going for a 5-man, they would have done so earlier, but it's only because they had a pick. Maybe they could try something. The wave clear is too much for MVP. Every time they're grouped up, it's just not in their best interest. The wave clear from Corki's too big, especially against the Baron. Maybe if MVP did not have Baron, that would have amounted to a tower, but they're going to go into Sohan here.
Okay, nice engage from Max. Ian should have enough damage to poke him down, and there it is. Max can easily get away with that one. And a nice follow-up. So picks across the board on the Rift, and Max making a very good case for him to get MVP in this game.
I am glad you said MVP, Valdez, because that's exactly who I'd have in mind if MVP were to win this game because of just how critical that Baron steal was. But he's,
Okay, that's pretty incredible. Seems like he sniffed that one out.
He's just charmingly fast.
It's almost like he was baiting it. He knew that they were in the brush somehow. Good game sense. Now Kuzan himself is trying to make a case for Jin Air to actually win this game, trying to split push in the top side, but gets caught out here by ADD, who is quite tanky at this point in time.
You know when that Baron got stolen, which we're going to, I guess we're not going to look at it right now, but I actually fell back so much my microphone cord unplugged.
Yeah, that's why you lost Crumbs there for a bit in that fight. It was pretty hype. Unfortunately, though, you guys don't get to see it again. Only one time. You gotta pay for the full subscription here at the Nexon Arena if you want to see the full replays. That's like, the way we do it.
It's like those videos that tell you a full season of your favorite show here. You watch the first episode, and then after that, it just leaves you on a cliffhanger. Subscribe.
Only $4.99 a month. Okay, here we go. Ian getting pretty low, and they're forcing the Featherstorm early out of Maha, making a case for Jin Air, who is still ahead on gold, to win a big fight around the Elder Drake. This game hasn't totally flown out of their hands just yet.
Okay, so Jin Air can still win this, but Teddy is their most important member. They need to keep him alive.
Okay, another good engage, and Umti is just going to be locked down forever. Nice repel, though, getting out of range. Will flash away. Here we go, the engage from ADD, but he's being focused down. Really nice redemption on the side of Jin Air. It's going to keep everybody very healthy. Look at all that CC. The shock flash is blocked by Max, and they cannot pick off ADD, but still everybody on MVP will have to back off.
Oh, Teddy just spares his life at the last possible moment. That was so close. They almost killed him. The binding was great from Snowflower. You were saying how on point he's been, but they will be rewarded with that Elder Dragon. Again, MVP has a very difficult time going for these crazy engages. They went up to Umti. He's actually the hardest member to kill out of all of Jin Air. He's got armor, he's got more HP, he's got repel, he's right next to Morgana. So a poor target selection. They thought they could just burst him because of how quickly they went on him, but the damage follow-up was just not there. So we're going to look at it again. Corki has already committed to no Valkyrie, so he can't go by this area that confidently. They go in, or Zaya is not there, and the repel just buys so much time that the rest of Jin Air can get into position, and the second that ADD charges in, you know he's in trouble. Stoneplate is not enough, but Tristana's ultimate is going to be enough.
Oh.
Wow.
So sad. ADD would have been a fantastic pick for them right there. Definitely would have made a case to get a big push off with this Elder Drake. They don't actually have any other Drakes, so this Elder Drake not going to be the most strong Elder Drake we've ever seen, but they deny it from MVP. And here we go, the Baron. It's being started. No vision around here. Kuzan is going to see it, and he can't get in time, so the Baron does go over to MVP. Jin Air trying to follow up, but good disengage so far from the side of MVP. Doesn't look like anybody will be taken out, and that is a clean Baron for the side of MVP.
And that's Jin Air's or MVP saying, we will fight you. Come fight us right now, or you're too far away from Baron, and you're not going to be able to do so. So they go for a great play right there, using the back timings from Jin Air, using their own speed to get into the Baron. And it's a double AD carry composition. You can melt that down quickly, and they actually have the only Mountain Dragon in this game. That's why you were saying that the Elder for Jin Air is not that impactful, and MVP felt safe taking that moment, and they pull the trigger on a high-octane situation, and it pays off.
Good heads-up play, good timing by them, and now we're going to have to see Snowflower pull off some really fantastic bindings if they want to make this happen. They have a nice bit of follow-up CC with the Cocoon that can come out and the chains. They just have to lock down one target.
Well, Jin Air needs a lot of patience in these fights, because if you amount all the HP of all their characters, they have way more or less active HP to take these fights. Between Rek'Sai and Kled, they're just outmatched in terms of tankiness, so they need to just take as much damage for free as possible before engaging. Any chip damage matters a whole lot, and the MVP have to respect that. They can't just be having Corki and Zaya taking free auto attacks and then starting a fight, because it's exactly what Jin Air want to do.
Yeah, and the 5-man push down the mid lane doesn't really work out for them. after all. And they are going to regroup and go for it once again after some recalls from Jin Air. But Beyond's in the top side, doesn't have TP, obviously. They do get a nice bit of engage here, but Beyond is not in position. They're looking for another pick, and they get it. ED is going to hop off Scarl. The binding just barely sails wide once again, and they cannot pick up a kill.
Boy, ADD just playing with fire all game long. Early in the laning phase, just dying a little bit, and then now barely surviving. That chunk might have just ended the entire push from MVP. They're going to try once again for the minion wave, but between Beyond being into the top lane for some odd reason and ADD getting chunked, the Baron just ticks down once again, and we're going to look for a big stall out because these teams aren't capable of fighting themselves or fighting against each other in a lane. They need objectives.
They definitely do. The Beyond push in the top side will remain a mystery for now. Definitely would have liked to have ADD up there with his TP and his charge, obviously. I mean, he's playing Kled, one of the best champions to charge from a side lane into the mid lane, but still they decide to send their Rek'Sai top.
It's got to be a deja vu moment. You're thinking, oh, I'm Rek'Sai. I'll tunnel in, guys. And like, whoa.
Okay, hold that thought. Snowflower does get picked off, and a nice big knock-up onto Teddy, but they can't get onto him, so now he's going to be in the back. The Void Rush comes in, and Beyond now in a bad situation. Kuzan not healthy enough to get into this fight, but finally they take out one member. Is going to be Beyond. That Cocoon just barely sailing wide. Teddy now going to jump forward. He's looking for that deft play. Can he get actually any damage coming out here? He's moving forward. He's very fast, trying to pick off. He does get it. Another engage by Max, but it's too much. And that's going to be a double kill on the side of Teddy. And now Jin Air should finally have their push.
I said it before, and now MVP gets to see it. Teddy is the most important member of this composition now. He is the late game factor for Jin Air. And if he doesn't go down, if he's getting free auto attacks, Jin Air have a safe chance at winning these battles. They have 5-man strong, 3 members down. I think they might be able to get an inhibitor, and they might be pushing for more.
We'll see what they want to go for the push here.
Oh, yeah.
We got 15 seconds left on Beyond, and it looks like they're going to go for it. The chains are going to land. So much damage on the side of Jin Air. They're bursting down these turrets. Umti is going to use that repel to get out of danger, and this should be game number 1. Going over to Jin Air as they clean up the rest of MVP, just adding to their KDA as they take game number 1.
Teddy comes back from the grave to make sure that Jin Air does not lose that game 1. It was close. It looked fantastic in the beginning, but that Baron steal just gave them such a heartache. And Umti holds his head low. Not sure what went down. That game could have been so clean, so clean, but they still held their composure together. So, you know, you shrug it off a little bit. You do. You really have to. When you look at the VOD review, when you're Jin Air, they went with the right play. The Baron was the right call. The binding was proper. Rek'Sai did not get into the pit. It was a sliver of health that went onto the Baron side. So when you look at these games, they're lucky that they did not get a loss, but they get to learn that they were making the right move. So it's only by chance that MVP got to that point, that got to understand that, oh, maybe we have a fighting chance in this game. They didn't execute it very well towards the end, but they held on.
Yeah, we saw the potential of Kuzan's LeBlanc as well. He was going for those top lane pushes, but as you said, the game just went totally haywire once that Baron was stolen. So we didn't get to see that super clean play that we saw, I think it was against SKT actually, where they 2-0'd them, where Kuzan was on red side LeBlanc and he was just wrecking face. Would expect a ban against that going into game number 2. I have to say Teddy's Tristana also looked quite solid, very clean. Just that one time he got picked.
It really did, but I think so much of the early game and so much of this game revolved around Umti. And while sure, he did lose that Baron and that might rob him of an MVP performance, he put so much pressure on the map. Top side just belonged to Jin Air ever since level 3. And we're going to look at one fight into the bottom side. We're just jumping into around level 9 that just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And this is the only action that we got to saw in bottom lane, that MVP overcommits to try to get a double kill, but we don't get to see it now, but that's what was happening. LeBlanc was coming with a gunblade, just shoots Rakan to death.
We're going to see this Max range binding eventually, but a good knock up first from the side of Max, who does eventually come in. There it is.
You can almost always tell who's going to lose a fight when players have these AD carries that jump in and they get to start the fight without being in position, and they have to jump in to get into position. That's almost always a recipe for disaster. It happened when MVP had a Corki without it. And we're going to look at the Baron steal.
62.
Oh, I was so close. It was 63. I said 63.
And I think it took a tiny bit of damage from someone else right before the Rakan bullet came in. And this was the dive that Teddy got picked off, and we were just like, what the hell? This game is turning around.
But look at how that dive happened. It was Rakan right away, Rek'Sai and Kled immediately, and the follow-up from Corki and Xayah. So they were grouped, hitting all the same target. But this was the only time we actually get to saw that. They were as disjointed in the fights as they were during the laning phase, where it was all about Jin Air. And here it goes again. Teddy gets to jump out. So sure, it got interrupted, but there's nobody following up. The Corki and Xayah are not dealing damage. They're looking for Kuzan when there's targets nearby that they could be harassing. There's no tanks on this team. So MVP needs to reevaluate the way that they're taking these compositions out and not letting these early game champions that Jin Air is so proficient with, because one lost fight did lose them the game.
Ian's Corki wasn't the most impressive thing for me. I mean, a couple of very close missiles that just barely did not connect, and also his target selection at times was a little bit lackluster. Didn't really use the package to the greatest potential that it does have, but either way, did almost get the most damage in the game. By far the most damage on his side, but in the end of the day, we see once again dragons don't really matter, as we do have the Jin Air GreenWings taking game number 1.
No, they do not. It's about the pressure that you have. It's about the way that you use them.
And Barons, too, apparently.
2 Barons. It was that awesome. Well, it was 2 Barons.
Yeah.
They did one and stole one.
Yeah, it was 2 Barons, but still could not have them win the game. But either way, guys, we are going to take about an 8-minute break. When we come back, game number 2. We're back here at the Nexon Arena. We're in the midst of Jin Air versus MVP, and our Jin Air airplane, we had a bit of turbulence in the middle of the game as they did have the Baron stolen from them, but they eventually did close it out 1-0.
Turbulence, yes, but I would not change that flight one bit because I was very pleased with the way that Jin Air played that entire game. And Kuzan will actually be the MVP for them, and we're going to take another look at a highlight reel as to what he was doing, roaming to the bottom side of the map. And to be fair, he did do a great job, but it wasn't that flashy. You had Tristana that, as Teddy, you just sit there and auto-attack, and sure, that's not that exciting, but he kept the chains in. That was important, right? He chained so many people, and best of all, he actually smashed mid lane. That's really what we're not capable of showing in replays. I think at one point he had a 50 CS lead, basically by himself on that lane against Ian's Corki, so he definitely put a lot of work to make sure that Jin Air had a lot of freedom to move to the side lanes, to do whatever they wanted in the early game, and that's why he earns the MVP.
He was there when they needed him too, you know, a couple of very efficient roams that got a lot of work done, a couple of kills here and there, pressure in the top side with the help of Umti, going hand in hand, securing top lane turret, going for pressure so that Rift Herald could come down as well. All these little plays that Kuzan did make happen, but definitely some other members on the side of Jin Air could have been fighting for the MVP spot. Umti with his pressure on the Elise was also very critical for their early game success, and also Snowflower's Morgana was very impressive for his first time playing it in Summer Split.
Well, we can say first time playing it, but these guys are experts, they're pros. We can expect them to hold these champions to a high standard, although it's important to note that Kuzan playing LeBlanc was also not in a lot of danger. He didn't die that game because the champions that MVP had just could not really latch onto a LeBlanc. You've got Kled, Rek'Sai, you're not touching LeBlanc. Corki, you're not killing her. Zaya, no chance. And then Rakan, if he has to commit with crazy skill shots to actually hit her. So it gives him enough room to maneuver around and go crazy in the early game. And once again, MVP with the Lucian ban, that is most curious.
They don't want to see Kuzan on it. It was very scary. They're thinking about picking up Corki multiple times for Ian as well. So Lucian doing pretty well into that matchup. Curious to see if they're going to ban out the LeBlanc this time, though.
The thing is, when you go with the Lucian early, especially if your idea is just to go with a Corki, you're showing your hand from the get-go. You're saying, yeah, we're considering Corki in our pool, and there's a wealth of champions in the mid lane that you can also be having. It doesn't have to be the Corki. He has been playing other champions as well, but at least we get to see the Elise and the Jace band, and I think Jin Air will respond with a... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's pretty much everything. Elise, Caitlyn, and Zach.
Yeah, we'll see if they ban out Kalista here.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Maybe take that away from Maha. They're putting a lot of thought into this one, though, which is kind of curious. But that Kalista ban, definitely the obvious ban coming in here. Some power picks still left available. Maokai still available. Tristana is up. You also got the Galio still available. Another big pick in the mid lane, but the Gragas being hovered here for the side of MVP as their first pick.
And that will be the Gragas. So at least now they have engage tools. That's basically what they want. They want that if Jin Air play the exact same composition or the same style, that they will have a way to engage onto them, as opposed to the Rek'Sai that just relies on an early game, getting some lanes ahead and looking for some synergistic teamfight engages. Gragas does it all in one. He just brings the party to himself with the cast, with his engage. So one pick to make sure that MVP can be more proactive is what they're looking for.
We're looking at a hover here on Sejuani. We still have mixed success so far.
I thought you didn't like the hovers.
I don't really like the hovers. I get baited all the time, but I don't know, this seems like a legitimate pick, and they are going to lock that in. Should be given over to Umti in the jungle. And, I mean, with the Elise taken off the table, the Gragas also taken away. I want to take a closer look at what else he's been playing. You know, the Rek'Sai is still available. Decides not to go for the Rek'Sai. The Lee Sin, also he has been seen playing that, but doesn't want to play it in this game.
Well, I think you've reached the point of hovers where after you've been hovered enough, you get a feeling for what's real and what's not.
It's true. And it seems like I've been doing well with picking out what's real and what's not, as the Sejuani does come in. The Tristana is taken away this time by the side of MVP. Ooh. Cho'Gath as well is going to be picked up for them. And as I said before, I mentioned it in the beginning of the cast, the Cho'Gath so far sitting at 1-7. We were talking about how perhaps these guys still need a little bit more practice on this champion.
His two main abilities, which are Rupture and Silence, are so impactful, but I don't think Jin Air cares much about it. I love the Renekton pick into it. You're going to just smash this lane as Renekton into Cho'Gath. You're never really going to be in serious trouble. Only later down the line when somebody else comes at you, you can actually get killed. But for the most part, your slice and dice will get you out of any sticky situation. And there we go. If you didn't know it, that's what Cho'Gath does for you. Look at that. Isn't that grotesque?
It's beautiful.
Holy crap. He's huge.
Looking to have a grand feast today, but already looking at the composition of Jin Air, they're going with a very strong front line and the Xayah. This type of composition, you see the immediate ban on Taric saying, hey, we're not going to allow you to have this and try to counter us. And
I gotta say, you gotta give me credit on this, Valdez, because when we saw the Taric coming out, I was saying Taric is gonna be picked as the answer to hard engage compositions, period. Is that not happening?
It's the truth.
It's the truth.
I mean, we've seen it with even less success than other picks. It's been kind of lackluster, but the idea still remains that if your timing is impeccable, you are going to smash compositions like this if you can save whatever they're trying to hard engage on your side, on your team.
But remember also how I was saying that if you're playing these dive compositions with tanks, it's really important that you're able to hit the backline as well. That's what is overlooked about Taric as well. If you put your Bastion onto a tank, such as Renekton, and then he slice and dices twice, and then extends the range of the Taric stun, you're actually able to CC some really important members in the backline and allow everybody to close the gap and get some crazy engagers on. So this champion is very worth banning, and I like that Jin Air goes for it, but the compositions for both these teams are already shaping up to be all-out 5v5 brawl with a bit of an advantage in the top side for Jin Air to push, but for the most part, I think that we're just going to be dead even.
Do have the Rakan left over. Don't want to give that over to the side of Jin Air, and just another one of these beast engagers in 7.14, so that does get taken away. I like the Corki pick. They deny that from Ian, as well as, you know, a bunch of the bans from the side of MVP were against that Corki as they were trying to bait that in, and instead it gets taken away. So last pick, Alistar. Alistar, another pick that's been having major success recently. In 7.14, he is 5-1. So far, especially with the help of guys like Tushin, he's been having a ton of success on the Rift nowadays.
Yeah, he's a fantastic tank, especially in getting the main carries out of a fight. If you get headbutted and you don't have a gap closer, you are basically out for the count. But I want to highlight why Max went with the Rakan as well. Okay, sure, he might be hyped for stealing a Baron, but when you have the Gragas, you have your main target for a combo for a ball carrier, but Rakan is an even better target. He finds ways into the backline like nobody else, and if you can combo that with a Shockwave, you can bypass so much of the front line. You get a great engage for yourself. It's a fantastic lane, so you add another ball carrier, which is a different dimension to Orianna that we haven't seen before. Before, the support that could do it was almost always the Alistar, the one guy that could go in, but now you've got Rakan that can do it as well, and most of all, this composition from MVP can also target the backline, which is what we wanted to see. The Orianna has risen in priority because you can leave the ball, you can threaten champions without having to flash in or without having to get in some crazy positions such as a Syndra or a Corki. Orianna can be safe and hit the carries that matter and still protect her tanks.
Yeah, looking for some big combinations on the side of MVP, looking for the Wombo combo. Rakan, Gragas, Orianna, getting Cho'Gath in the mix as well. We'll see if they can actually make it work, whereas the double AD composition with the big frontline wall of tanks for the side of Jin Air. Looking towards Sohwan to potentially do some work up in the top side. We're getting a zoom in on Kuzan before the game starts. There is not going to be a delay, guys. Let's hop into game number 2 of Jin Air versus MVP right now. Here we go, game number 2. We're going to turn the sound on. And we should be looking at Alistair right now. I don't know why they want to look at this trade. I want to look at Alistair and the cowbell. Okay, they're just going to deny it from us.
I think he literally can hear what you're saying, understands English, and is thinking, let's not have Valdez get his cowbell.
I mean, come on, he's doing it in the pixel brush in the river. It's like they're teasing us. Okay, there we go. Oh, and now he stops. Yeah, perfect timing, Observer.
I told you,
Thanks
he's
a lot.
looking at you. He's thinking of you.
Thanks a lot, bud.
But I like what Jin Air has with their composition, which is slightly different than what MVP has going for themselves, which is 2 AD carries that have self-peel. Orianna does not have self-peel, so she's going to be the target that Jin Air will be looking for in all these fights, especially since she doesn't have any cleanse. So they're just going to be going all out to kill Ian, and if they get him out of the fight and they can mitigate some of Ian's damage, then they'll be set up for success. Whereas what MVP wants to do is just go for some crazy wombos. They can kill frontline, they can kill backline. It's all about the synergy that they use with their composition. So similar with Jin Air, we're just going to have to wait till post-laning phase because the only advantage anybody has here is really just an early harass from MVP, his bottom side, as well as Sohwan pushing in the Cho'Gath early on.
I think once this gets into extreme late game, that wombo combo is definitely going to lose some efficiency. The charm can definitely be canceled out by some later game QSSs that are bought by the 2 very mobile AD carries that you were talking about. And I think they're going to have to make some work happen early on before that becomes a factor in this game, because they can definitely make work happen with this wombo combo.
That combo is so fast, though, because it's not just about hitting the knockup. If Rakan gets in there and the synergy is already in place between Orianna and Rakan, he doesn't even need to hit you with it. As long as he's remotely close to hitting the shockwave, if the shockwave gets procced as he's flying midair, it will connect at that point, and it's going to actually hit the carries before they have a time to respond. Not everybody has Captain Jack-like reflexes on the QSS. There's a reason why he became so famous for doing it, because even now, not everybody can live up to that standard.
Well, a man can dream. We'll hope to see it here, because I know that Jin Air is very aware of this, but we'll see if they can make this gank work. A nice knock-up actually onto Baha into the charge by MT. Should be an easy first blood pickup. That they will feed over to the side of Teddy. A great start from the side of Jin Air.
He got the rocket jump canceled by the Arctic Assault, and that was the thing that made the difference. And it was great for Snowflower to start the gank off, and you actually saw what Umti was thinking. He wanted to use the Blast Cone to get over the Tri-Brush in case it was warded, but he missed it. So he actually just said, screw it, we'll just go right away. And so he combos in, but just so much greed out of Maha ends up costing his life. And first blood going over to the AD carry. His counterpart in lane is going to be real trouble now.
Yeah, and Teddy still has his flash available. Snowflower won't have his for his nice engage, but definitely going to be a good advantage on the side of Jin Air, as they still have both summoners left available for Teddy.
You almost always have to start with that flash, and if we thought it wasn't going to be bad, it's going to actually be even worse than what we had expected, because Teddy gets to go back, picks up the Warhammer, and Mahines in return goes for a call. So just banking on that crazy late game, and this is not looking good for MVP. I got a bad feeling about this. Going with that itemization here, just banking on, you know what, screw it, we don't care about this lane anymore. We are just going to farm it up, is not something that inspires a lot of confidence in what MVP is doing here.
It's going to be quite a rough lane, and I think they're, as you said, kind of essentially giving it up at this point. It's a catch-up maneuver, but at the same time, you are so far behind in items against the other AD carries. So see if they can make that work, hopefully for them. Not a good sign, as so far up in the top lane, the Renekton not able to bully this Cho'Gath all too much. At least not just yet.
Cho is still powerful, right? He's stronger in lane now with his E. Just skill that up, start harassing from afar. That was one of his key traits in lane before that allowed him to just continuously push, because it was permanently active. Now it does more damage, but it has to be triggered on. It is actually a spell. That does actually offer quite a bit of trading in chunking. It's really surprising how much damage his E does.
It's pretty ridiculous. Definitely something you have to look at a lot and play against a bunch to get a good feel for how much damage it does do. One of the reasons he's quite good nowadays, on top of everything else. He stacks the small buffs onto the Q and W as well. Level 6 hit up top, and ADD in a bit of trouble, but here comes Beyond trying to save his life. That body slam, and so on, all of a sudden is the guy who's in trouble, trying to fight against this Gragas. He's going to be running into those minions and just taking way too much damage, cannot follow up, and cannot pick up that kill.
Oh, I wanted Sohwan to try to go for the 1v2, to maybe flash into ADD and go for a kill onto him and maybe trade. He was strong enough to take out Beyond because his Call the Meek was going to come back up, but it's just not worth the risk for him at that point. It is close. You are banking on situations that you probably would at worst trade 1-for-1, or a best trade 1-for-1 rather, so it's just not worth the chance. You're a Renekton. If you fall behind, things are not going to shape up for you, so that's a slice and dice power. He gets to go in right away, and he wants to go for the all-in, but at least Beyond saves his life. But just look at the Fury build-up for him. The Cold and Meek comes back up. The second it's going to be right back up. He knows that Beyond, he's got long cooldowns right now, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah, at least able to save ADD's life, but it's not really what you want to be doing here. You want to be a bit more active, picking up kills for your team, trying to make that Gragas engage work for you. And we saw actually Ian having a little bit of trouble in the mid lane as he burned both of his Ghost and his Flash on that one. And Kuzan still with both the TP and the Flash available. So 2 games in a row, Kuzan's just been bullying Ian in the lane by himself. So we're going to take another look. Okay, I said by myself, but I was wrong. Umti did go for a gank. We just did miss it. So he uses those summoners to get away.
And that's important because now Umti 100% is coming back to this lane. It would make no sense for the Sejuani to look for a gank, burn both summoners out of such a critical mid laner, and not look to go for the repeat. And after red buff, they have to go for this. And even Snowflower is feeling like assisting in this setup. They are some serious control wards, one on the left side of mid and another one in the aggressive ramp for Jin Air, but they have to clear everything for them to get Ian. And frankly, if they go for a 3-man, they could also dive Ian. So it's going to be about Snowflower, and if he has some room in his lane to go help mid lane.
Yeah, it's a very scary position right now for Ian, who's also picking up the blue buff that can be stolen away with a good gank. There are 3 control wards now.
Here it is.
They're setting it up, and here we go. Does put the ball down, and that will spot out Umti. So no gank just yet. Bit of trading up in top side. Doesn't look like ADD has the pressure to go for a kill just yet with that Feast. Sohwan rather, totally comfortable in that lane.
That's kind of how the lane of Cho'Gath goes. Every time you use Feast early on, you don't have any kill pressure. Nobody's going to be scared of you because you can't go for that crazy CS. It's so easy to get out of range of getting killed when you're up against Cho'Gath without Feast. So every time he uses it on lane, he can just be as aggressive as he wants, get as low as he needs to be, regen back off the minion wave, and be A-okay. Whereas if he saves the Feast, then he's going to have kill pressure, but you can't be saving it. You need it. You need to get those stacks early on. So it's only after a certain amount of time, a couple of minutes, that ADD has enough stacks of Feast where he can start legitimately looking forward to going for those 1v1s. Otherwise, if he saves it, it's usually an indication that Umti is going to be nearby, that he's going to get ganked. So it's very obvious for the Cho lane to when he's going to go aggressive and when he's not.
Another pretty passive bottom lane outside of that one gank that we saw by the side of Umti that did pick up the first blood. Even with both of these very aggressive supports, neither side has been able to find a big play just yet.
We want to see the big play be in mid lane. Ian still does not have his flash. Okay.
And there. Kuzan does have Umti in the brush. Beyond, they don't have vision. He's just going to face check it here. Does get that Arctic Assault, but the ult goes wide. Oh boy. Not the cleanest engage we've ever seen, and that means that no kill will happen in the mid lane just yet.
Oh my, that was the biggest whip I've seen so far.
That's like when you're trying to play catch with your friend and you're a little bit nervous about throwing the ball. You're like, I'm a nerd. I don't really play sports. I just like to stay inside and play computer games. So you try to throw the ball, and then the ball goes straight into the ground as you throw it as hard as possible, and it's just a really embarrassing moment.
You just gave me the least relatable experience ever. I'm an athlete, Valdez. I'm an athlete.
Well, I wasn't talking to you, Crumbs. I was talking to our audience. No offense meant. But either way, the Infernal Drake does come out here as MVP just sidles on over and takes that down. MT with no available ult cooldown. And they can't really contest there.
And if no Flower Fancy's going to the top side, I don't think they're going to be able to kill ADD as 2 members as well. They got to get some chunk damage onto him beforehand, and it looks like they're thinking about bringing the whole crew up here. I don't think ADD will fall for it this time around. There was already enough of the punishment on the Kled. I think he's learned his lesson to just respect a little bit more about what Jin Air is trying to do in his lane. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
No cowbell, though? Oh, yeah. Not going to go for it.
He's feeding his kittens with milk. It was first time for music, now it's feeding time.
2 kittens feeding on that milk. I think milk is only healthy for kittens and not for adult cats. I heard that somewhere. So be careful who you feed milk to.
What? That was cow milk.
Yeah, but any milk. Bull milk?
Alistar's male.
Where does the milk come from? A question for another time. As ADD is getting burst down here, they do have that Dominus up, and they will be going for the dive. Oh. Another huge whiff! What the hell? This is not going in. MT, please do not play basketball, as that just goes totally wide. And, okay, they still pick up the kill.
Yeah, they get the kill onto ADD, and yeah, he just died very easily. He didn't really put up much of a fight there, and in return, we're going to see a counter onto the bottom lane. Sohan has teleport, so he is going to be able to respond, and there is nobody pressuring Corki. This is not going to be a good dive for MVP.
They're still trying to go for it. The TP coming out, they beat that out. Stun going on to Maha. And yeah, no dive comes out as they do respect the TP. Should have known that MT was making his way down too. And that means that no kills in the bottom lane will come through.
That was a shocking completion because normally you would agree with it and think, all right, he has to go for it because otherwise they're not going to be deterred from the gank. So, because they could just wait for the next wave and do it again. But Umti was coming down there again, and having Sejuani down there would have been enough. So we're going to look at this one more time. How does he start it? Bam, goes for the Rupture right away. I think you would be better advised to go for the Rupture when they're under the tower first. You want to have them slowed and CC'd in that position, not earlier.
This is going to be one of those series.
Cho mechanics. I play Cho all the time. I play AP Cho mid. I played AP Cho top. I played Cho in the jungle. I played Cho every single position. I played Cho. I am the Cho maniac.
You must be pretty happy with the current meta then.
No,
although not happy with the 1-in-8 Cho'Gath that's about to happen if MVP loses.
He's going to get nerfed, and he has great ratios as AP, by the way. The ultimate kind of tweaking to make him tankier was not my fondest thing.
Can we see an ult land this time? Okay, they will just get the flash away. Deciding not to go for it.
Ult was actually up only after Ian was under the tower, so they just saw the opportunity to go for it right then and there. Otherwise, I think he would have pulled the trigger before, but I think maybe we can expect out of Umti to actually hit a prediction ult in the future if he actually keeps whipping them that much. It'll be like, oh, he's a god. Just cut the highlight reel. Don't show him the first two. Just show the only predicted ones.
Yeah.
That's how you make a montage.
You only pick out the best moments of your play, of course. And yeah, I mean, Jin Air, they could probably win this series, and still Umti would be a little bit embarrassed. So we'll see if he can follow that up with some nice plays. He's had some pretty sick Lee Sin games, and he is one of the very most mechanically skilled junglers, especially being a rookie in this league. And there we go. A couple of towers are traded. The first one does go over to the side of MVP, so they should be happy with that. The gold is extremely close at this moment in time. MVP only about 300 behind, so sticking in this one.
Absolutely. It's going to be all about the team fight, so we still have a long ways to go, especially when it comes down to a Baron. Both these teams have wave clear to spare. It'll be difficult for them to siege onto the mid lane. It has been pretty even so far. I think Ian has fallen a little bit behind in CS, but that's only because of Umti's tremendous pressure, although it hasn't really gone anywhere else besides... I completely forgot. He actually did gank that bottom lane at level 3, but or 4 on his part. I do want to put some blame on Teddy on that one, though. It's the mechanics. You got to be mechanically sound to get out of those moments.
Yeah, Maha not responding too well to that moment in time. Perhaps a little bit of panic coming through in the moment. We have had these lanes swap now, as both the bot side duos have gone into the top lane, and the junglers hanging around this side of the map as well. Kuzan with the TP and being Corki should be able to get up into the top lane a lot easier should a fight break out.
I really doubt fights will be breaking out at any time soon between these guys. For the most part, they can all just farm safely without being a kill threat of each other. So we resort to just dilly-dallying.
Twiddling our thumbs.
But I do want to talk about the mechanic, because this is one of my favorite things about League, which is the mechanics versus being knowledgeable. Because let's say you have, I don't think much is going to happen on this one. Damn it, they're cutting my point off. My narrative is falling apart.
Right before your eyes. And we got 4 members of MVP over here. Ghost even used by Ian. They really want to secure this. Let's see the smite. Can Umti challenge this? They get that knock up into Beyond, and it does go over to Umti as well with the big smite. Good shockwave though, but it's not enough damage. No follow-up. They're going to lock down Ian as well and make that another kill on the side. Trying to get on top of Kuzan though is this Cho'Gath, and he knocks him into him and sets up the kill. Unbelievable. Definitely a bit of a mistake by Snowflower as he lets his mid laner die. But either way, at the end of this, Jin Air should be happy about that trade.
Oh, Snowflower.
And the zoom in too. They're like, yeah, dude, nice play.
But yeah, that's what I was saying. This shouldn't amount to anything because it was a terrible move. Beyond should have just left at that one. You're giving so much time for Jin Air to think, hey, should we collapse on this? It's right there. They're kind of tanking it. Oh, yeah.
That one's hard to miss.
Yeah, that one's so hard to miss because like MVP just is asking for it. I really don't know why they didn't pull off out of that Herald. It could have been so easy for them. Instead, they lose so many members.
Oh.
It's Snowflower. Here it is.
Teddy with the moves, the flash heal. He's like, I got you, buddy. No, Snowflower says no.
Secret Agent Snowflower. It sounds like a CIA project name. Project Snowflower.
He's like, I was playing so well in game 1 and you guys let me down. I gotta let you die, Kuzan. I'm sorry, buddy.
And the Rift Herald got to go over to Jin Air, which sways mid lane even more for them, as now they get to walk away with a tier 1 after all. And another early game lead for Jin Air. Not quite as strong and not quite as simple to execute as game 1, but still the driver's seat that we were expecting from them.
Yeah, just capitalizing on the mistake. MT staying calm, sticking around that Rift Herald pit, saying, okay, we see you. We can set this up from a mile away. We have lots of time to get our players in position and set up the big engage. And things just fell apart rather, for MVP. And now the TP even being committed to here. You can tell that Jin Air, they don't want to let these two very big dragons rather, go over to the side of MVP. Snowflower looking to come from behind, but Ian has him on his radar, trying to zone him out for now. The dragon will go over to Beyond, and now it is time for MVP to disengage. They're going to re-go onto Umti, though. That gets very low. The nice knockup does miss, though. The quickness coming in. That's going to be a couple of kills going over to the Cho'Gath. Maha makes it out on the blasting plant. Does get out of harm's way, and now all of a sudden, this one's turning around. A triple kill.
It's Baron, too. They're going to go for Baron as well.
Oh, boy. Things turn around in a split second as Jin Air with a couple of mistakes. And the Void Terror, the Cho'Gath coming through.
Hey, why did they go for Baron? That could have been a good Baron play.
Not feeling it.
just taking it easy. But never mind, we're going to look at the replay off that one. Then Jin Air is just trying to go around the Rosie. MVP was not decisive enough, but they were just barely. So Renekton gets to make it into the fight, but Alistar is not joining in. So it all starts as a 4v5. And a great cast that separates Corki. Eventually, he is left by himself, gets taken out by Ian, and Maha survives at the very end. And I gotta say, if this was a Chinese team, or if this was KT, we would have seen a beeline for the Baron, and that would have blown the game wide open.
Still an extremely good spot for MVP. I mean, they have a really nice engage. Maha gets out of there with the rocket jump at last second, and no one on their side dies. Unfortunately, all the kills did go over to Cho'Gath, though.
Also, even more reason to go for Baron. You just got a Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they should have done it.
You got a Blade of the King, Blade of the Ruined King on Tristana. Come on, MVP. Step it up. You said that you still had a chance for Worlds. This doesn't look like it.
Well, definitely a bunch of mistakes have been made in this game, but they're definitely making a good case for them to come back in the series, as they are in a fantastic spot here in game number 2. A couple of the most valuable dragons on their side. They're hoarding them up as much as possible, and so far this composition out of Jin Air, they get the engages when it's given to them, but if MVP plays it solid, they don't look like they can actually set up these plays. I mean, his Sejuani hasn't been as powerful as we had hoped. He gets caught again, and he's flashing out, but a perfect cast. Unfortunately, quite tanky, is not going to go down. Now it's Beyond who's in trouble, and it looks like, well, again, they capitalize on one of MVP's mistakes, and they make this game a little bit closer.
But they don't chain the CC quickly enough, so Sejuani gets to get away. That was actually a great look for MVP to go for that pick. They even got the flash out of Sejuani. That's a pretty important summon there, because if you can combo it with Arctic Assault to maybe even stop Tristana's rocket jump, instead of seeing a shockwave come out right away, or even the body slam, they just don't use enough instantly, and so Sejuani gets to get away with her life, and the combo comes out from Snowflower, since his Unbreakable Will does allow him to tank anything had it been turned. Let's take another look at it again. So let's see, Max opens up, hits the knockup, but where is Beyond? Where's the stun? Why do we not see everything get comboed? What happened with the body slam? That's really what I wanted to know.
I'm not sure, maybe he used it to get over the wall.
No, he walked around.
Okay. Not 100% sure.
Yeah.
I was thinking about in that fight, actually. I wasn't really paying close attention to Beyond, because he had the scanner going down, and he saw Max in the brush. He was like, okay, I know everybody is collapsing on me, but I still really need to kill this green ward. It's life or death for the green ward, and again, just perhaps some tilt coming into play here for who hasn't had the cleanest series and has to be extremely careful in those positions. They can't be losing their jungler, especially at this point in the game.
Not one bit. And so here, I think we finally get some breathing room, and I can finally weave in the point that I wanted to ask you so we can start a serious discussion.
Okay,
would you rather be, let's say, would you rather be the most experienced League of Legends player in the world, where you know where to be at the right time at all times, where you know like the best move 24/7, or, but your mechanics aren't very good, you're like a 4 out of 10 in the mechanics? Or would you rather be 10 out of 10 in mechanics and like a 4 out of 10 in being in the right place, right time?
10 out of 10 mechanics easily, because eventually you'll get the experience and then you'll have both.
No, but this is not a matter of like eventually. This is a matter of now in a game. You get to pick one side. You want to be the side that has the mechanics or the knowledge and no knowledge, or the side with knowledge and no mechanics.
I think it depends on your team composition, your teammates. You know, it's. Can you be carried by your team?
More abstract. I think more abstract is still the benefits to having the mechanics and the benefits of having the positioning of the
in that case, I'd probably say experience, especially between two teams like this. You know, Jin Air sitting at right now, I think 6th place, or yeah, 6th place, and MVP sitting at 8th, if I'm not mistaken, or 7th.
Yeah. Rather,
it's definitely having the experience in this kind of situation where basically you're not going to make mistakes, even if your mechanics aren't 100% there. You know, maybe your skill shots aren't always hitting. It's not going to make the most gigantic difference in the game, whereas throwing your life away, being in the wrong place, wrong time, definitely can throw the game away. So.
Yeah, but here's the cool thing about that, right? Because if you have all the knowledge, you need to be playing nearly perfectly. Your plays have to be the best plays at all times. You can't be making any mistakes, but you're restricted to a set amount of plays because your mechanics aren't there. Whereas if you have all the mechanics, you actually open yourself up to a bigger playbook of what you can and cannot do. If you're, say, an Elise that can't hit cocoons but is always in the best place, you're gated by having somebody else set up the stun for you. And so it creates a discussion of, if you had great mechanics, what else could you be able to do? Could you be able to be in a crazier position? Is the team with the ultimate mechanics, are they going to be able to always rush a Baron and go for a 50-50, but they'll never lose out on the smite? So it opens up a whole bunch of plays that weren't accessible before, and that's where the value comes from in hiring all these players that are just the most mechanically sound, even though they don't have the right knowledge, because, as you say, it's about the team. If you have them in the right team in the game,
okay. Hold that thought. The perfect engage, the wombo combo. That's what they were looking for. The Featherstorm comes out, but that will not save his life. In comes the package, but immediately Kuzan is going to get over that wall in a fantastic position. Now, MT is not going to go down. They're looking for that stun onto Togot. They get the follow-up with the Arctic Assault. He's being CC'd for days, and down he goes. That's going to be 3 kills for the side of Jin Air. Looks like this time they went a little bit too deep.
MVP with deja vu of game 1, but they did not have Baron this time around, and instead they are going to lose it themselves. I don't know what came over them that they wanted to go for that tower dive, but you're dealing with 3 tanks that can turn things around in a very quick manner, and that's exactly what happened. They committed so hard at going for this, but this composition can't really get out. Cho has no mobility. Same with Gragas once he goes in. And yeah, they're getting low, but they'll have this. They have Smite on the table. Yeah, you got it. But you know,
that would have been embarrassing.
It would have been actually better to see maybe MVP try to even contest after that one, seeing how low they got. But we're going to look at it. They go for the crazy death. Orianna even flashes in to get the shockwave onto this one. But
EDD too.
Look at the package, just beautiful. You already are perfect. Having to go through that little corner. Everything is being laid out onto you.
And he Valkyries into the perfect position too. He can do damage from over the wall. And the package just zones everybody into the position that he can hit them over the wall too. So Kuzan coming in with a nice big winning package for his team.
I think they really did not expect that. They thought that he wasn't going to be able to collapse that quickly because you get that big warning when the package is loaded. And they thought they had the window for it, but when you have to commit your Orianna to go for a flash shockwave, unless you're in a dire situation where it's win or lose, where you actually are going to win the game off that kill, you can push to end the game, it's so difficult to make that work.
Mechanics versus experience, right? I mean, it was good mechanics, good setup. They got the wombo combo, but in that moment in time, perhaps that wasn't the right move. And it turned out to be proven that it wasn't the right move in that moment in time. So now with the Baron on the side of Jin Air, it was very, very close up until this moment in time. But I think at this point, Jin Air has the pushing power to really make big strides in this game and build up a good bank for them and a good lead.
I might end up seeing about a 6,000 gold lead after this Baron. If they can crack down 2 more towers, that should be the case. You can expect them to get some more jungle creep, some denial CS in the lanes, that thing of the sort.
Oh, he's going in onto Kuzan. He's looking for that feast, but he went a little bit too far. Gets the feast, it's not enough damage, and another mistake for the side of MVP. Kuzan stays alive.
Look at that. That thing can feed a whole town for days. Just imagine imagine Godzilla, what would have happened if he actually got killed. You know how much food you've got for the entirety of Japan? I would have eaten Godzilla's
The question
sashimi.
is, how much could they have saved though before it goes rotten, right? Because you gotta carve out the Godzilla. Do you have enough storage space? I'm sure they did, but at the same time, you gotta make quick work.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, you can freeze it. I think you could probably freeze it. I don't know if it.
Do you have storage big enough to freeze a Godzilla?
Put it in the mountains. Send it to the mountains. Ship it over there.
What if it's summer?
There's still mountains. Japan has multiple terrains.
I wasn't saying that the mountains disappear in summer.
No, but the mountains are like the mountains that are always in the cold, you know?
Yeah, I suppose so. If the altitude is high enough. You figured it out, Crumbs.
Just imagine a Godzilla sashimi. I would be down for that.
You're all about the sashimi. I like my food cooked. I'm not one of those well-done guys, though, because that's just being a little bit too sensitive. You know what I mean? You got to go for the medium. I'm a medium kind of guy. Sometimes medium rare. I can't stomach it, but not rare.
I don't think I know anybody that eats rare steaks. And if I did, I probably don't know them anymore.
Rare steaks?
Or well done, pardon.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, like, a lot of people eat rare steaks, including you.
Yeah, rare, Pittsburgh rare, blue rare, raw.
Crumbs doesn't even know who he is anymore because he eats rare steaks. Can't associate with that kind of person himself.
You know, when you cook him, it's not actually blood that's coming out. It's like a protein in it. It's not really blood. All that juice that comes out of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not really blood. It looks like it. There are traces of blood. It's not. I'm just saying it's not fully blood.
Well, you know me. The problem is that it's soft. It's too chewy.
For the sake of this, let's just go back into the game.
All right. Okay. All right.
This is a dangerous road.
All right, I can agree with that. So, Jin Air, they're continuing to push. They don't have the Baron anymore, but they do have an extremely strong push. Tons of poke on the side of Kuzan, who has gotten a big stack of items going for himself. That Trinity Force, Infinity Edge, the Rapid Fire Cannon. Decided to go for the Sork Boots too, adding in the extra damage. Didn't want to go for something like Merc Treads, not looking to be good with his tenacity. And uh-oh, it looks like this time it's Umti that gets caught. Just walking straight through the jungle. Didn't expect to see Godzilla and his buddies.
And he actually got a kill out of the feast, so that's pretty big for Cho'Gath because now he's going to start to get stacks. That's what we fear about this champion, if he can actually get kills with that ultimate. He's really just trying to kill steal as many people as possible. That's why he's just trying to walk up close. That's really it. That's what you have to do.
How big he is.
That's what you have to do on Cho'Gath.
Oh, that's so awesome.
All right.
He wasn't expecting the Void Terror from the side.
So silence and bam.
This is my first time casting a Cho'Gath this big. I have to say it's a very new experience. I've enjoyed it so far.
You know, there is a legitimate, this is an actual strategy that was employed like 5 years ago, okay?
Yeah.
So Annie was super meta, and so was Rammus. So what you would do is that since Annie was really important, and Rammus was too, like the taunt was like 3 seconds, it was super, super powerful, you would grab Annie and stack her on top of the largest champion you had so that she would kind of hide inside the character model, and that the Rammus, if he like would basically just click on the other target and not click on the Rammus, or the Annie. It actually works. You can still do that today. If you just have a huge character model and somebody has like a point and click ability that can't be bypassed with like the command to only hit champions, then you can basically cancel out abilities just from being too big. Being too large is
the mechanics required for that must be pretty hard because you have to constantly stay on top of the Annie, right? It's not the easiest thing in the world.
She's tiny. If you're a Cho,
but at the same time, I mean the communication, right? You got to make sure you're going the same direction.
Oh, come on. It's like hug me. Stay next to me. Like, I'm your safety.
I guess it's
in her best interest to stay near the champion that is protecting her that way.
I love those kinds of ideas where it's really stuff that wasn't intended to come into the game, right? It wasn't like, okay, let's make a really big character model that can hide an Annie, right? But just the the cleverness, the unique plays that come out in moments like that from the players is really cool to see, and I'm sure we'll get to see cool stuff like that in the future as well. For now, it's just giant tanks bumping bodies against each other. I'm sure there are some people out there who do enjoy it, but we've had a very enjoyable series so far. Lots of different carries, making plays, doing the deeps. Bit of a lull in this game, though, as Jin Air, they have pushed a bunch of the turrets, but they still haven't taken mid-tier 2. Now we do have the Baron up at this point in time. MVP making a big maneuver over towards there. Are they just going to start it? Here we go. The rush coming on in, and they do have big secure potential with that Cho'Gath. Okay, they're just going to turn off it as the teleport comes in. We'll see if either of these teams wants to make a play, go for an engage. Doesn't look like it just yet.
All All right, so they get the TP. That's pretty good.
But at the same time, MVP in a bit of an awkward situation, zoned out slightly on the left side, but it doesn't look like Jin Air can close that gap, and they're going to go onto this Cho'Gath. Everything used onto him, but look at Corki in the back. The face comes in. The heal will be used to save his life, but now he is effectively out of this fight. They're trying to turn this around. They still got Teddy for that DPS, but now it looks like Umtiu is the target. In comes Maha trying to pull off his own death style. Not going to be able to put down the damage, and nobody dies in that fight.
Look at that TP from Kuzan. They're going to go for a Baron rush themselves. Oh, they're thinking about it.
They're thinking about it.
They're doing it.
There's a ward. They know about this. But here we go. Snowflower is going to tag that ward down. Himself is extremely low. He can't actually go into the pit just yet. He needs to be saved for the smite. Here comes the TP. They're bursting this down, and it looks like they should be able to secure it. Now it's about engaging. Can they get on top of this Gragas? They cannot take him out. The big knock up on the Corki. Does he have that feast available? Not yet. It doesn't matter. The shockwave comes in, and they do pick off Kuzan. But at the end of the day, Jin Air, they push MVP back, and they get the Baron.
That was a great heads-up play from Jin Air to start the Baron up after all of MVP had been chunked out. We've been talking all game long about a chunk is just as good as a death because it forces you to recall. It takes you out of the fight. You are forced to reevaluate the angles at which you come in, and most of the time, you just have to leave. And so Jin Air take advantage of that. And the second that Kuzan left that fight, you know that he wanted to teleport back in. It's either he TPs back into the fight or he goes for a play. So we're going to look at it again. And it all starts with Umti going for an engage onto ADD. Sure, he hits the ultimate, but now Cho is huge. Hitting that one doesn't really matter a whole lot. But the carries don't have many targets to hit. Corki's already out of the fight effectively. And while Zaya is silent, she can't do a whole lot besides these autos onto a really fat Gragas without the threat of Orianna and Tristana. So they just have to get out. They run effectively, but because they did so much work already, they're healthy enough to go start the Baron, and they walk away with the objective victory out of a fight that they didn't even start.
Yeah, they're walking a thin line at the end of the day. I mean, it's close. EDD was so close to one-shotting Kuzan, and had he done that, that fight looks entirely different. Maybe Jin Air gets the disengage, but they don't get the Baron. MVP, they can regroup. We've got long timers now, 37 minutes into the game. They could have tried to force a 5v4 around the Baron. They have the Cho'Gath. And we could have seen MVP in a decent spot, but that is not the case as the second Baron goes over to Jin Air, and now they will have this push going down. Sohan still has his TP available, will begin to push in the bot lane.
The heal was critical in keeping Kuzan alive, and even though they have Baron, it's going to be a nightmare to fight. They're actually going.
They're going. They're trying to hit that back line. Meanwhile, though, here comes the package. ADD is going to be burst down up into the top lane, but Kuzan going a little bit too deep this time around, and he brought Sohan with him, who's going to be baited in. And look at that. The Cho'Gath stays alive. He's not going to go down. Maha, he's going on a rampage. That's a double kill. Can we make it a triple? The headbutt will not matter. There's the triple kill for this Tristana, who is beginning to get out of control.
And Jin Air is playing these fights like they have the same comp that they had before with people that can play on the flanks. This is not that kind of composition. They have to remain grouped as a 5-man unit. That's what MVP did. Sure, ADD and Max were a little bit far ahead, but the rest remained grouped. But Kuzan just by himself flying into a Tristana and Orianna had no business there. Gets taken out, and the second that one of your carries is out of the fight, MVP can just push for days. Now they're not going to be able to go for a base turret. They have to account for their lanes, but it's still a big victory for them because of the Baron. That they actually engaged onto a Baron Jin Air and won.
It's not every day you see that, but at this level, we've been having various levels of team fighting where sometimes it's clean, sometimes it's down and dirty, and that was definitely a down and dirty one as Kuzan charging the Tristana, being crit a couple of times and saying, oh crap, I don't have a package anymore, and does go to the side of MVP. But Teddy able to abuse the fact that MVP had to stop that push in the top lane to pick up the mid tier 2, so stacking up the gold.
Oh, curiously enough, even after last game, Corki's win rate in the LCK at around 40-something games is under 38%. So there we go. The engage comes out. You know there's not going to be a follow. Imagine if the package just cut off everybody, like the 4 people behind, and then they just focus Max and the Cho'Gath. Imagine how good that would have been.
Yeah.
Instead, he just donates himself, goes full-on suicide bomber in there, and nothing comes out of it.
Wasn't the most impressive package we've seen, perhaps being a little bit overconfident with his fantastic play that he had earlier on in the day. earlier on in this game, rather, with his package. But now we do have the Baron buff off of Jin Air. We're sitting here at 40 minutes. Still have that wombo combo potential on the side of MVP, but now we got this Tristana fed to hell, and the engage doesn't work. That's going to be the Sejuani ult now down. Maha makes it out alive.
It's like a little ARAM. Both these teams just trying to run face first into each other. They're throwing out vision control, wave control out the window. They just don't care. They just want to get a fight started. And since those are the terms at which we are fighting, you can expect anybody to really win. I think that the gold difference has ceased to matter if this is the style that is being harnessed.
Yeah. It's really going to be about the engages, how the fights go down. And you can see just how tanky this Cho'Gath is. Look at that cask. It's going to get Snowflower and Umti into a bad spot. But in the back, looks like Kuzan and Teddy still pretty okay, pretty healthy, and they're going to pull down ADD. But a nice shockwave is going to get 3 members. Umti, though, very tanky. Can Beyond actually kill Kuzan here? Doesn't look like it. He went a little bit too deep. Maha, though, still a terror in the back line, almost picking up 2 kills. Does get 1. As Snowflower went deep himself. And still a threat to be maintained here. Jin Air have to be so careful when they engage onto Maha. Here comes the TP, though. Maha doesn't have his flash. Sohan going a little bit too forward. And now Kuzan not going to get it. The ult is going to sail wide. Maha still very healthy in the back line. And they use a lot, but they cannot take out Tristana.
That was so uncoordinated in the end, actually. The Kuzan solo charging in once again on Corki. You can't do that. It's a late game Orianna and Tristana. And if only they actually comboed that with the Glacial Prison, or yeah, Glacial Prison for Umti, that could have actually been a whole lot more. But look at how different these fights look for Jin Air when you've got the tanks separating a big part of the damage, and then the carries peeling back. Both Corki and Xayah hitting out the Corki. So we're going to look at it again. The Rapture gets used immediately, which I'm not going to go on the details of the Cho train, but when the Shockwave hits, you're thinking, wow, that's going to be a huge fight. But ADD is taking so much damage. The carries are not able to do a whole lot. They can't access the backline. The flash from Corki is great. And with Renekton being there, they can't push forward. Orianna needs to be so aware of her positioning at all times during a team fight that if people get away from her, she just has no more damage.
And again, at the end of the day, was just a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Jin Air. But we got this Baron coming up. They're looking to rush it looks like. MVP setting this up. Will Jin Air respond? It looks like they're already moving that way, but this will go down extremely fast. The Infernal, the Mountain, and the Cho, the Tristana, they're bursting it down. They can get it. Looks like Tristana will pick that one up. So the Baron goes over to MVP. Will we have an engage? Both these guys is poking at each other, and there's the Recon engage. They're going to get a huge grand entrance. Snowflower getting extremely low. Will trade his life for it, but still, Kuzan, Teddy, still very well protected for now. There's it's going to go. The double kill. Tristana just way too much damage, and Jin Air is going to be wiped. MVP should be able to take this game.
That's going to be GG. They have about a minute on death timer. So simple for them, and I don't know what Jin Air was doing. MVP showed their hand already that they were willing to rush a Baron the second they got to it. They didn't care about clearing out the vision. They were just going to start it when it spawned. They do so again. Jin Air is not prepared, and MVP walk away with Baron, and now game 2.
Death timers are going to be too long, and the Tristana got way too out of hands. Maha doing his best on this champion. The flash in even by all these members. They know it's over. Just tanking those turrets as well as they can. Looks like MVP should be able to easily pick up game number 2.
The Cho dancing in the end. This is a much better showing from MVP this time around. I think the decisiveness was there that was lacking in a lot of aspects of game 1. They did have an easier time in the early game. So Jin Air tried to play a similar style of the mid-game with a different composition that had worked previously for them. It did not work this time around, and now that they're going to have blue set for this final game, I really want to see them revert back to a more skirmish-oriented style. Don't worry about these team fighting compositions, just go with what is comfortable for them. Even seeing Umtiam Sejuani was a bit of a surprise, as you mentioned. He has had a lot of success in other picks, and maybe without Elise, he's just not comfortable enough to go with anything else, and that's what we've seen really. It's Elise, tanks, or Rek'Sai, and if they didn't want to do Rek'Sai, you can't really blame them.
Yeah, the Sejuani was lackluster. I don't want to see it again. And you can see that himself he's trying to, I suppose, get his head back in the game. You can see he's taking it a little bit hard, but he's got another game to play. Everybody's got to be on the same level for game number 3. And I feel like MVP always looks the same, whether or not they win or lose. They always turn around, talk to their coach. You see a lot of trust in that booth for sure.
That's exactly how it should be. You don't want to have your emotions be running high. You're going to be analytical, push forward, think about the next game. Think about the Rift Herald that you did. Reflect on this one. Realize why it was a bad idea. And this is where Jin Air got a big chunk of their early game lead, where MVP started that Rift Herald and, oh, Snowflower. What did Kuzan do to you?
Well, he misses the combo, and mistakes were made.
This was such a disjointed fight. This would have been great for Jin Air had their champions been different champions that would have been better for these early skirmishes, for being separated, for isolating targets, individual single target damage. But that's not what they had this time around. They had Sejuani, Renekton, Alistar. MVP gave him another chance here with that dive that actually resulted in a Baron for them, with a crazy dive that Kuzan was able to come in right at the last second with the package. And this is where things look great for Jin Air, but unfortunately, they were just not able to hold up when it came down to these team fights, because MVP, just more experience with these fights, stayed composed, 5-man together, and this is where it really all fell apart.
The package, I don't know where you're delivering that one to, but looked like it wrongly went straight into the hands of Maha, who at this moment in time just began to pop off. And after this fight, they just couldn't deal with the Tristana. There were so many other threats on the side of MVP that they really just could not deal with it in a 5v5.
It's your Amazon Prime same-day delivery. You need it right then and there. He wants to give it to you, no matter what the cost is. And another 5v5 just straight up in the mid lane. There wasn't much setup for us to discuss about these. They just looked at each other and did not like each other and just went straight for these fights. But MVP did not win this one because the tank got a little too separated. Look at Beyond. He continues to aggress onto Kuzan, but he has Gargoyle Stoneplate up, so he's not going to do any damage. Instead of body slamming out, he body slams in. The final fight, while it looked a little wonky because the cast separated them, there just was no way for them to deal any damage. Look at how the tanks play. The only members you're hitting are Gragas and Cho'Gath, and both have Stoneplate active. Like, who are you actually going to kill at that point?
Got to give it up at that point, I suppose. Try to disengage, but...
Well, that's how I was, like, the access to backline damage is the most important thing when you're running these tank compositions. If you can't hit the backline, your tank composition better have Kog'Maw and Vayne for you to actually take anybody down.
Yeah, perhaps I would love to see Kog'Maw or Vayne in the next fight. Please bring it onto the Rift. I hope someone out there is listening, but we do get to look at the damage charts here. It was very, very close in terms of gold, but Tristana definitely running away with this one, essentially, with the help of her big tanky front line. So guys, we are going to take a break before we go into game number 3 of the Jin Air GreenWings versus MVP. Stay tuned. just like that, we're going into game number 3 between Jin Air and MVP. MVP being a true thorn in Jin Air's side, as they need to win this game to have their hopes of playoffs come true, but MVP, they won't let go.
And Max, most of all, will not let go. 2 games of Rakan, 14 assists with only 1 death. He just did so much work this game. Look at that charm, making sure that Corki gets taken out. Then once again, hitting the Xayah, forcing out that ultimate right from the get-go, and then brought him back to his team, make sure that everybody is safe. He just was so on point, and I fully expect him to be just as good as he was in Game 1 and Game 2 in Game 3 as well. So MVP seems to be ramping up, and that's been the MO for this team against BBQ. They did lose that Game 1, but Game 2 and Game 3 progressively looked better.
Yeah, I think Jin Air has to really go ahead and look at that draft. The ban and pick phase was okay, but once it got to that late game scenario, as you were saying, they had no backline damage. They had no way to attack the Tristana. That was totally protected. Outside of like 1 dive where she got caught, I think in that 1 game, she was super well protected and just did way too much damage. Over 50,000 damage in about 40 minutes for Maha in game number 2 on Tristana. But things are going to switch up as Jin Air is returning to the blue side. And I have to say, this kind of situation where blue side wins multiple times in a row has become very common across the board for League of Legends.
Yeah, it's been happening for 7 years.
I suppose this is not a new idea then, as it looks like we're ready to jump into pick and ban for game number 3. So Jin Air on the blue side once again.
Syndra, no surprise there against Ian, but I want to see MVP do something about the Elise. I really don't, like, maybe let the Kalista go through and take the Tristana into it. Just get maybe Rakan in your first rotation. Make sure that you get no Kalista Rakan against you, but giving up Elise against Untu, we saw what happened in Game 1. I do not put faith in MVP in surviving that same onslaught in Game 2, so they are not having the Lucian bans, which says to me that they're thinking about the Elise and that they'll most likely go for it.
Yeah, I would have to agree. We'll definitely be picking it up if it is available. Looks like there is a Max fan right there saying, MVP, go ahead and win. And this one says, Jin Air, you definitely got to win set number 3. The plan is to go to the World Cup for League of Legends, but either way, back to the pick and ban. Maokai actually getting banned out here by the side of Jin Air, and Elise this time is banned. So Kalista left available, but they're going to pick up LeBlanc potentially for Kuzan.
No way, it's Kalista. Come on, man, the hover, you're getting hovered all the time.
I just get hover-handed all the time, man. This is not good. Don't like being baited like this, but MVP now thinking about the
oh, they're great. No, they're not. They're not. These champions aren't that good. So maybe Rakan early rotation. Maybe Rakan Tristana, secure it for Max. He's been having a great game. Deny that from Snowflower, or Thresh instead. So going with the deny Thresh. Okay, so not feeling the Rakan 2 games in a row was more than enough. And if they go with Gragas, that means that they will have a strong engage, which is what they needed last time around. It worked for them. It's good into Kalista, as you can always use your flash to CC her and punt her into your team, and she will be unable to get out. So MVP once again decided to put their fate into their own hands. But if Unti is to go with Sejuani here, it's just a more of a shake it off, shake it off. That game 2, nothing to worry about. We got this.
Yeah, and with the Kalista, having the Braum to go ahead with that, throwing in your Braum, having him be in the front line for perfect glacial fissures, and also having the follow-up from the Sejuani. It's the 1-2 punch from those 2 champions.
As well as the dodge, because you can also avoid much of Gragas engage with your Unbreakable, which is going to make Kalista a little bit safer. And there it is, the Kog'Maw that we asked, the Kog'Maw that was delivered is not going to be up against Sejuani and Braum. But fear not, the Unbreakable is the same duration as the Bioarcane Barrage, which will be pretty much used against Kog'Maw as often as possible, which can mitigate a big chunk of Maha's DPS. And without any Tristanas here, these carries are going to be much more susceptible to death than in the previous Game 1 and Game 2.
They don't want to see Guzan's LeBlanc this time around. I don't blame them. Is always a terror in any game, and they do get an opportunity to ban it out here, as Jin Air did forego picking that in the first stage. This time they don't want to allow the Orianna to go in conjunction with the Gragas and also the Protect for the Kog'Maw. So a nice piece of the puzzle being banned out here by Jin Air.
So you actually don't think that the LeBlanc was such an important ban, because LeBlanc with a weak early game jungler such as Sejuani isn't going to have a whole lot of kill pressure by herself. You're not in as much danger as if you were facing an Elise LeBlanc or a Kha'Zix LeBlanc, Rek'Sai LeBlanc. Any of those early game champions in combination with the mid lane assassin will be ban worthy for sure. But when you have Gragas that can mitigate Sejuani, you can get away with a lot more matchups. So instead, we're going to see the Karma being tossed away as a mid lane ban as well. So making sure that Ian doesn't go with more Protect, because it is a true Protect composition that you can offer shields, heals for your team, as opposed to just having beefy frontline. Frontline does not mean that you can protect your carries. It means it's difficult to get to them, that the composition has to be more catered towards diving the backline, but it still doesn't mean that you can just peel, right? Cho doesn't actually have a whole lot to keep somebody alive. He can offer his spells, but to increase their effective health and fighting status, no chance.
I was thinking about the Galio in terms of that. You know, you got that heroic entrance to help out your Kog'Maw and a very effective front line with all of the CC that he offers, but they decide to go ahead and pick Kled. So they want to go with the very hard engage. They have another champion that could potentially carry in the top lane. ADD looked pretty decent on it in Game 1. And we just got to look at a couple of picks here on the side of Jin Air. They have their front line in the Sejuani and Braum, the Gnar at times with the Mega Gnar, and they have that double 80 carry composition once again.
I think your suggestion of the Galio would have been great for a blind, but they don't want to risk what Jin Air is going to be throwing at them. They want a more adaptive mid laner, so they make sure to see the last pick, and the Cassiopeia is going to be impactful because you can drop that Miasma on top of Corki, he's dead. Drop it on Kalista, she's dead. Gnar can't get out. Sejuani, it's going to do so much work because 5 members on Jin Air have dashing abilities that they're not going to be able to escape. So you have these 2 big threats, and actual DPS that can come from your top laner makes for a much more devastating composition out of MVP, that if you lose 1 carry, you still have plenty more to actually clean up.
And a decent front line at that. I mean, the Thresh will be nicely tanky.
Oh, he's
Gragas. Yeah, he's going to be doing that as well. And, I mean, I kind of like the composition here for MVP. They have a whole ton of damage. Their engage is really nice. They can easily pick off 1 target if they can chain their CC into the Miasma, as we were talking about. Whereas Jin Air, they're going to be looking for some more wombo combo-y, you know, throwing in the Braum, having him knock up the Sejuani ultimate, the Gnar ultimate, all the follow-up there, whilst having the 280 carries in the back. So definitely should be another action-packed game, especially as it does go later on in this one.
Exactly. The early game action isn't quite going to be there. It's Gnar into be Kled early on. Not much to see there. 2 tank level 6 junglers for the most part, and a scaling 80 carry. I think Jin Air will be switching things up and looking for the bottom side, as that's where they actually have the most kill pressure with Braum and Kalista, whereas MVP is going to be perfectly happy to scale. Make sure that Maha gets to that crazy late game status. And if we see a Kog'Maw going for, say, an Infinity Edge build, people will die.
Very true. So guys, we're going into game number 3 to decide our victor for the series. Well, the fans definitely came down to the studio. One of them actually shouting out that one of the Korean casters was very handsome.
He just said that? Or she just said that?
I think that's what he was shouting.
You're very handsome?
Yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty, you know, wholesome comments for sure. Maybe in the future one of our fans will come down and say,
yeah,
Crumbs, you're so handsome. Would you like that, Crumbs?
It's okay.
Your hesitation is interesting.
I don't really need it. I don't need to be told that.
I see. Okay. I like it. You know, some confidence. It's good to see.
Well, it's like, you know, if you take their compliments, you have to take their insults as well.
I guess so.
You absolutely have to. Well, you can't just pick like that.
I mean, I don't think anyone would come down to the studio and say, "F you, Crumbs, get off the desk." Like, I think the time that happens.
No, but what if somebody says you're handsome and then says, what's the opposite of unhandsome? You're hideous. Not that it would affect my confidence by any stretch.
What kind of situation are you? What kind of situation are you making up right now?
I'm just saying I don't need somebody to tell me I'm confident. My mom praises me enough already.
That's good to hear. Yeah, that's better than the opposite, I suppose. But hopefully someone would come down and praise you, Crumbs. Would like to see that. We don't have the time to keep up the Twitch chat all the time. I'm sure they're praising you all the time.
You know what praise I do get all the time that I actually get flattered by? Because the thing is, if somebody compliments on your hands, you didn't have any part in that. You didn't choose how you look. So there's not. That's your genetic lottery. Maybe the way you did your hair and stuff like that, but that's still pretty shallow. The compliment that I really like that I've been receiving here in Korea is people telling me, especially the Koreans that don't speak a whole lot of English, they say, "You've got great chopstick skills." And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
I put a lot of work in my chopstick skills. Thank you.
It's a very common one.
Yeah, and I'm like, yes, thank you. That feels nice.
How about the, wow, you're so tall? Have you been getting that a lot here in Korea? Because I know they're all about that here too.
I get that literally all the time though.
Oh, so not just in Korea.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a fight going down here actually. No more mana though for Ian. And Kuzan actually blowing the exhaust there. Not 100% sure if he had to, but he does trade exhaust for cleanse.
Just doesn't want to risk a twin fan coming up and surprising him on the HP. It looked very close of a trade of somebody dying, but the no mana, the no more spells left to be delivered. Doesn't get us off our seats.
Kuzan, he's still hanging around beyond just threatening that body slam flash, but not coming through. Will miss a couple of the minions, but not too big of a deal. He'll just go back home. Doesn't pick up the teleport this time around. Had to bring in exhaust instead for Kuzan for that 1v1 against Ian on the Cassiopeia.
Here we go, the action bottom lane. Does he get spotted out?
I don't think so. But Teddy and Snowflower are still playing extremely passive.
It's right, because look at the minion wave. Even though it's really low, it's pushing back. So them dying here would be huge for their gold if they actually end up losing out on that wave. It's a great timing window for MVP to go for it. So they'd rather play it safe, just say we're not going to lose out on this minions. Let's just wait for Umti to invade, see if he can find Beyond. And now that he comes from the bottom side, he gets the confirmation that, yes, there's a chance that the Gragas was down here. Our intuition was correct.
Nice dodge there with the dash by ADD, but he almost hopped off Skarl. Did have Beyond nearby to help out. Just a small trade up top. I mean, it will be able to secure that minion wave. Not going to be too low to capture that one. So very even trades going on up in the top lane so far.
That's what we were expecting out of this game. Just pretty snooze farm fest from the early stages until they both get their items, get their level 6s. We got TPs happening, but we have been blessed with dragons that are worth fighting for early on, and if we follow the suit of the game, we will see MVP making a beeline for that one way before Jin Air, and maybe Jin Air even gives it up, and only around the second or third dragon will they really start caring about it.
Yeah, they do have a lot of opportunities to go for that, especially with the Cassiopeia. You get her with the blue buff, can chomp down on those dragons, those objectives quite fast.
She's also great for Baron with Cog.
Yeah, it's a very scary composition to deal with for Jin Air. They're going to have to really think about that one. Not a big fan of the skin, though, that Ian did choose.
You don't like his skin?
Yeah, not really. I forget which one.
That's Jade Fang. I think that's Jade Fang.
Jade Fang?
Don't tell me you like the desert one.
No, the desert one, definitely not a big fan of that one.
What's wrong with Jade Fang? It looks almost like it came out of Greek mythology.
It kind of looks like the colors are too, like, matte for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, M-A-T-T-E.
Yeah, you're a shiny guy.
Yeah. I like my shiny Pokemon, my shiny skins.
So if you were
and my Pugmaw.
If you were a moth, you would be the first one at the light. Because you like shiny.
Yeah, I suppose so. It makes a lot of sense. Okay, we got a trade here. He's trying to hop onto Skarl. He can't quite do it. The flash coming in, though, and he does get it. And that means that Sohan will also follow suit with his own flash. A trade on a knife's edge, but neither player is going to get out ahead.
Yeah, but now that ADD doesn't have flash, it means that Sohan gets to transform and get control back in the lane. He gets to go down for some honey fruit, though. Make sure that he's back of HP. What is he going for? Yeah, he gets a ward as well, so he'll be fine in the laning phase, and Beyond gets to steal the red buff, which is the power of Gragas. Sejuani is not that powerful in the skirmishes by herself. She really wants a team fight. 2v2s are great for her, so you can always just pop one person with the help of your side laners, or just all your laners, as long as they pack damage. But on a one-on-one, she's just not enough.
You might see our first big bottom lane dive of the night. Looking to set this one up. They're pushing the wave, poking down Teddy just a little bit. Beyond waiting in the corridor. Here we go. Looking for that flash engage onto Teddy. There's the cast, but no follow-up. No death sentence. The Lantern coming in. Teddy getting extremely low. Is going to be chunked down. One more will do it in first blood. Does go over to Maha. Nice death sentence follow-up too. In a ton of trouble here. They're going to give that kill over to Ian. And a fantastic start for MVP.
That was great for MVP, but I have to question Jin Air's decision on their summoner spells. Beyond actually botched that gank because he goes for the flash. Great. You know that you need to use your cast immediately when you hit the body slam without going for the auto attack, but he went for the auto attack first. So Teddy had an opportunity to flash in the direction that cast would have pushed him to safety. Instead, he doesn't go for it and ends up dying. And first brick. And first blood.
And they give all that first brick gold over to Maha. So this Kog'Maw that is 1-0-1 also picks up that extra gold in the bottom lane.
And so here we go. It's a great timing because Kalista or Braum aren't level 6, but he goes for it, but gets the auto attack. You can flash that. Look at the CC bar on top of him. He had plenty of time to flash out of that. We've seen it players do this all the time, but Teddy just did not do it here. And Snowflower did have his flash here, but that's not worth it. He was just going to get doped anyways. Thresh could have doped him, so it's wise of him to save the flash, but I think Teddy could have most certainly lived.
Would have to agree. He flashed that right away. Perhaps he wasn't expecting that mistake to come out from Beyond. And either way, not going to be a good situation for them, as now you're way behind the Kog'Maw. You're just struggling to catch up at this point. The Cassiopeia also picked up a kill. These two late game carries already in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, and you know, I wouldn't be so critical of these micro plays out of players, but these two teams have made pretty bold statements about what their plans are. Making playoffs, making worlds. If you make those statements, you better be able to back it up with both macro and micro play. And so if they're not living up to what they're saying they expect out of themselves, then we've got no choice but to offer criticism as to why it's not happening.
Yeah, so they're going to have to set their heads straight, as Jin Air definitely very far behind in the early game. That coveted Mountain Drake you were talking about goes over to MVP as well. They're going to be chunking down objectives. Baron will soon be a thing of the past when we eventually get to that stage of the game. And you can see Jin Air, they were trying to fight back. They wanted to go for the Rift Herald, but no can do. And as they essentially just give it up, MVP now thinking about it.
They had a deja vu moment as to what happened game 2, where MVP was in the same position, starting it with people collapsing around them, especially after a swap. So now that the turret swap has happened, I think we can expect MVP to once again look to Maha's lane, get the Kog'Maw ahead. He's already in a fantastic position, and if they build up the wave well, they slowly build it up, gradually bring the jungler in, and then you can crash that wave with a really fat amount of creeps. You can deny so much out of Kalista, just shut Teddy down, and put him even further behind in the dumpster. And you know, Kalista has the highest win rate of AD carries. She's at 60%. That's pretty high compared to many of the other ones that have such a high amount of games played. And this could be the one that might be putting a dent in that win rate.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, I mean, the dive was perfect because there was no Fate's Call, there was no Glacial Fissure. Had those abilities been up, definitely would have gone a little bit worse for MVP, to say the least. So, fantastic timing. And they get that very well-deserved lead. So they have swapped it here. They've thrown Maha and Max up into the top lane against Teddy and Snowflower. And we have a little 2v2. Bit of a skirmish going on towards the mid side. The junglers poking at each other and the mid laners doing likewise.
Junglers are just poking at each other because of the access to the top lane. Nobody wants to let each other get in. Beyond's trying to make his way. He's a higher level. He's got Cassiopeia to help him out. But Umti just has to respect it and has to be in a position to defend against a dive. So you got to fight for the river. If you give it up, this happens.
Okay, Max getting caught out here. Tons of CC on top of him. Does have that box, though. Can we have a follow-up? Here's Beyond. No more cast, though. In comes Umti, and that will be a dead Max. So support player goes down. Will they try for a Rift Herald? Looks like they will.
Fled is on the way. I really want to see that replay as to how it started. I have to imagine that the fight came about some control on the wave, that they just wanted to fight for the wave a little bit too hard, and then Ram and Kalista get the jump onto them. Here comes a fight for Herald, though. Cog's not here.
Kog is not here. ADD, he's making his way in. They're pinging Kuzan, actually. The ultimate comes in. There's the charge onto Kuzan, but he flashed Valkyries. Bear Trap on a rope does pull him on in, and he's slowed for almost forever. Gildabia follow-up there. They're going so deep for this one. They need to kill him. Finally, they get him. It looks like the Body Slam flash should get Beyond out of trouble's way, but here comes So-Won. Nice little Cassiopeia ultimate, but Teddy on the chase. That's going to be one kill. Can they get more? In comes Max. It looks like that's going to be it for the kills.
A kill in the top lane ends up turning into a bunch of summoners for MVP, trying to kill Kuzan. The Herald going to Jin Air, kills, and what should have been just one kill, one misplay from Jin Air, now from MVP, now turns into a mid lane tower and even more. Holy, that's making a mistake and making it even worse.
Yeah, really nice turnaround for Jin Air to get on top of that, to essentially stop MVP in their tracks. And this game is very even at this point in time as the mid lane turn has gone down. So
just the attempt at trying to stop this was so weird. Kog'Maw is not there. He's at Raptor camp right now. And then they commit to going on to Kuzan, but they forget that the rest of Jin Air is actually waiting to collapse onto them. So it's a cool use of summoners from Beyond to get out of that. And then you even see the Petrifying Gaze to stop the Braum, although So-Won does sidestep it well, but it's already just too late. The damage has been done. They're not defending mid lane. The opportunity for using Herald is right there, and so they lose tier 1 right away, and we're back to basically even.
There we are. Jin Air, they are a turret ahead, even though they did sustain some losses, giving up the first blood early on in the game. Still very scary is the Cassiopeia and the Cog that are ahead of their opponents by about 10 CS, plus more as Maha picks this up. So definitely still scary towards the late game, but they're giving Jin Air a chance. They definitely are. And we'll see what they can do with this. They still have that Wombo kind of potential in their team composition.
It's important that the tanks understand that they are not damage dealers, that their job is to peel, to offer CC, and to stay with Ian and Maha. If Ian and Maha aren't hitting anybody, they need to back off. That's basically how it works, and it's difficult because when you're used to playing so many other champions, and honestly, it's one of the tougher things about playing a tank, remembering to always be in a position where you're both peeling and offering the tools that your champion brings to the table, and you get carried away. Especially if you're Gragas or Kled that don't really have a back button after you go in. You have a pretty big cooldown to escape that you just go in all the way, and turns out you leave your carries behind, and you're wondering why there was no follow-up, and you're like, oh, wait, Cog and Cassiopeia are like the slowest mid and AD carry right now?
Yeah, they're going to have to take their fights very carefully, whereas definitely a bit more peel on the side of Jin Air, and they have these very hard to catch 80 carries at the same time. Kog'Maw essentially just going to have to rely on his flash and the help of the Lantern, no doubt, from Max. And we have this Infernal Drake coming up, so Jin Air looks like they have control of the pit right now, and especially with that package coming down, you can see that MVP, they're thinking about the engage. There it is, but the cask is not going to do all that much. And the follow-up here, they are going to catch Beyond, and uh-oh, this one is going to turn around. Ian totally caught out. They got 2 kills. They're looking for 1 more. Off of Skarl goes ADD. In comes Empty with that flash, looking for the stun, is going to land it, and that should be 3 kills. They get the Infernal, and 3 kills on the side of Jin Air.
And MVP just doesn't know what is being thrown at them. Jin Air start the Dragon, they're like, should we go in? Do we not go in? What's going on? How about we try to steal with our only engage and disengage tool, the cask? That was so bizarre. So they immediately get turned on, and Jin Air walk away victorious. So we're going to look at it again. The package has been laid out. You cannot come in here. Beyond tries to go in, but what? For what purpose? The carries are split up by themselves. Thresh and Kled are not there, so they pull the trigger immediately. And oh, that just was so disjointed.
Jin Air, they were so happy to receive that on their plate, too. They're like, yeah, okay, come straight on to the package. We have all of these engage tools that if you run straight into us are the easiest things to hit in the world. And they were like, yes, thank you very much. We'll take that Drake and 3 kills.
Like, you just use your best team fighting ability? Oh, okay. Well, we'll win now, thanks.
As simple as that, I suppose. And now it's going to be hard for MVP for sure. They have a Kog'Maw that doesn't have his flash. They have to essentially give map control to Jin Air now, who has an Infernal Drake on them. They just won a big team fight, secured a lot of gold, and went back and bought. So we'll see how this does go down, how they want to approach this. The Baron is coming up in about 1.5 minutes, and already a bunch of vision is being laid down around the mid side as Jin Air is setting up this play.
Both these teams can rush Baron at minute 20, so the vision beforehand is imperative if they want to be in that position, as well as the lane control. Whatever Sohan is doing in the lane right now will matter if this team wants to go for an early Baron. So a slow push, a fast push into a crash, whatever they decide to, it all has to be synergistic with the rest of Jin Air. Right now, doesn't look like they're going for a whole lot because they don't have complete vision of the red side jungle, and Kalista's just roaming to the bottom side. So it looks like instead a rotation to the tier 2. And MVP, how are they going to respond? Will they acknowledge this? I think they have to.
Yeah, they're coming over themselves. They're going to turn this into a 4v4 for now, it looks like. But Kuzan is coming over, as I do say that, so they will try to defend this. They're just trying to clear that wave out as much as possible. Beyond coming from the left side. Really nice cast. They get Teddy, but an immediate flash. Oh, and there's the Gnar ultimate. Gonna knock in everyone. What an engage from Sohan. That is gonna open up those kills, but Teddy going a little bit too far, and Ian, he's still okay. Not able to go in alone, though. Looking for some more follow-up damage. Does have Max and Beyond for some good engage, but definitely a very scary fight to take after that.
Oh, MVP got lucky there in that one. Maha went down so quickly, and the cast from Beyond just shows how important this ability was and why it was so bad for it to have been used to go for a steal. So it knocks Kalista and almost knocked Kuzan into this as well. So Kalista just now is barely starting to get some DPS into the fight, but I want to see how she's getting turret aggro in here. Yeah, she's the last one out, so the slow in the end does get her knocked out. But I want to criticize Ian there, going back into the bottom side to try to go for a pick. You're Cassiopeia, you're really not going to be able to chase any of these members out. Had he stayed mid lane, get himself ahead, might have been able to put some pressure into the mid, deny some minions there, get himself some nice farm, as opposed to helping out the team as to a fight that was already over.
Yeah, it's like one of those things in solo queue where it's like, oh no, if I don't rotate now, my team is going to be mad at me and say a bunch of bad things, so I guess I'll just rotate late and be useless.
Let me tell you, I almost never rotate for my team.
You're one of those guys then, huh?
Well, I don't play Yasuo or Riven. I actually get objectives. They're like, oh, you guys are fighting here? I'll get a turret.
Yeah.
I pretty much
works out most of the time, especially at the higher levels, for sure, where they know how to disengage and all that good stuff. But
you're giving me too much credit. Higher
I mean,
levels.
you were kind of higher level when you were playing a lot.
No, I mean now, like today.
Yeah.
Today, in normals, I don't rotate.
so be it. But yeah, do agree. Ian kind of coming in awkwardly there. Either way, they're going for 5 in the mid lane, trying to go for a little bit of a push. But they do have to be careful. Maha just about ready to get his flash available once again. But it's a pressure move. They have vision around the Baron right now, and they're looking for picks.
They're also looking for Chunk. Notice how the Scrying Orb was just used by Kalista onto the Baron because they don't have any vision around there. They are just under pressure from the minion wave. So had MVP been able to get some significant chunking there, they might have been able to look for a Baron rush. And MVP has a Mountain Dragon that does threaten that Baron a lot. So they are going to stay in that side of the map. They are going to control mid and top to the best of their ability. And whichever team wins the next fight with a significant advantage will be looking to open up that Baron and open up the game.
All of the focus up towards here. We got a good look in the bottom lane with these 2 top laners fighting, going head-to-head about exactly how that fight goes down. ADD, especially 2 levels down, was having trouble trading with Sohan. He has to either go all in or not at all because you're going to be kited for days with that Frozen Mallet, with that Black Cleaver. He's got to know he's behind and has to be very selective with his trades against Sohan, especially with both of these TPs up. So it'll be interesting to have that in the back of our minds with both of those top laners. As for now, it's just a 4v4 in the mid lane as they trade back and forth with some poke.
This Baron, this Dragon should be Jin Air's. Sohan was starting it by himself, and MVP is not in a great position. Kuzan has package. It's a great timing again, just utilizing that package when the Dragon is up. Laying down the line. Do you want to come this way? But MVP is just late. They're playing so reactively. They're relying on their late game scaling. They're going to have to rely on their 5v5, and this is going to be the first time we see it.
Miasma laid down perfectly. It's so hard for Jin Air to cross over that. They're going to wait for that. And MVP not even able to get this tier 1. And a perfect engage from Umti. ADD forced to flash that one away. Nice petrifying gaze is going to burst Sohan down here, which is very nice. Now they're on the chase. So they do get 1 pick on the back foot there. But still, at the end of the day, Jin Air, they pick up another Infernal Drake. We'll see if they try to go for Baron here now, though. As Sohan is no longer available. It is going to be 5v4. They're just trying to bait it.
Charges up.
Here we go. Who will they hook? No one, actually. The charge is going to get onto Teddy, but he's all alone. The Miasma not able to miss. He dodges away. They do get Snowflower, though, as the trade. So now it's 5v3. And maybe now they'll be confident to go for this Baron.
But Sohan will have teleport. He's got 10 seconds till he's alive. They need to go in and stall.
They're trying to stall here, trying to poke it down. They have the composition to do so. Nice cast to buy them time, but very low members on the side of MVP. That Baron is getting very low. Max is going to trade his life to the Kalista. They're going to try to get Umti here and back away. As I say back away, no, they're going in. Kuzan perhaps getting a little bit too far forward. Teddy a little bit too far forward, but here's the chase. Snow on. He gets 1. But the rest of them should get away on very, very low health. A very razor-thin Baron take there for MVP.
Great call from them to bait it multiple times to make sure that they understood what the plan was going for. They committed, and it's around Baron where they have been decisive all year long. The decisiveness around Baron has resulted in Baron steals, just disjointed ideas. They even said that they don't even care. They want to go for 50-50s. Umti flashed in to try to get a Baron steal in there. We're going to look at it again. When they commit to the back of the pit, you know they're going all the way for the Baron. The cast gets thrown out, but the Miasma prevents Kuzan from fully committing in here. He doesn't want to be stepping in on that if he wants to go inside of this fight. So they go in a little bit late. Instead, they are only able to take down 1 member, and ADD walks away with his life. Pardon, they take out, or at least they take out Ian.
Yeah, on the back foot. That's that TP coming in, as you were saying. So on trying to make the best of a bad situation. This game is extremely close. A huge Baron for MVP and a very fed Kog'Maw, but again, things can definitely go wrong with the engage that Jin Air has.
But Jin Air, when they tried that engage, that Glacial Fissure only hit ADD, and Sohan ended up getting caught with his pants out, almost like turning back to Mini Hulk at the wrong moment because he gnarred out and then it exhausted as soon as he got stunned by Cassiopeia, and he just got melted. But we're at a stage in the game where there are no tanks. You don't have anybody to survive Cassiopeia Kog'Maw. That single target DPS, a Gargoyle Stoneplate does not keep you alive for that for very long.
Adds maybe 2-3 seconds in the survivability portion. but that's about it. And MVP, they were thinking about going for this top turret, but there was a nice setup by Jin Air. They were even protecting their flanks, not allowing Beyond to get any kind of flash engage into Cask or anything like that. So MVP, they will not go for this top turret, in fact. And the time on this Baron, they're still looking for more objectives. Looks like they're going to make a play here towards mid lane.
Going with a 1-3-1 with Cassiopeia joining on the side, so she's going to be a little bit late, but that doesn't matter too much. She's great for peel. You know that Jin Air will be trying to dive. And nothing happens.
Yeah, not going to commit to it here. Maha's got to be extremely careful about his positioning too, especially against a Corki in general. Like, everybody knows the burst potential of this Corki. We do have the QSS for Maha, and he does have lifesteal, but he has to be careful about where he is, as you know, you don't want to take all that damage and then a fight being started. You want to start it at full health with the protection of your teammates.
The thing is, he can start from so far away. His range is crazy. He can always assist with ultimates and spells, whereas Teddy and Kuzan, most of their damage will be coming out from their auto attacks at this stage in the game. So Kog'Maw can be quite safe. He only has to worry about the knockup from Kalista, and he's not going to get hit by that.
Yeah, that was a very interesting Fade's call. I mean, pretty much max range hook that missed from Max, and then they couldn't really follow up as an immediate disengage from MVP. So able to get that Kalista ultimate, the Fate's call away.
And that's all they need, because Glacial Fissure is not a problem for Maha. He's got QSS. Gnar, same thing. QSS can get him out of that in his flash. Sure, it's not up right now, so he plays a little far back, but it's the knockup from Teddy that will matter. If Snowflower gets to go on him and knock him up, that will be a more impactful spell than just getting CC'd with somebody in front of you, because you can combo with the passive on Braum. People can flash onto you and stun you after that. People can just position a little bit better while you're in the air if the QSS doesn't come out right away. So the knockup is the spell to watch out for Jin Air, and unfortunately it means that Teddy has to put himself in a more dangerous situation if he wants to get in range and allow Snowflower to catch up to Maha.
Well, this won't be the first time they've tried to rely on Teddy for his mechanics. He always looked good, even in Spring Split, where his team kind of just fell apart behind him as he was trying to mechanically win on the AD carry role. Now he definitely has a much stronger team. Same guys, but they all have improved across the board. And we were talking about a lot relying on Teddy. I think they would be happy to rely on this guy, as he has been quite solid so far. His game 2 was a little bit iffy at times, but can't be perfect.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we're going to have to wait and see if he can get some nice knockups. What were you going to say, Crumbs?
That in this meta, I don't think it's wise to rely on one guy. I think that the way that the way that the game has been played, you need more members than just one guy to be able to engage. This is not going to amount to much, I don't think.
They're going to get onto Umti, and they do force the flash away. And now we're in a bit of an awkward spot. As Jin Air, they're pushed towards the top lane, and immediately they're like, okay, I guess we'll just turn onto this turret. And now it's MVP that are stuck in here with Jin Air. As they push them away, they get a turret. We'll see if they can engage now. But MT's going to be looking to go forward from this time. Not really going to look to flash away. Nice zoning so far. Trying to keep Beyond away. They know the engage potential. Okay, there's the Fate's call. Is going to get on top of Beyond with the Glacial Fissure, but Maha still protected with that exhaust. ADD getting extremely low. Can they burst him down? It doesn't really look like it. Glacial Fissure coming in. Beyond taking a lot of damage, but they are able to disengage here. And nobody will meet their debts, as lots of summoners are used, and Jin Air gets out alive.
No carries were actually dealing damage. That's what happens. You got all tanks, no damage, because they're also afraid of each other's CC. So understandably, nothing goes down, but it all started with MVP being a real coach there, telling Jin Air, hey, Jin Air, you need to be rotating top lane. You got to wave, man. Like, this is how you do macro. Oh, thanks for the macro reminder, guys. Thanks for the tower. So they walk away, being escorted to the top side of the map. And now 20 seconds. What are these teams going to do with these recalls? Because Jin Air is back on the map before MVP. They will have emphasis. No, don't go. Oh, come on, Teddy. Where are you going for Raptors right now? They could be pressuring Baron. So we're going to look at the fight again. The Fate's Call not in range of Maha. And Teddy actually flashes as soon as the petrifying gaze from Cassiopeia is sent out, as well as the hook. So great read by him. But as soon as those spells get used, there's just no more damage to be had.
So here we go. We got this Baron coming up. We got double flash on the side of the bottom lane for MVP, whereas no double flash for Teddy and Snowflower. Going to be really lacking in engage, but at least they do get the Scuttle Crab. So we'll have vision on the Baron for now. Definitely very scary going against MVP's composition with the Mountain Drake. Have to be so aware of their potential to go for that Baron.
Well, Maha still has his, and now he's got the Scimitar, which will make him a little bit more slippery in escaping out of these sticky situations.
Beyond looking for an engage. Oh, he gets Teddy. He's going to be engaged here, but no follow-up. He's getting extremely low, but it's only ADD. They're going for Umti in the backside, as it looks like tank for tank. Umti is the only one that goes down, and ADD gets out alive. So 5v4 in favor of MVP now. But Kuzan trying to come in here, looking to be the hero. Once again onto ADD, and he gets it. Gonna even up the score, 4 against 4. But here we go, the rush onto the Baron. Can they take it down in time? That engage here from Jin Air is going to be quite scary. They have the Glacial Fissure available, but it looks like they can't do it as Kuzan is not close enough. We'll have to cede that Baron to MVP.
And I think that the tank meta might have been the worst thing to have happened, because none of these teams seem to be capable of playing these tanks effectively. They're all getting soloed out by themselves, just being individual. Instead of retreating with the team, let's see where Umti goes in. So he actually Arctic assaults into the Cassiopeia as opposed to backwards with the rest of the lineup, and just tanks need to remain with the carries. You say it before, you say it again, and Kuzan sees the opportunity. Love how he starts it with the rocket before Valkyrie. You're like, huh, what's going on? There's a rocket stopping my base? No, he's stopping my life.
Ooh, Maha. Gotta be careful. Stay behind your big guys.
It's the big guys that gotta stay in front of the small guys.
It's true, but Maha was approaching that turret. He's like, hey man, come at me. I got some good friends back at home. They'll help me out. Maha looking for some lifesteal. They're gonna give him the mid lane. Should be fine. And now he's at full health. Funny how that happens. Looking to do some poking now. The Tristana / Kog'Maw kind of thing. As well as Caitlyn, but we never see her anymore.
I actually didn't even get to notice because the screen disparity, but Maha's running Storm Raider Surge on the Kog'Maw.
It's pretty good for the speed boost.
No laning there, no lifesteal with the Warlords or the Fervor, just going with the speed.
Okay, Fate's Call has to be used. Even the Glacial Prison comes out too. And they're even going to try to engage. Nice Glacial Prison here, but where is the follow-up? We're going to see Max go down, but lots of low members on the side of Jin Air. Looks like Beyond, though, will eat it too. And now the rest of MVP is going to be on the run. Gnar coming in, but Maha, he's totally protected. He's going to chunk down one. There's the second. The 2 carries for MVP remain alive, and Jin Air cannot go further. Okay, never mind. They are going to go further. The poke coming out, and he flashes that over the Miasma, makes it on top of Ian, and they do take out one of those carries.
And what can Kog'Maw do by himself now? Surely he can't defend this turret, but can he defend the base turret? I think he can. Max is up in 18 seconds. Umti does have his flash as well as the Arctic Assault. And if maybe they want to kill Maha, but there is no wave, I think they're probably better suited to just go for Dragon. Yeah, just go for Dragon, Jin Air.
Thinking about taking out that turret, but deciding to go for this Elder, or actually we have triple recall. Okay, just gonna wait until their entire team is available.
So watch Maha in this fight. He gets hit with the Glacial Prison from the start, and it's looking good for Jin Air because they're chunking out, or for MVP, they're chunking out, but he walks back into the turret to finish it off. He gets hit by the residual effect of the Sejuani ultimate, forced to QSS, and puts himself in a position where he can no longer deal damage. Only now, where it's 5-on-3, can you tell just how much damage Maha can do. Had he not been in that position, I think this fight would have gone the way of MVP. They have Baron, they've got carries that can deal so much damage, but if they're not dealing damage, then it doesn't matter if you have the greatest champions in the world, you're not winning a fight.
Well, here we go. We got this Elder Drake available at the ready. And Jin Air kind of splitting up weirdly. We got Corki and Sejuani down here, so the charge is going to come in. It runs into Sohan in the mid lane, so no charge engage onto the back line of Jin Air.
Nair splits. Sejuani's on the backside. They have to address this minion wave, though. It's probably not strong enough to take down the turret, but they will be addressing it, and Sohan has no ward to teleport to for a flank.
So MVP, they see him go for the creep wave, and immediately they start it. They got this Cassiopeia, they have Kog'Maw, they get the hook onto Snowflower, and they're going to try to turn, but Snowflower, incredibly tanky. Maha, there's that burst damage I was talking about. They cannot just walk up to Kuzan at this moment in time. He does extreme burst damage, and that's what he can do to a Kog'Maw. Immediate. You know, you were saying it before, chunk equals almost to death, and that means the Elder Drake is going to go over to Jin Air.
Maha is getting so cocky there, getting in the range of Kuzan, not thinking, oh, he surely won't do that damage. And in fact, he actually doesn't. But when he hits you with a crit, that's when you feel it. He's got, I think he's got a hell of a lot of crit there, i.e. Static Shiv and Rapid Fire. Typically, we don't see this build from the Corki. We would see like the Void Staffs coming out or the QSSs. No, he's going all out for damage, and Maha felt it. I love this adaptation from Kuzan, going with as much damage as possible in this stage in the game, and his auto attacks just earned them an Elder.
It's so cool in conjunction with the Callista, too, is just insane sustained damage and is also very slippery. If you have Kuzan in the front to do that immediate burst and have the follow-up with the engage of your engaged champions, and then Teddy is totally protected, that's like the dream fight for Jin Air. And so far, MVP has been playing into their hands multiple times where they just walk straight at them and say, hey, come and CC me, bro. Or, you know, hey, come and burst me down. Just get me out of the fight. Here you go.
Now that burst is even higher. That's a double Infernal Elder Dragon. That's 4 stacks of an Infernal with a Corki and a Kalista. Just tons of deeps here. It's unfortunately not going to last for the Baron fight for Jin Air, but this fight is going to be the decider. We're already at a point where Kog'Maw is at 6 items. That's an Infinity Edge on Kog'Maw. He's going to be able to melt down anybody. There is no armor on Kalista or Corki. She gets to hit these targets, they die in 3 autos.
Question is, can Maha get in range? Can he make it happen? And hopefully not eat missiles to the face this time around. The first step, as always, is going to be that vision, and so far, MVP only has 1 ward in this brush up there, that Scrying ward, so they need to get in position to push that down. They have the bottom wave pushing at a really nice timing. It's going to force Sohan down there, but of course both of these top laners will have teleport by the time any fights happen at the Baron.
We're nearing the Baron time. Maha can hit those carries, but his damage is also impactful on the tanks. It's all about leaving Maha to auto attack. As long as he's permanently auto attack in conjunction with Ian, you'll most likely see MVP win. Just keep your eyes out on Maha and Ian. If they're out of the fight, not dealing DPS, it's almost certainly Jin Air that can melt down through the tanks and the front line of MVP and then win the fight, because they have lifesteal. They can turn into a Baron easily, just like MVP. And now that the death timers are long and there are no more turrets in the way of the base, you can expect some teams to make pushes for wins.
MVP, they're desperately looking for a pick here. It's not going to work out, and that means that ADD has to go back home and deal with Sohan right now. Kuzan, he delays that back. That is so good. That's going to buy so much time for Sohan here. ADD going to start going back once again, but the Static Shiv delays it again. And look at this turret. It's going down. We're at about half health here. Now Maha's taking burst damage. The package is laid down. MVP in a really dire spot here. Eventually, ADD does get down into the bot side, but that turret is going to go down, and now we have the Baron starting too, which means that Sohan can TP in. Looks like Jin Air, though, they're not going to take that risk. They still got Sohan pushing onto this inhibitor. They want to put so much pressure down there, and MVP, they're looking for an engage, but Jin Air's not giving it to them.
They don't have Mega Nard. He just Nard out. He's mini already. They need to wait it out. They need him to be back online. And the fight in the 1v1 bottom lane is really what's deciding the action in the main screen.
I love this picture-in-picture, the multi-view, if you will. And now it's MVP that's starting this Baron. Not sure about this. I mean, they can chunk it down extremely fast, but they have to turn. The hook is not going to land. And there's that Glacial Prison, the knock-up onto 2 members, and now MVP's on the run. And take a look at the multi-view. That inhibitor getting so low, so on, putting on the pressure. He's not going to stick around, though, for now. He's waiting for that mini-Gnar so that he can poke onto ADD, and Jin Air's doing such a good job delaying this forever in this fight.
It's a big victory for Jin Air. They got the flash and QSS out of Maha and inhibitor now. They don't even need to start this. They can just wait patiently for Gnar to do his thing. As long as MVP doesn't get to start this Baron, they're in a great position, because it should have been MVP in position to start this Baron to threaten Jin Air to split push or continue on the fight. Instead, Jin Air gets a jump on it, and it's catastrophic.
This game is so tense right now for the last 2 minutes. It's back and forth. They're looking for it. That hook on the Kuzan is nice, but the QSS coming out. Maha, he's getting burst down, the exhaust, but look at how much damage he can do. He's beginning to poke down Teddy, who has to flash away. Kuzan in the back, though, is very well protected. Ian taking a lot of damage, but Maha still protected. Can he do that damage? He needs that W up. He's going to be backing off for now. Here comes the flash forward from Umti. Umti getting chunked down, though, by the Kog'Maw. Almost eats it. There's the hook on the Kuzan. They get the Corki, and that is a huge pick for MVP. The Baron is still available, and those are some long death timers. 56 seconds for Kuzan.
That should be Baron for MVP now. Jin Air just played a little. Oh, he stops the Baron. That's not going to be enough. Not a big deal. It's all about the Baron now. But Jin Air, it was so beautiful at first. Great macro utilizing that split push pressure. But when the fight got started, they got a little too carried away. They did not need to go back in on this. They just had to pull it off. And now MVP gets the Baron. And the initial play that Jin Air had that led that inhibitor no longer matters, because Baron can stop that from happening. So them starting the Baron again is the mistake. They did not need to do this. They could just have waited back, and then MVP gets to re-engage. And Maha, look at him. He just melts the tank. There's no W up when he's hitting Braum. He just popped him instantly. And when they overcommit to this, they know that 1 CC, if there's mana for a slam or a hook, it's going to be the death of somebody. They're reluctant in going in on this. And the second that the hook hits 1, 2, 3, 4, you're out.
The 1, 2, 3 punch.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 punch from the Kog'Maw and the knockout. But really, Max, you know, once again, he loves playing these types of champions. The Rakan, the Blitzcrank, the Thresh. And you can tell he knows where those hooks are going. I think that was 2 or 3 in a row off the Kuzan. It's really key. They get those big carries out of the fight, and they keep their Kog'Maw alive. Look at that burst damage. 1 auto for Maha right now is enough to push everybody back. The TP coming in too, and MVP, they're looking to fight back. They want to take an inhibitor themselves.
Jin Air can't defend this. They're going to be... Whoa, they're going for more. They're going for the game.
I think they can do it at this point, as long as Maha stays safe. Doesn't have his flash, but he's still safe for now. Kuzan gets hooked again, and QSS goes down for him. Now he's in more danger. They're only going to go for 1 turret for now. They're taking it safe.
Oh, no. The reason why this is dangerous is that Maha can't be hitting that turret with his W. Like, he needs to use W to hit the turret instead, rather. So if he doesn't have W up, his team fighting is way weaker. He's not in range to do this. It's all about clearing the minion wave. They're pushing harder.
There's the poke coming out from Maha. He also has red buff. Package is up for Kuzan. He's going to be looking to make a play. Maha taking some burst, but you see that W was used on the turret once again. And I love this patient play from MVP. They're just waiting for wave after wave. They're only focusing on bot. But now with the big wave in bot, or rather in mid, now in a big wave in bottom, looks like this time they will have to back off. They cannot continue their push.
They'll be fine. They've got Baron to get out of here. They've got Lantern. And what looked like a great Jin Air play, it got too fast for them. You know, they remind me of one of those racing movies where or like an athletic movie where you've got the young star that just got onto the team, and he's so naturally talented, but he doesn't know his limits. They just don't know their limits, so they always push themselves a little bit too far. They're like, whoa, all the potential, all the power. Like, how are they doing this? And then they always just crash out of control. They have muscle spasms. It fails because they went too hard without enough reservation. And that's what I see in Jin Air. Like, that was such a great call, but pushed it a little too much.
A lot of these members are extremely young. You know, they still have to get more experience under their belts, namely Umti, obviously, the rookie coming in spring, and Kuzan himself, also pretty young. The whole lineup filled with very young players and trying to make it work. They're trying to make a playoff run after a pretty abysmal run in the spring split. This is a totally new Jin Air that we're looking at. And as I said before, they need to win this series against MVP. And this is about as close as it gets. It's down to the wire for these guys. There's definitely going to be a learning experience, if anything, for Jin Air. But more than that, they don't really care about that. They want the win.
The MVP doesn't have Baron anymore now, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to push this. A team fight win here will be the game for either of these teams if they can wipe out multiple members. Gnar is pushing topside. This should be MVP feeling safe to do this, but the threat of the Gnar pushing seems to be too much for them. They're going for game.
Okay, they're going to go 5 down mid. This is their response. They say, hey, you can take my inhibitor. I don't care. And Bear Trap on a rope is going to miss. Can they get a CC onto any of these members? They need it. The TP coming in, though, from So-On. Not going to go for the inhibitor. Maha is going to try to burst down that turret. Not going to be able to do it. And now here's the back off. The QSS used by Maha. He's still alive. Taking it very slow. The death sentence is going to miss. Bear Trap on a rope is going to extend. Out of control. Fate's Call also going to miss. In comes ADD, looking to shut down him too. Pops his Gargoyle Stone Plate. Snowflower getting low. He's the first one in the death sentence. They get out to So-On. That's 2 kills. Beyond in a bit of trouble, but Ian also carry alongside Maha. They're able to pick off 2 of these members, and now it's 5v3.
That should be it. The Kog'Maw show is here.
He does it. He stays alive, and they are able to take it. And MVP, they're looking to crush Jin Air's hopes of playoffs with this win. They will take it out. The GA will pop, and Game 3 goes over to MVP.
Curses are not so easily broken. Jin Air, 2 years in a row in the entire regular season, fails to defeat MVP once again. Now the record is 6 wins for MVP, 0 for Jin Air, and a sigh of relief goes over them for a game, a series that was way tougher than anybody had anticipated. And in the end, Maha's Kog'Maw proved to be way too much for them to handle. Jin Air deviated from the path of skirmish and full-on macro-oriented, went with more team fighting, and they just did not work. Overall, MVP triumph. The Kog'Maw and Cassiopeia really worked off, and it all started from that gank from beyond to the bottom side. That gank that got Kog'Maw ahead, put them in a great position to get to this position. 50 minutes in, Kog'Maw show.
This leaves Jin Air in a really dire position. They were sitting at 7 and 8. Now they're 7 and 9. I think even at this point, the only way they make it into playoffs is if Afreeca lose their next 2 games and they win their next one. And that's going to be a hard task as they are going up against Afreeca.
Yeah. It's also a sigh of relief for Afreeca, which play later tonight, as no longer do they have anybody breathing down their necks for that playoff spot. They've got a 2-game separation between them and the Jin Air GreenWings, so they're going to be A-OK now on their next match. So a bit of disappointment for Jin Air. In fact, quite a lot. And it's unfortunate, but as you were saying, it is a big, big learning experience.
Definitely is, and multiple spots in this game. It was looking good for Jin Air. Lots of mistakes made by MVP early and mid-game, and they capitalized hard.
That was a gargantuous mistake to use the cask and look for that fight. And yeah, Jin Air were not hesitant in going for this. Like, they had plenty of opportunities in this game for them to come back, and this one was one that looked great for them, right? They get the kill onto the Kog'Maw, but I want to see, how does Teddy... Oh, Teddy goes a little bit too far and ends up giving his life, and that could have been the difference for a turret for this team, for Cassiopeia to not be able to walk away. And here they go once again, and watch Gnar. He minis out on the hook. Dr. Jekyll appears out of nowhere. Oh, where was I?
What happened?
But this was the biggest one, really. Actually, no, this is not the biggest one. The biggest one was around Baron, where a genius macro move from Jin Air. They're pushing down the inhibitor with a split pusher, and they turn back onto the Baron when the inhibitor had already been taken down. Such a heartbreaker.
There were so many close engages in this game where it looked like it was going one way and then someone else got caught, and sometimes where these junglers had really fantastic opportunities to make a gigantic play, and just didn't pan out for them. You know, even in this fight, Maha, you get CC'd for days, but still MVP, they try to make the best of it. In the end, it was only Maha that stayed alive, but enough damage was taken by Jin Air that they couldn't really get any big objectives. They couldn't get the mid inhibitor, they couldn't push it far enough. And because they couldn't push it far enough, the game went on long enough for this Kog'Maw to get out of control.
And I think, yeah, this is the one where they started the Baron after they got the inhibitor, and MVP felt safe to be able to retaliate, re-engage onto this, and the hook from Max ends up being a death sentence for Snowflower. We saw in KT's game, they don't care about Braum. If you've got the damage, you chunk out Braum. That's a very important piece of a team fighting composition. And when Umti flashes in here to try to kill the Gragas, they forget just that Kog'Maw is 6 items. He's so bad, he'll kill anybody.
In the last fight here, you were talking about chunking down tanks. Snowflower just a little bit too far ahead. Umti got chunked, and then ADD got hooked, and or not ADD, but Sohan on the Gnar. So after that, I mean, 5v3, there's not enough DPS to get into the back line on the 6-item Kog'Maw, and it was basically over. Maha almost gives it over to them, getting caught in the CC, but it almost looked like a bait in the end because
that was the flash hook from Max. But what I really liked about that end play was the decision from MVP to go for the end. They do not want to respond to the inhibitor push. They don't care. They say, oh, you're giving us a slap on the face, we're going to give you a punch in the ribs. What are you going to do about that? Are you going to respond to it? And so it forces Gnar to come back, and you get the fight that you want. And that is some nice League of Legends. Yeah,
not responding to your opponent, but playing your own game in the end of the day was what won it for MVP. Some pretty ridiculous damage charts as Corki and Kog'Maw are way ahead of everybody else. You can see some low-key damage from the side of Kalista and the Cassiopeia. But either way, guys, we're going to hop over to the interview. I'll hand you over to Jisun.
Hi, this is Jisun, and here we have Max for the interview. Today was really an important match. How do you feel? We really tried hard to not to go under, so we prepared for today's match a lot. So how was today's match? Well, even in the start of the first set, I played Rakan. I thought we couldn't win the game, but it wasn't easy. So, well, it's kind of not satisfying, but we're happy that we won it 2-1. Then tell me about the Baron team fight. So, we were trying to wait for the team fight, but my health was really low, but we're trying to group up and protect ourselves from dying. There was a lot of Baron team fight. How was it? Well, we really preferred to open team fight at the Baron, so. And our skill set was really good for the Baron fight, so we tried to open fight at the Baron nest. Then in what kind of situation do you open team fights? I try to check the enemy dealers where they're looking at, so if they're really weak or they're really open, I try to jump into them. Then how is Morgana as a Rakan's counter? So I think it works for working and preparing for the Rakan's counter because the shield is really powerful. Then let's check out the MVP.
Taking a look at game number 3 MVP for MVP. It is Maha on the Kog'Maw, 9-1-10, 95% kill contribution. Not too many mistakes by this guy.
No surprises. Played a little over-aggressive at times, but for the most part understood his role in the team. Trying to deal as much damage as possible and made some missteps, but just the amount of DPS that he was able to dish out in some of these fights was astronomical.
So we're back with Maha. So how do you feel? My first MVP interview was at here, Nexon Arena, and I'm really happy to have an interview again in this stadium. As Max said, he told that you said you trust on your Kog'Maw. Were you prepared a lot? Well, yeah, I tried to use different mastery for team fights, so I think it worked out really well. So I tried to focus on dodging their skills and trying to dealing as much as possible. Then how did you protect Kog'Maw? I tried to build up Mikhail as fast as possible and other shielding items for Kog'Maw. There were a lot of team fights. But before the last Baron fight, there was 1v1 with the top lane versus the bottom lane. How was the situation? Well, the situation wasn't really in favor for us, so we tried to open team fights. So I hooked the enemy and they used up their ult, so we tried to reopen the fight. But it was really close, but we were kind of lucky and won the team fight, and there was a turnover for the game. Then why were there so many team fights today? I think Jin Air and us both have similar team colors. Well, every time we lose a team fight, we try to feedback as soon as possible in the gaming booth. Then was this the concept of team competition for team fights? Yeah, it was competition for team fights. We're trying to focus for the team fights as much as possible. Then last message for your fans. We lost our confidence after losing the first game, but thanks to your support, we could cheer out more. So thank you for all the love and support. Yeah, hearing their cheering and their chanting, I could get more courage. So I really want to thank them and also looking forward for more support. Thank you. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. They have a lot of fans, guys. I don't know what to say. Everybody coming down to the studio to support MVP today as they won an incredibly close series against Jin Air. Definitely deserving of the cheers. But here we go, the standings, as Jin Air fans not going to be happy with this one.
Yep, the playoff dream for the Jin Air team is over. So now they have to just worry about next year or the upcoming tournaments, because no Worlds for them.
I mean, there is a chance.
There is.
There's a chance, but
come on.
In order for that to happen, Afreeca basically has to lose to, let me check it out. They need to lose to
Jin Air as well.
To Ever8, and then they need to lose to MVP, and then they need to lose to Jin Air. So that's a lot to ask of a Afreeca lineup that's doing quite good nowadays, and I think they basically have secured their spot.
But the happy story for MVP is that now they've tied the Rocks Tigers, which is great for them. Now they're separating themselves from the pack, and while they do have Afreeca as their upcoming match, they also have Ever8, and if they can beat Ever8, they can solidify themselves a little bit further up in the standings in the bottom of the table. But hey, they beat Jin Air. This is a team that just took down SKT 2-0, right? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was a very close series too. I mean, you got to hand it to Jin Air. They almost won that one. They needed to win that one basically to make it into playoffs, and man, it just wasn't enough. So guys, we're going to go quick into a long commercial break, about 30 minutes. When we come back, Afreeca versus Ever8. The sun is setting over Gangnam as we enter our second set of the night. The Afreeca Freecs versus Ever 8 winners. It's me, Valdez, joined by Crumbs as always. And Afreeca, they have a lot of breathing room now that Jin Air lost the first series tonight. And there's a bit of a gap between them as Afreeca looking to take some wins and make it into playoffs.
Exactly. They still can't actually beat the SK Telecom record. So I believe they're basically locked into playoffs at this point. They do have to scuffle a little bit with Jin Air if the games do end up being that way, but they do have a final match against Jin Air anyway, so it should be said that this team has been already qualified to playoffs, whereas Ever 8 is still our last place team. Even if they win here today, they will still be in last place, and what we want to see out of them is just some cohesion. We want to see some teamwork, and we want to see make it to the mid game, maybe win some games. Just throw them a bone. Give us something.
Give us some excitement, Ever 8. We want to see something out of you. You showed so much potential at the beginning of this split. Guys like this guy right here on camera, Malrong, is jungling, especially on blue side, kind of doing very well with that Elise pick that's been going well for pretty much everybody. But his skills have been shown, his mechanics are good, needs to work on his experience, a very young guy, but also stepped it in the mid lane, able to play fantastic Orianna, nice Syndra, even Aurelion Sol at times. It seems like he's got a pretty decent, middle of range, deep champion pool, and he does have the mechanics to back it up as well.
So does Keem, the replacement to Helper. He's been popping off. The Lucian main made his debut with Lucian. Then Camille, he was able to famously obliterate Shai's Trundle. He was trolling, in both literally and maybe figuratively, but to say the least, he has been pretty good so far. Although Afreeca obviously coming into this game as favorites, you can never really be sure what to expect out of this team, but because they are facing against the last place team, we can at least say maybe this is where they find consistency. This is literally the lowest ranked team. Could you be consistent here, Afreeca?
Would like to say something else, that both of the coaches for both of these teams looking quite fresh. Of course, the Afreeca head coach wearing that very casual blazer with the bottom button done and the V-neck undershirt going on, as well as the Ever 8 side. The guy, he had a black button up, buttoned all the way up to the top. Not sure about that choice, but it looked decent.
You're ready for the Victoria's Secret runway. Tell us what they're wearing, Valdez.
Hire me, Victoria's Secret. I'll do your runway show. Well, we got some bands coming in here. That's Extremely Rabbit in the middle, one of the best emoticon packs for Kakao ever made.
So I think that most of the audience isn't aware what Kakao emote pack, so you should probably enlighten them if you want to.
Well, Kakao Talk is the main messaging app in Korea, and they sell emoticon packs for about $2 a piece, and they come with a lot of animated emoticons, still frame ones as well. But Extremely Rabbit is, it's kind of a mistranslation of a guy. It's like a rabbit that overdoes everything or like overreacts to everything. That's basically what they're trying to say. And it's true. It's a really funny emoticon pack. There were lines out the door when they did one of those like pop-up stores for Extremely Rabbit. It was pretty intense, actually.
I would probably feel really bad if a criminal stole my money and spent it on Extreme Rabbit.
Why?
I would rather.
I think that's a good purchase.
I would feel more inclined to prosecute if I knew that was what the money was used for than not.
Well, I don't know. I'd be like, yeah, I mean, go ahead, buy Extremely Rabbit. You made a good purchase. You took my money and used it on something good.
You're breaking my heart here, Valdez.
The caster synergy isn't there. We're not on the same page this time around.
There's only one emote necessary. That's Macho Bird, but we'll get into that one anyways. So is already in our plates is Kalista, the first pick, as expected. The one that I've always been advocating for. You can beat Kalista, at least is a lot harder to beat. So the Kog'Maw and Thresh are the answers. We saw last game, game 3 between the MVP and Jin Air GreenWings, where the Kog'Maw triumphed over Kalista. And this time around, that might be the same case. Ever 8 have that late game insurance. The Thresh Lantern duel with the Kalista. Ella has been playing pretty well so far, but it's a team effort, and it's going to be a little tough for you to play that team effort, when we know what Tucson and Marin, or potentially Spirit if he plays Rumble jungle, their synergy with the Alistar and Rumble, it's been beautiful. The equalizer layered on top of it, and what I love about how they use it is that they don't just drop the equalizer the second that they've fallen on the ground. They drop the equalizer the second that Tucson goes in, so that they know that they can just drop it immediately. They trust that the pulverize will come through, you lay it out, and so when they land, they're in the air cooking, they fall cooking, you get an overall, a better roast, more damage, better results.
A more well-done steak, if you will, depending on who you're killing. I guess you're not killing the Alistar with that equalizer. But anyway, getting a little bit too deep on that topic, we do have the Lucian picked up. And, I mean, I'm sure that Septid can play it as well. Actually, let me check and see if
it is. Wait, it's... Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, it could be a flex top.
Septid has played it three times.
It is Lucian mid. Like, you want to say it's Lucian mid, but I guess we have to give Keen the benefit of the doubt that it could be Lucian top, so Afreeca have to respect it.
Keen only played it once, so I think it's doubtful, but...
It should be mid.
Yeah. I like the flex pick of the Rumble, too. You were touching on that a little bit. Adds a bit of confusion into, okay, is this really going to be the top lane Rumble, or will it be the jungle?
And they want to see more before they decide. If they needed Jarvan, right? Jarvan's still up. It's Marin's most played champion so far, so they could just wait for it. If another immobile pick gets locked in, they might be inclined to pick the Jarvan Rumble combination and then lane them accordingly. But I think Ever will just respond with a jungler here, and Afreeca will have to blind their solos.
Let's take a look at the last ban for Afreeca, going down to the wire. 1 second, it's a Jax, taking away double split pusher in both Camille and the Jax. Really giving credit to Keen, as he has played a bunch of those champions, has played Jax 3 times, Camille also 3 times. So just wanted to shut down his power on the 2 big split pushers that he's been playing around with nowadays.
Well, that's what they've been great with Keen being on the split pusher. So it's as you mentioned, you know, Marin has been the target of many, many ganks throughout his entire career. So it's no surprise that if he were to fall to a Camille or a Jackson lane, that the snowball would be too much to handle. So it makes complete sense for them to prioritize that. Even though you could see and imagine that Gragas would be the only viable jungle choice forever, Gragas and the rest of Ever 8 haven't been the win condition. It has been so much about Keen, so they'd rather just focus on that, let them have a more well-rounded composition in the 4-man unit, as long as you can have Keen in a more controlled champion, or controllable pick.
Kuro hopping onto his Talia, no big surprise there. And it will be the jungle Rumble, as the Gnar will make his way up into the top lane as a blind pick here. I mean, I suppose it could still be that Lucian top, but doubtful at this point in time. We'll see what Ever 8 wants to finish off this draft with.
Could it be the Yasuo? You've got Gragas. No, it's never going to be Yasuo, of course. It's just things of our imagination. And, you know, Gnar has, after the buffs, been pretty strong, to the point where you can blind him, as we just saw Marin do it. It's not really the end of the world. But what was before the greatest pick into Gnar was actually Irelia, the one pick that was actually capable of being a good laner into it, as well as transitioning into a mid and late game position that isn't a complete hindrance to your team, such as Yasuo. And I wish that we get to see a little bit more of Irelia. I think she got a little bit of buffs in 7:15 to her ultimate that might make her, it's not going to be enough to push her over the edge. The issue with that champion is that if you buff her to the point that she can be viable against Gnar, and in this meta, she's going to be to the point where she can lane against everything and beat everything. So it's a very fine line to balance her if you want to make her have that sneaky comeback into just the specific Gnar matchup.
I'd like to see Irelia come back. She's hype. She jumps in, waves her blades around, and does a bunch of stuff. Not the best description, but kind of describes what I think about when I think about Irelia. And it's pretty cool to watch. The Gnar, though, is pretty hype as well. If he can land that fantastic engage. Was surprised to see that the Jarvan didn't come out. Perhaps they didn't want to blind pick it for Marin. Wasn't just comfortable having him go in blind, as I said. But he's been playing that a lot. And instead they pick him up the Gnar to go up against the Jarvan, which should be a matchup that he understands.
some well-rounded compositions from everybody. Marin and the rest of Afreeca have a lot of synergy with just womboing CC, and with Ever's lineup, while they do have some powerful CC to comp with Jarvan and Gragas, it's more about protected Scepter, protecting Duel, making sure that your AD carries can deal damage and not get cooked or popped by Kuro or Spirit.
Looking for another star performance on the Alistair from Tushin once again. That's what I'm looking forward to. Let's jump into game number 1, though, and see if it'll pan out. Here we go, game number 1. Starting off, the same guy that shouted, "Hey, Korean caster, you're handsome," in the beginning of our first series of the night, said something again. I couldn't catch that one. It was a longer sentence. He's been preparing these.
Did he compliment his dashing looks again?
He was complimenting something because the Korean commentator started off with, "Thank you very much." I don't know exactly what it was. God, we got to bring in our cheerleaders, Crumbs.
They have cheerleaders in LPL, you know.
Yep. They used to actually have what were called the GG girls in the Nexon Arena for StarCraft 2, funnily enough. Back in 2014, 15, I think the end of 2014, beginning of 2015, they used to have these girls that actually did like halftime shows, and they held up signs for the players.
See, I'm still on the fence about how I feel about cheerleaders for League of Legends, because on the one hand, it's distracting. These are young players. It's going to be distracting. You really cannot avoid that fact. But on the other hand, it's been scientifically proven that if you actually speak to a girl that you find attractive, your testosterone goes up, so you'll be manlier and more assertive in your play. So what do you do? What is the right way to improve performance, but at the same time maintain integral entertaining?
Well, I highly doubt any of the pro gamers would go up to the cheerleaders and talk to them, especially in Korea, if I can be totally honest. Especially because the coaches would be like, "Don't you dare go talk to the cheerleaders and get distracted." But outside of that, I think they'd be a little bit shy to go up and just talk to some cheerleaders. Would like to be proven wrong, but I'm not sure if we'll ever get to that point here in Korea. Maybe someday.
He's in North America.
Who's someday? Yeah, perhaps.
I always get you at that one.
Well, this bottom lane started off very interesting because Ella actually flayed them back in the tri-brush, so both Tushin and Kramer missed. I think it was 2 creeps of XP and gold, so you can already see the difference. It's 5 CS to 18 as the wave crashes into the turret.
Yeah, but they're double range, so they're going to be able to harass so much. And because they don't have Spirit here, they don't even feel safe going for a whole lot. So they're going to get a big amount of these creeps tonight. And even though there are a significant amount of minions there, they just can't go up that much. You've got Gragas there. If you get hooked, there's a chance you're going to be in danger. You're going to get low enough to get dove. And an already 9 CS lead built up for Duel over Kramer just because of the jungle pathing and the way that the leashes worked out. So the punishment on the blue side from Duel and Ella came in huge, and the Kog'Maw's already off to a roaring start.
Nicely done. Just a small maneuver in the beginning, as well as the jungle pathing gets you ahead like this. And it's really going to be up to Ever to make sure that they're not making any mistakes, because we've seen them get leads before, but then have trouble closing out. You know, the famous series that you and I did, Crumbs, where they were, what were they, 20,000 gold ahead on Samsung?
No, not that, 13.
13K? It's pretty close. 13K, and they still couldn't close it out.
With like a 6-0 Cassidy.
Yeah, that's true.
But
6-0 Cassidy.
Yeah, what they need to do here is they've already got a CS lead in the bottom lane. So Duel's job is going to be keep farming. Make sure that the last hitting here is impeccable, maintain that lead, keep growing it, whereas Malrang now has to create his path all around the bottom lane. You've already got your win condition, your late game win condition is doing great. You keep going with that. You keep helping it out. You jungle in that side of the map, and I absolutely love the purchase of a Tracker's Knife already, making sure that you can start warding for the Kog'Maw, make sure that he's safe, that he gets by the laning phase scot-free. And this might be our first little bit of action as the junglers will find themselves in the Golem camp.
Spirit does have a smite available, waiting for that last bit of damage, but actually Malrang comes in and steals it. Spirit deciding, or perhaps just being late on the smite, does not pick up that Grom.
It's not looking good for Spirit if it gets to a 50-50 Baron situation. Already 0-1.
The foreshadowing.
Yeah, exactly.
Is real.
This league is art imitates life. I guess league is the poem here where Afreeca is already perhaps shadowing us to a Baron. Don't get too surprised if it happens. We could play the card that we called it. We saw the signs.
It's a good song.
By Ace of Base?
Yeah.
You like that 90s techno?
I don't know if I like that style. I just like that song. You know what I mean? That song was special. That was a big hit. And they had another one too. I forget the name of it. Another one that was pretty famous for its time. You don't remember, Crumbs?
No, see, I didn't grow up in the States. So
oh, that's true.
My 90s was not in the States. I only knew Gasolina.
That's cool. You also knew sailing. I know you were a sailor.
Yeah, I was living life.
On the high seas. Just cosplaying some Gangplank before you even knew it was a thing. Before it was a thing, I guess.
Yeah, before he had even been conceived of.
But I guess pirates at that time were a thing, so a little bit less cool. Did you ever get attacked by pirates?
No, I did not.
What?
I did not get attacked by pirates, but thank you for your concern. What
yeah,
did happen,
you know.
I've had fish jump into my boat, and then you're like, oh, dinner. Literally.
That's pretty cool.
Or like sometimes fish will jump into your boat, and then you get fishermen coming back, hey, I saw that. I want that. And then you're like a 10-year-old kid, but I want it. It's like, mine. And like, oh, and then they steal the fish from you. Speaking of stealing
those were the
fish,
real.
They're going to steal the gold out of Duel and Ella. This is a 4-man dive, maybe 5-man if Marin's here.
There's no ward either, but you can see already Ella and Duel are backing off. Here comes the wall, and they are trapped. Getting that flash, trying to get onto the Lantern, but he can't. That's going to be first blood going over to Tushin. In fact, the greedy cow steals the first blood.
And they're going to make a push for first brick here now with a fat wave coming into the bottom lane. So a great move from Afreeca that turns into a massive gold gain for them. And the Kog'Maw that was so strong from that first kill, or from that first denial into the bottom side, now is behind, loses the turret, and the game is just in Afreeca's camp now that they have the Alistar that can roam and more equalizers to both. And we're going to look at it once again. They see it coming, they suspect it, but there you know that the play is the flash lantern over the wall, but Tushin gets to react accordingly, and there's no escape for Kog'Maw.
Oh boy, Septid really well-timed flash actually to get out of that one. Could have meant danger as Tushin trying to make his presence known all around the map, especially with this early of a first blood turret.
Even though they got the turret, it's still so early, as you say, that they're not going to be going for lane swaps anytime soon. They will still be laning into the bottom side of the map, 2v2, and now it's going to be a lot about Ever inputting defensive vision, because Marin can visit that lane with a teleport, Kuro can always go back with a Weaver's Wall, so they are in a lot of danger in this matchup if they continue to lane for Ever's side into this bottom side of the map, if the vision isn't there and if there's not control of the mid lane. And unfortunately, while for Afreeca, Septid didn't die on that gank, what happens is that the base timings are disjointed. Septid will be basing now, and Kuro gets to be right back on the lane here without any harass going on his way. So he's going to have control of the lane until Septid gets back, and that might buy enough time for Afreeca to set up wave control to start looking for plays either on the bottom side of the map or bait the play from happening and go elsewhere.
Kramer and Dusen actually spotted on a ward as they hop into the river, actually running straight by a control ward. Should be Kramer that does clean that one up. So a nice bit of vision being denied, but Ella doing his best, trying to keep it available for now.
So he places the ward in the wolf camp, but that ward is still close enough for Marin to be able to TP to it if the time is there. So Afreeca understands where they're strong, where they can make some big gain plays, and have set the according vision and proper pressure to execute these plays. So they're in a great spot this early game, and we might be looking at the return of our most beloved Game 1 Afreeca.
These guys looking solid as ever. Weird to say, considering the matchup that we do have tonight, but you can see Malrong wasted a bunch of time in the top lane trying to get a gank onto Marin that just was not happening. So immediately this Mountain Drake is going to be started by Afreeca, and no vision, 0, as we were talking about. Total vision control by Afreeca, and this should be one of the easiest Mountain Drakes we've ever seen.
They had a ward in the pit that just faded at the end, but no vision leading up to it, so it would have been completely dark as a face check. So if Afreeca were to pull back or pull the dragon out as Ever is closing in, then they would have died. He missed the slam.
The slam! Oh no, he does have his flash though, but there's the stun. Okay, they're not going to be able to get it, but they do burn his flash. Now Scepted is alone in mid, but does use the culling to push back that wave and will not be dove.
Yes, this is good from Afreeca, pushing the lane that they took the advantage from, making sure that they invade the jungle, keep looking for picks, and by Malrang doing that, or by Malrang getting caught rather, Marin can continue to be aggressive. So there's no flash.
Oh boy, goodbye, sir. Welcome to the Afreeca show. As 4 members use everything they got, and they take out that poor little Lucian. And not much that Malrang, Duel, and Ella can do. Even if the death sentence landed, you're trying to hit a... Okay, they're going to get Kuro here, but a big knock-up into that equalizer and the seismic shove. Goodbye. 2 more members of Ever8 and 2 kills going over to Kramer, as well as that turret.
Do not want to make the cow angry, and the return was just beautiful. And that's what we talked about in Champ Select. Afreeca with Alistar and Rumble execute this equalizer combo synergy to a T. And here we go again. It starts off with the pick on Scepted, so Fate's Call from the brush, one of the best ways to gank somebody, completely unsuspecting, ends up dying, and now Ever is thinking, oh, okay, we gotta wave through this, but they don't have any tools to do this, so the cast gets burned right away, and that's the one ability that's keeping them from tower diving. They've already used 2 of their major CCs, 3 at that point, they can just pull the trigger right away. A beautiful 3-man ultimate from Spirit that just gets 2 people deleted, and Tucson was tanking the turret the whole time, so a perfect dive from Afreeca, and now 4-0, 4,000 gold up at 12 minutes, and they're running away with this. And because we've seen so many blue side perfect games from Afreeca like this, it wouldn't be too far from our imagination to think that this is another perfect game in the making.
They're definitely down that path. Ever will put up a fight to get into this one, but it's falling apart before their eyes as also the Rift Herald gets taken away. Can be used easily in the top side if they want to go ahead and take out the last tier 1 turret. They actually give it over to Kramer, interestingly enough, and he is in the top side, so probably will be the target for them. They got Talia coming up. They can, well, they don't have the Weaver's Wall right now, but will have support at least, as it looks like Kuro just hanging around, clearing out a ward.
Because
for that.
Spirit is starting on the bottom side of the map, I think it's safe to assume that his route will be bottom to top side, and then land on the bottom lane, go for another dive there, maybe drop an equalizer with a combo, see what happens, draw out some TPs if you can, and here he goes. He's making his way to the top side of the map. There's no need for him to go bottom. You're not going to kill the Jarvan at this time. He's not going to overextend. The only available play for Afreeca is top side, so you have Malrang responding to it. He's just lingering behind, but because there's so much pressure onto this dual lane, Malrang is forced to be there, and that puts him behind. That stops him from clearing out the Wolf Camp that is up, the Gromp that is available, being on the blue buff on time. And that's the effect of having such a commanding early game, that you inherently shut down your other jungler because he has to help the lanes.
Yeah, Malrang has been trying to do just that, but hasn't had much success just yet. really just made his presence known in the mid lane, but got caught out there. Tried to go for a gank top early on Tamar, and that didn't pan out. And outside of that, he's just been farming, whereas the Rumble, Spirit, he's 0-0-4. A very nice score line to hand over all those kills to their carries, including Tushin, obviously the cow carry. No one can argue against that.
Here we go. Afreeca has pinged the top lane tower.
Okay, they're gonna try to engage onto Tushin, but not really much follow-up as he still has his ultimate available. And his flash, ignite, he's got everything. The wall maker is up here. Mr. Trump himself. Not even gonna use it, as Everett giving immense amount of respect. They know they can't really stick around, so there you go. Third turret going down already at 15 minutes into the game. Afreeca with that 5,000 gold lead already.
They're playing so well, just playing around their strong point. Kallista's already power spec with the Blade of the Ruined King. Kog'Maw does not have his yet, but they've accelerated this one really fast. And now Dragon's coming up in a minute, so they're going to try to get something more in this red side jungle, see if they can get a pick before the Dragon spawns. And a hook comes out, but it goes wide.
Kind of surprised they're sticking around here, thinking they can take the 4v4, but here we go. The teleport coming in first from Keen, and Septic coming in. The wall is actually going to delay them. Fate's Call being used to save there, and the teleport will be finished here by Marin. And no fight really happens, just a disengage from Afreeca because the TP came out first from Keen.
They're all on different sides of the map, or of the red side jungle, so it didn't make sense for an engagement to come out from any of these sides. There was just too many variables that could have gone wrong, but now that there are no TPs, this will benefit Afreeca. They can play a lot more aggressively. They know their 4-man unit is very strong, and you don't have to worry about the potential Jarvan flanking you. You know that you've been winning as a 4v4 or 3v3, so continue to do it. Minimize the new variables onto your operation, and you're going to stick with a winning formula.
Don't have too much vision around this dragon, actually, for Afreeca.
Oh, wait a minute. Why is Ever starting this?
They're starting it, and Septid going to be engaged upon Keen. They're using a bunch of stuff here onto Tushin, trying to move him away. The Rift Herald is going bottom lane, and we have a really nice equalizer set up here. Will he go for it? Doesn't look like it. Tushin was on the chase, and Everett smartly will not take that fight.
It was so crazy to see them start that dragon right there. They are not in that position to be going for these objectives. They are behind in gold. They need to be looking for gold, not dragons. It's unfortunate that Afreeca would be walking away with 2 mountain dragons, but the result is the same. Had they committed to that one, the equalizer would have been so brutal that their only blessing would have been that we're before 20 minutes, so Afreeca couldn't turn into a Baron right away.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we could still see a very early Baron out of the side of Afreeca with double Mountain Drake. And the Callista. It's going to be easy peasy for them. Nice consistent damage out of the Rumble as well, so we'll be looking to make that play, no doubt. Just looking to push out all the lanes and set up for that Baron eventually. Number 8, they still have this Kog'Maw, they still have the Lucian. It's not looking good for them, obviously, but they have tools if things begin to go wrong for Afreeca where they can come back. We saw what a super late game Kog'Maw can do in game number 3 of MVP versus Jin Air. So that's really what they're going to be relying on, trying to get these carries farmed and fed without losing too much, just trying to stop the bleeding here.
But remember, the engage of that game against the Kog'Maw was significantly weaker than what we see here. It's Tushin on an Alistar. That's way more impactful with a Fate's Call than the Braum. Then you have Equalizer that can zone out Kog. If Lantern isn't saved on Kog'Maw, we're going to reach a point in the game where Spirit can single-handedly remove Duel from a team fight. And that's big. You've got Wall that can separate him. They have much more tools available to actually deal with a late-game Kog'Maw. That is something that Ever is going to have to consider. He's an equalizer.
Here comes Tushin. That's that combo you were talking about. Duel hitting a ton of damage, but so is Tushin as he's low. But Malrong, he's all alone. The Rend isn't going to kill him, and Kramer actually takes turret damage there, turret aggro rather, and almost meets his maker. So Afreeca getting pretty feisty with that one, looking for a kill, but none come out.
They do get the flash, out of Duel, which is pretty big. They lost 2 since, but that just shows you how strong it is. If you're in range, he's going to go in onto you and get pulled back with Fate's Call every single time. And if the engage looks good, he can go in again and then wait for his combo out and basically get 2 guaranteed combos as well as a knockup on Fate's Call. A Kog'Maw by himself cannot deal with that. The damage reduction on Alistar is basically like a really good Gargoyle Stoneplate early on, and that's really annoying.
Yeah, we've seen this Alistar just have so much success here so far in 7-14 in Korea. 5-1 so far. And here's the combo that we've been looking for out of Afreeca. The equalizer was maybe half a second late, but not the biggest steal in the world. Wouldn't have killed Duel anyway.
The Flask was the big one there from Malrang to make sure that the Kalista gets set aside and wasn't able to get another auto attack for another rend onto him. Saved his own life.
Look at how much respect Everett is showing to this Baron. I mean, it just spawned, but when you're going up against Kalista, double Mountain, they know that this is the big objective. And here we go. Malrang just going to run straight into an Alistar. The cast comes out, but there's the wall and the equalizer. No flash here for Duel. Trying to get on top of that one, but the ward almost blocks it. He is going to get it, but a nice seismic shove. Good Cataclysm, though. This is that AoE damage coming out of Everett. They're trying to turn this around, but look at Kramer, going to kite him for so long, but here's Septed on the chase, as well as Duel. They're going to pick up Marin. But it looks like that's just about it. Marin and Spirit go down. Still the push remains from Afreeca.
What a sporadic fight all over where people fighting the combos, the knockups were all disjointed from each other. Flay had such a big influence, and Duel's dead again.
Oh boy, Fate's Call into the knockup. That's going to do it for his life. Just getting too close. You got to know what is still available from the enemy team, what ults they have, what summoners, and well, he didn't calculate it well enough. 4-0-4 right now is Kramer.
This combo of Alistar Kalista, I can even vouch for the deadliness. I'll tell you in a little bit why, but we're going to look at the engage. So it does miss. They're looking for Tucson, but the second this cast comes out, it's like, okay, what's going on? Ella does get the flash to get Ella into safety, but watch what happens when Jarvan comes in. Talia gets a great knockup here, but Jarvan's Cataclysm, he knocks people up, but I think he gets stuck. It gets short-sighted. Then Ella gets bopped into the wall. And a great sidestep there from Kramer keeps him alive. That's what makes a difference. Otherwise, Duel would not have died, wouldn't have been able to use that Fate's Call to knock away the final kill onto the Kog'Maw. But Afreeca continue to win these fights.
Kramer staring down death as he says, not today, up against that Jarvan. And yeah, Duel just getting a little bit too close as we look at the end of this replay. Not the best start for him in this game, but here we go. Baron's still available, and a bunch of wards have been cleaned out, but still not the deepest wards available for Afreeca. So they're going to look to go for bot tier 2, perhaps, but actually spotting Malrang now. They want to go for this Gragas. Here's the speed up, into the knockup, into the seismic shove. Goodbye, Mr. Fat Man, as he goes down, perhaps a little bit too drunk before this game started.
Now, why is the jungler farming the mid lane by himself is something that we'll never know, and that's the cue for Afreeca to go for a Baron start. They can finish this with a Kramer. That was just a really bad decision.
He's got some good stuff in that barrel, man. You don't want to know what he's storing in that one.
Well, I'll have you know, actually, that our intro song of Love Ain't No Game, I actually saw in a Asahi commercial.
Well,
it's
there
also
you go.
used in the Asahi commercial.
It's all connected. We figured it out. As Ella gets caught, going to be one of the casualties on the run. And yeah, we got over 10,000 gold lead here for Afreeca. They have a Baron. Kramer's 5-0-5. Talia 2-0-6. Kuro doing a nice job on that with the walls. And of course, Tushin 2-0-8 is Alistar. Better than ever.
But I guess, save for Marin and Spirit, we are denied the next Afreeca perfect game. 2 deaths going down. But nonetheless, objective-wise, still perfect.
Third Mountain Drake, as if they needed more. That's going to be cool for them. At least it'll be fun to see them burst down Barons and other objectives. Especially with the super fed Kalista. Now on 3 items. Phantom Dancer finished. Duel just trying desperately to catch up in that carry role. I said it before, it's one of their win conditions, but having a rough time getting this Kog'Maw off the ground.
All right, and he's going to stay grounded because he just got Wits End. Bad dog. That's not a good boy. Bad, not a good boy. You hit him with the you hit him with the newspaper on the nose, like he just peed on your rug. Because going Wits End right now, I don't like. Why would you go Wits End here?
Well, it offers magic resist.
Are you dying to magic? Like, you're not even hitting people before the rumble hits you. There's no like. Who are you shredding MR for? Yourself?
Yes. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have an excuse for this one, but well, maybe he wanted to test out a new build, as you know they're having trouble in this game, no doubt, as they can't even defend this turret. I mean, with Baron coming in, Tushin is just a monster at this point. Meganar popping too. I mean, they just have to back off entirely. The wall will come out. Almost pops Duel over onto the right side, but is going to stay grounded on the left. As they watch turret after turret fall, there's the engage into the equalizer, as well as Gnar. Kuro is going to be jumped on, but they just don't have enough damage follow-up. Kog'Maw zoned out for the entirety of the fight. Spent just hitting onto a Mega Gnar, which isn't going to do all that much. So first, inhibitor goes down. Balrog also bites the dust as Afreeca continue pushing.
It's so satisfying watching Tucson get tossed in there with Kramer, goes for the combo himself, then gets pulled back with a face call.
Oh no!
I think he'll live.
Oh, flash forward, the Rend is not in time. The Ignite comes out, but he can't go down. The rest of Everate is going to be burning down. Looks like we're gonna start this one off with a extremely fast win for Afreeca. Everate falling like a house of cards, not even making this one too interesting. Jarvan going to be locked down. Perhaps they can pick up another kill? Doesn't look like it just yet.
They're just trying to stall out their lives, get a little bit more on their peacemakers if it'll allow him, but the Baron has worn off. They just need to hold this push off.
Tushin.
They're not going to be able to do so.
Oh, the cow did get slaughtered in the end, unfortunately. Unlike the movie Okta. Check that out. It was a good movie. Oh, nice block up here as Kuro still making things work even with the low amount of health. And Septic trying to be a hero. Not going to work. Duel, it's his turn. Can he make it work? In comes Marin, and no, he can't. The shutdown! And the kill here at 27 minutes, 26 seconds. Afreeca take a very fast game. It wasn't perfect, but it basically was.
He got dog slammed against the wall right at the end to make things even more picture perfect. But overall, that's basically a near perfect game from Afreeca. They played the macro well. 27 minutes, just obliterated Everett. Ever since that dive happened into the bottom side, they just never looked back. It was clean, it was beautiful, loved what they're doing, and if only we could see this out of this team every single game, we'd legitimately have somebody that could be the best team in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely showed up tonight, but obviously a bunch of mistakes made on the side of Everett, sticking around that bottom turret, not seeing the roam come on down from both Kuro and Spirit, responding too much to the push in mid, getting caught underneath the turret as well. Double kill going down there. And basically, after that, they get swept under the rug about as fast as an angry grandma would after you mess up the room. So,
wouldn't she clean it?
No, she'd sweep it under the rug.
My grandma would clean it.
Yeah, that one fell kind of flat on its face, I suppose. Maybe I would sweep it under the rug. I'll vacuum that up later. Spirit had a pretty nice game. He was basically like the support Rumble. He waits for other people to set up his plays and then he equalizers and does his combo.
It's a safe jungler. You can actually defend yourself early on. You've got good wave clear. You can team fight quite easily without putting yourself in harm's way. And that's one of the dangers that it was haunting Spirit lately, getting in harm's way. And this is where it all started, where you just don't use your defense abilities to clear the minion wave and expect not to get dove. Every CC has been used already. What do you expect is going to happen?
Desperate times call for desperate measures, I suppose, but that's saying not going to work out for them there, as Duel at least got out of this one. This was the one time where Everett almost made something happen, happen, rather.
Yeah, the flay was really good to get Marin out of there, but Kramer's sidestep was even more impressive to make sure that Jarvan was not able to take him out. But this game was just a stomp, to be honest. There was not a whole lot that ever really did, and they have to completely reevaluate what they're going about in these games because Afreeca just ran them over and never gave them any chance. Like, there was individual mistakes, team mistakes. It was all over the place, and it's already too much that we criticize them. They're in last place, and unfortunately, the one thing that I always want to see from this team is just some sort of happiness come out of these players. They're always so sad. Their body language is depressing.
Yeah.
I just, like, these guys are really young, and you see a team like SKT that gets 3 losses in a row, and they're like, our morale is destroyed. We never expected what losses could do to our composure. Look at Ever8. They've lost 13 games in a row. What do you think that does for their mental condition? Like, they just need to get out of their own heads. Like, they're their own worst enemy right now.
Definitely a lot to work on for this team. We'll have to go into relegations, no doubt, as they themselves are staring death in the face up against Afreeca. Going into game number 2, looks like we will have a sub. Spirit, he's a little bit tired after having his teammates set up his equalizers for him, so they're going to give Mowgli some practice. We're going to go to a short break before we get into game 2, guys. Stay tuned. We are back for the Afreeca show, basically, as Ever8 had a lot of trouble standing up to this Afreeca team that is trying to shed that image of inconsistency. But in order to do that, they will have to show up for game number 2 as well. Let's take a look at who the MVP of game 1 was.
It is Tucson. He did so much work on Alistar, from the first dive into the bottom side to all the roams. This is that person we're looking at. How great of a heads-up play. Headbutting to the minion, flashing in to pulverize the poor Kog'Maw. And then what is Malrang doing? He must be delirious to be there. And so gets killed. They pull off the Baron right away. Just so many good plays from him. I love his Alistar play. We don't get to see that one. It was too filthy, guys. Unless you press the PG-13 button, we don't allow you to see it.
You got to take off the parental controls, guys, if you want to see all of the available replays that we do have. And we will have a sub, actually, for Afreeca. Mowgli coming in to replace Spirit. Spirit getting a little bit tired on the Rumble, said, oh, that was a little bit boring. I'll let Mowgli play and get some more experience. Tushin, definitely very deserved MVP for that one. Because Alistar is a thing of beauty. Would not be surprised to see it banned away, as Ever8 will be on the blue side this time around.
Oh, actually, another interesting thing, while Afreeca's bottom lane have been instrumental in their success by practicing so hard and inspiring everybody, all the other veterans, to try really hard, Afreeca can actually still beat SKT. They can tie SKT, and they're winning the head-to-head.
Yeah, I guess they can. They're only...
So if they walk away victorious here, they're 9-7, whereas SKT is 11-5. SKT would have to lose their next 2 games, with Afreeca winning their upcoming 2 games. So it's still a long shot, but it's a shot.
So you're saying there's a chance. Afreeca will be playing for that chance. They don't have the hardest schedule coming up, so I think they definitely should win the majority of their games, but we've said stuff like that about Afreeca before, and we've been sad.
It's a chance, but they're already guaranteed playoffs. So the only thing we need to see from this team is to see them have consistency. Like, this game 2 needs to be as decisive as that game 1. Good draft, good synergy. Make sure that Mowgli and Spirit are both up to par. Spirit looked good in that game 1. Now we want to see Mowgli look good as well, so that in a playoff match or in a future match, if anybody starts dropping the ball, you can sub in the replacement or the alternative jungler and make sure that you have a good synergy between them, that you don't start dropping games because somebody has a poor performance. So Afreeca just needs to have consistency here, and we'll be happy with that one. Whereas Ever, you know, win or lose, yeah, we're going to expect them to lose. Just a smile. Can we get a smile out of Ever? One
smile. 1 share or 1 like means 1 smile for Ever8.
I just want to see, like,
they don't ban out Alistar.
The thing is, Malrang's body language just, oh, it's painful to see.
Yeah, it's definitely rough being at the bottom of the stack here in LCK. No ban onto Alistar, but they will play Thresh into the Alistar. Some Chinese fans from R, no surprise there. I can't read that for you guys. I don't speak Chinese. How about you, Crumbs?
I did take Chinese, actually, in 10th grade. I took 1 class, and I had to beg the teacher to not fail me. I tried to copy off everybody, and they didn't let me because they thought I didn't deserve it. That guy was weird. I still don't like him to this day. And then
you don't deserve it,
Crumbs. The girls made fun of me. I still passed, though.
How did you pass?
And I learned. Well, that's a mystery that we won't know forever, but I do know how to say ni hao, so
yeah, me too.
And xie.
Funny how that works.
And zaijian, there you go.
Yeah, okay. We got our Chinese expert here on the desk.
I believe he said ni hao xie zaijian, so
yeah, okay, there you go. I mean, it's good to see.
Thank you.
You're preparing for our LPL overlords, as they have overtaken LCK as the best region in the world after their win in Rift Rivals. Working on your Chinese, Crumbs?
Eventually. You know, that's the reason why I signed up there. I was told eventually the Chinese will rule the world, will be the most dominant in the world. You need to learn this language so that you get acclimated. And in hindsight, I really wish I stuck to it. I wish I wasn't such an angsty teenager and would have actually learned it. It would have been a life-changing skill to have, legitimately. Dude, if John Cena learned Chinese, I think I should be learning Chinese. John Cena knows Chinese. John Cena raps in Chinese, okay? Yeah, he knows what's up. That is yes, he does. Yes, he does.
I will not believe that until I see it.
All right, bet me.
No, I'm not going to bet
Why
you.
won't you
I don't know anything about it.
John Cena raps in Chinese.
All right, I'll have to check it out later.
Yeah. Because they encourage WWE wrestlers to expand outside of that. You know, you have a bigger fan base. It's better for WWE. It gets global. They go to events overseas. So he knows how to speak Chinese. You know, you've got The Rock. He's an actor.
Yeah. These guys are multi-talented, I suppose.
Speaking Chinese is a huge asset. Same with any other Asian language. I really wish I would have learned it.
You got to get on that Korean hype train then. That's an Asian language for you to learn.
True. And I am living in Korea.
Yeah,
so I should
so
learn.
it would be a good start for sure. We have a bunch of 80 carry bans taken away by the side of Afreeca. Kramer's going to be playing Zaya once again, his most played ADC in Summer Split. We got Tushin on another big engage support, as is the way of things nowadays. Zaya Rakan.
The Zaya Rakan, but now that they have an Orianna, it means that Ever's early game ship needs to get to the destination immediately. You've got Lucian and Jace. If you're not winning early, like last time around where they lost it, they are going to fall deep behind, and it's not going to be possible for them to come back into this with a composition that has no tools to find and engage with the 3 picks already. Maybe a Gragas in the jungle. Oh, yeah. If Rek'Sai is in, it's all early game, and I feel for Ever here. They're trying to but look at this. He's not even. Oh, come on, Malrang. You know, I used to coach. Like, I think this is really important. Having composure, good body language, posture, it helps you. You know, the whole fake it till you make it. You were telling me that if you feel uncomfortable with something, you can just raise your hands above your head, tell yourself you're the man, and you'll come out feeling like $1 million. That's what we need.
The power pose.
Yeah, that's what we need forever. Like, they're so depressed. Of course they're not going to play to their best of their ability. We saw the best of their ability day one, where they hadn't had or experienced a loss. They were the winningest team in Challenger. They come here, get brought back down to reality, and they can handle it, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's definitely been rough for them. They have had some wins. One of their wins was over the Rocks Tigers, was actually a 2-0, and that was a day where we actually did see some smiles on their faces. Yeah. Malphite coming in, okay.
You pick 4AD.
Yeah, you pick 4AD, and Marin says, well, hello, this pick still exists. I'm going to play Malphite.
Yeah, and look at it. Malphite Orianna, the most classic combo to grace League of Legends.
Not to mention the other engaged tools you have, the Maokai and the Rakan, as if they were lacking anything. No, they got some AP on their side. They have Jin, who will start off with a Doran's Ring.
Oh, yes, the captive audience will be devastating, as well as the Prey Seeker. Whoa! I think it even got changed to physical damage. I'm not entirely sure. I do know, however, that Ardent Blaze from Lucian is magic, as well as your Hammer Shot.
Okay, so we have some options.
And the electricity on Jace's W.
Yeah,
so.
there you go. That's the play. He's just going to go in and jump onto the back. Yeah, he's going to electrify them with this Tesla pole. We'll see if that works out. I sure hope it does. We need to see some more smiles on this side. So, Accepted with his head in his hands, thinking about how he's going to deal with this one. There was actually a huge shout out from the crowd and everybody as they saw the Malphite, but you hit the nail on the head. It's like, well, you guys called for it. You picked 4AD. You want to play against Malphite? I mean, you'll have your Malphite. Sure, it'll make for an interesting game, no doubt. I'm definitely looking forward to this pick, and I hope it leads to some pretty crazy situations. The Kuro-Marin synergy is going to have to be on point. Also got Mowgli going in there, as well as Tushin. Kramer to backing up. We'll see if Everett can put up a fight against Afreeca, or if Afreeca will get a 2-0 victory.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Kuro!
Oh, he gets locked down. Oh no! Oh. Good shot. Good showmanship. Good work. At least they do get the flash and the heal out of Kuro. So they've got a shot here where Malrong can try to make something happen with Septid. But again, Septid no CC from his side. So it'll be all up to Malrong.
His CC is the exhaust, though, so he does have that tool. We need Malrang to gank mid lane early, but now that Thresh has no flash, he's also susceptible to dying into the bottom lane. You got Mowgli that can gank him. And we're going to just look at them.
The stats here.
Stats there.
He has 46 armor.
Yeah, you know you can look that at the bottom left corner, too.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I was reading the Korean. Also has 19 AP to start.
Yeah, it's probably just AP Quints.
Pretty interesting. Do have that Doran's Ring start here on Duel, as is the way. Who was it that first brought that in? I forget.
D-Ring?
Yeah.
Probably some solo queue dude.
But I mean, like, on the competitive stage.
Not LCK. It was elsewhere because we were pretty late on 7-14.
I see. Okay, we got an engage here at level 1. Very aggressive, actually, is this Afreeca bottom lane. Not pulling any punches, saying, okay, we're confident to take this level 1 trade against the Jin.
So if they're being aggressive now, this is asking for Mowgli to end up ganking this lane. The junglers have spotted each other, so it's not going to be that easy, but here we go.
Again, here we go. Nice play, and all of a sudden, Kramer getting way too low. I don't think there's enough damage. There's a lot of feathers going out, though. The hook is going to mean his death, and that death sentence will mean first blood into the Flay. And all of a sudden, what's going on in the bottom lane? Here comes Malrang to follow that up, and 2 kills already to start the game.
Oh, but Malrang goes for the flash on that one, and I actually would have hoped to see that not happen. Let Duel just get the kill. You threaten, because it's still a level 2 Rek'Sai. You remember he tried to go for the invade onto this blue buff, and now since he doesn't have flash, ganking Kuro is going to be a lot harder, and the punishment on level 1 is not going to be paying off. I think they could have gotten the kill on Tucson by himself, but nonetheless, they do walk away with the blue buff, and now that they've fully committed to the bottom lane, it looks like Kuro can breathe a sigh of relief here, but expect Ever to focus on bottom lane even more.
I mean, they just walked straight into it.
It's a level 2 spike. They didn't expect a level 2 spike. That's literally it. They were too close when the minion wave was about to die. And then Ella just gets to walk up, Jin finishes the creep, and Flay comes out, and they're dead. That's a level 2 Rek'Sai gank. Damn.
That flash. That's what you like to see. Marin having trouble against this Jace lane so far. Early game, hasn't built up that armor yet. Just a little bit of the Malphite struggles, and here comes Malrang, but Mowgli is nearby. Malrang with that Prey Seeker on the chase, saying, hey, these are my Krugs, not yours. Get your own Krugs.
Even with armor, this lane isn't that great for Marin. Jace has too much damage from afar. He needs quite a bit of items, and most of all, it's a wave clear that he needs. When he hits that Bami Cinder, which I think it's what he's likely going to be going for, you can start clearing the wave, fighting back, and actually having sustained DPS when you're dealing with the likes of a Jace that will be jumping onto you in hammer form, just hitting you or whittling you away.
See, Malrang wanted to continue being extremely aggressive, but Mowgli had already gone for a back, playing it pretty passive, saying, okay, I mean, it's Maokai jungle up against a Rek'Sai. What am I going to do? 1v1. Just, I got to cede some of my jungle to him, and I'll just try to avoid him for now. Going over to his own Gromp.
He'll have to burn his TP pretty soon now.
He missed that creep. Taking a look here at mid lane. It's been a little bit Septid favored, as of course Kuro probably had to play a little bit passive, especially losing both of his summoners early game against the Rek'Sai.
So Martin has gone with full-on laning this time around, making sure that he can survive it. Especially going with the Tabi as the first item choice. He's going to be able to live for the gank, and we're going to see another gank bottom lane. Oh, yeah.
The bait. Nice flash there from Duel. Ella in a bit of trouble, though, as the Twisted Advance comes in. Will flash away. They get both flashes down, but no kills awarded to Afreeca.
Just did not expect Ella to still have his flash at that point. He blew it at level 1, so it was bound to come back up. It is there. It keeps him alive, and it would have been cool to see a play where he can react to that flash and pull him deep into the turret, but unfortunately, Mowgli just went too fast for him, flashed into the Twisted Advance, but nothing comes out of that gank except the Maokai gets to show his face, and now Keen goes for an invade. And if ever wants to have a shot at this, it's going to have to be coming off from the pressure that Keen has, doing exactly what he's doing right now, because that pressure, he's not going to be able to use it to kill his lane. He's not killing Maokai or Malphite anytime soon. He'll only be able to kill the Jace, or he'll be killed if he gets ganked. But what matters is that if he can acquire wards and track what Mowgli's doing, it opens up the rest of the map to be aggressive. And that's what Ever need to be doing. They need to keep these lanes pushing, fighting, making sure that they can start trading some kills, looking for some advantages again on the map. But here's a Malphite. He's got flash and ult.
Okay, Malrong. There's that shockwave. Kuro and Mowgli going to pick up a kill. Now Septed in the mid lane. Waiting on that Twisted Advance cooldown. Not going to go for it. Was 2 seconds away, and Septed was too far away. And this time, Malrong's aggression doesn't pay off.
Yeah, that's too greedy there. You don't have pressure on your lanes. The Jace had not been there. Orianna was in a great position in the mid lane to be able to follow up on that one. So him being in that position, we'll look at the minimap at this time, right? He's looking for it. Where's his tunnel? Does he have tunnel?
You see him coming a mile away, too. I mean, he walks right past the ward, so
yeah,
definitely part of it. Didn't know he was being tracked. Unfortunate timing.
Just still have to wait for your lanes. Mid lane is so important there. Always consider who can collapse first. If it's the enemy mid laner, chances are, unless you can 1v2, you probably shouldn't be there.
It's a good lesson for all of our boys in the chat, boys and girls who play solo queue.
I'm telling you, you remember the book Animorphs?
Yeah, I remember that.
The best League of Legends Animorph player would be one that could be a half chameleon.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you would just blend in,
just
be invisible.
No, I mean, like, you'd have one eye on the minimap and another one on the game all the time.
One of the less popular cool parts of being a chameleon, for sure. Duel going to take that lantern out. Just a bit of trading, scuffling back and forth. Kuro does have his flash. He's totally fine.
Listen, when people get called that they have a lazy eye, they're just jealous of the ability to see 2 places at once, okay?
I like your optimism. It's good to hear that out of a color caster. Don't get to hear that all the time. Okay, we got a big invade coming in. 4 members of Ever8 against 4 members of Afreeca, though. So it is even for now. Both top laners do not have their flash, and it looks like Ever8. Oh, the snipe! Malrong from downtown. Prey Seeker going to pick up the blue, as Mowgli didn't want to smite that away from his mid laner. Kuro couldn't pick it up.
That's a big denial there, making sure that Rek'Sai gets that blue buff and Orianna does not. That opens up the map for mid lane, and he's not gone for any mana regeneration items. That's why it's even bigger. He's gone with Seekers to stay alive in that lane, and without blue buff, he's going to have to recall a lot sooner. We get to see what Septed is going to be doing here. That's not that's not going to do a whole lot.
If he was taking turret aggro, it would, but maybe he just barely got out.
The minions were still there, so I think he was hoping to kill the minion with the ultimate and force him to start tanking turret immediately, win that trade, but at least he forces out the recall out of Jace.
You were talking about Seeker's Arm Guard. Look at how low Kuro's mana is right now. Blue buff up against Septed would make a hell of a lot of a difference. He could push in the wave as Septed goes back home. Could look to make plays with that, but not going to be the case this time around.
But Afreeca don't need to make plays. They just need to wait this game out. They legitimately have no reason to be looking for fights anytime soon. They have Maokai. They've got Malphite against an all-AD composition. Wait for a couple of items, then team fight, win game, easy.
Definitely seems easy on paper. They're making it a little bit harder on themselves as their early game was not solid in the bottom lane specifically. Kramer and Tushin getting caught out. I believe one of the Afreeca members actually was quoted saying, "Hey, we get a little bit overconfident after winning our first game." I think it was Spirit who said that. I think they just have to keep their head in the game and play it as extremely serious. But again, it's hard to do that when you destroy your opponent in 27 minutes and it's not close.
But it's just funny to see how a team can be so self-aware of the flaws that they have and not fix any of them. Like, if it gets boiled down to the simplicity of we're just getting cocky, that seems like a pretty easy fix.
Ooh, flash in that one.
So I think it's more than them just getting cocky. It's legitimately just maybe a lapse in communication, etc. Let's get caught.
No shockwave, but it might not matter here. The flash, though, over the wall. Mowgli's still on the chase. Is there a blasting plant? No, the play comes out. And there you go. The flash from Kuro to follow up will mean another kill. Ella getting a little bit too greedy, going in for that one. Wasn't expecting the Maokai on top of the control ward.
But first brick does go to the way of Ever, which is the more important objective. So now they maintain a 2,500 gold lead, which is pretty nice. 2.3 now, rather. They are going to lose that mid lane turret, but they are, or bottom lane turret, but they do get to trade. So they're always one-upping what Afreeca is doing. This is a good early game from them. It's not the advantages that they hoped they would have had with those 2 deaths, and make that 3.
Oh boy, Keen, he's going to get caught out here. The quickness into the knock up with the grand entrance. That's going to be an easy pickup. Keen just getting out of position, and what might have been that Rift Herald,
just
not going to be anymore.
Why are they strolling that way? There's no need to be going on that side of the map, especially with the low mana and HP that Jace is already at. He wasn't top dog. He wasn't in no position to actually take any fight that would have come his way, and Malphite is not there. Orianna gets collapsed. They're just mimicking each other's errors.
Yeah, Ever8 still struggling in some parts of their macro and just decision-making in general. Have to be more on the ball with that one. They will have a lot of time if they do make it back into LCK after relegations to try to shore up their play for next year.
Let's take a look. No mana Jace is taking a dead Jace scenic route out of the red side jungle.
Very easy follow-up, just, again, being out of position. And that does shut down the Rift Herald try. So now it's going to be Mowgli, who was previously bot lane helping out take down that turret, setting up all the vision around this Rift Herald now. Just a bit.
So they're just setting up. They're trying to get this advantage, but there is a Scuttle Crab here, and Orianna is not on the map, so I think they might still try to contest because Xayah is rotating. This could be a 5v5 scuffle.
The hook is going to come in. Mowgli in a bit of trouble, is going to use his ultimate to try to get out of this one, but he's not all that tanky. The snipe from downtown from Duel on the left side. Rift Herald is going to leash, but they do get that kill and should be able to take this Rift Herald.
Leash is back up. There is the combo available in about 5 seconds. Marin's ultimate is up in 3 now. Yep, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, you can see that Ever8 is definitely respecting this. They're trying to spread out as much as possible. We'll see how this goes down. Ella taking a bunch of damage. Marin, they're going to go onto Septed here. Can they actually take him out? No, it doesn't look like it. Not enough damage. Finally, they do take him out, and all the feathers coming back. Afreeca trying to take this 4v5. It almost works. Faker's still alive, or rather Kramer. Not the first time I've done that. Trying to get onto Malrong now. Here comes Kramer with that rep buff. Trying to get the slow here from Marin. Will he have the tunnel? The feathers come out, and he does get sniped by Marin and Kramer, and the 4v5 works out in Afreeca's favor.
And it almost always works out in the favor of the team that is not starting the Herald. It's just like any other objective. If you are doing the objective and you don't have the plan to turn immediately, the other team can just choose to fight you and win that battle every single time. And Afreeca do so and never pay again. And that early game advantage is already mitigated. So we're going to look at it again. It's a 4v4, and they're spread out. They don't want to get hit by the shockwave. Here comes Septed, and the second he dashes in, they're like, all right, go into Lucian, make sure you delete him from the fight. But Rek'Sai just gets to join in right now, and the flash gets nullified by the feathers going from Kramer, so he gets to just go in right at the end. Sure, they get the Orianna. but the Xayah has been untouched. She is still just as strong as ever, and they're able to actually walk away with Malrang, and the Herald still alive.
Sniperino there at the end. Adding a little bit of flair, even though Dushin wasn't part of it. Now they're getting on top of Duel here. Should be a pretty easy follow-up with that ultimate. The Shockwave. Kuro picks up the kill. Duel punished for his being out of position.
And this is a Duskblade Jin, so already not going to be killing any tanks. That's not a tank. That's not a tank killer build, especially in the late game. So all eggs in the early basket, and it's not going to yield too much because now there's already a heap of armor on Marin. Maokai's starting to get there. Orianna is now trading for a tier 2, and they have no issues trading this turret for a Herald. They're going to try to harass him, but they know that they're giving it up.
You got to think. I mean, the Rift Heralds, it usually only gets one turret. It does give some extra gold now. I think it's 100 for the person who kills it, so there is more of an incentive to take the trade in favor of the Rift Herald, but was a nice tier 2 turret that they took out in the bottom lane, which means they can put some extra pressure down there. So looking to also take a Cloud Drake. Just a nice little extra bonus that they get on the backside.
Freecs is perfectly fine with all this. Sure, maybe you lose that mid lane turret with the Herald, but that'll only get the game to a place where Ever have to think about Baron more, and they're already feeling the armor that is stacking up on Afreeca. The composition that Afreeca has is pretty great against tanks, especially, or against all AD, especially the mid lane of Orianna. She's surprisingly good against AD carries because not only can you protect your tanks a little bit more, her armor itemization is pretty nice, and the range that she has against ADs is almost always going to result in her being able to trade some damage in return.
Yeah, I mean, she can protect, but she also does attack, so definitely a key person for this lineup, no doubt. And, well, easy sidestep there from Kramer. Already a Thornmill built on the side of Marin. He's like, well, this is a pretty strong item nowadays, and you guys have only AD, so I'll just build this one and be totally fine.
Especially with the Grievous wounds. I think that's the one thing that puts this item so over the top at times, where you just can't rely on your lifesteal anymore. It doesn't have a threshold where it's, oh, you're low enough. Sure. Imagine if Morellonomicon had no threshold of the HP where it applied Grievous wounds. It would be incredibly broken.
I would welcome the change as a mid lane player myself.
Why would you?
You know, just chunk down basically everybody and they can't heal. Sounds good to me. Not so good for competitive play, though, unfortunately.
You'd be ruining the hopes of many, many players.
That's what I like to do in my solo queue experience. Okay, they're looking for Keen here as well as a dive up top. So there is the combination. Keen going to take way too much damage even if he dives over that wall. Down he goes. The culling comes out in the top side so they can't take down that turret. Septed was smartly playing it pretty passively. He saw that dive coming, so he doesn't get caught out at least on the other side of the map.
Ever is breaking apart. They look lost at this point. I'm not sure what their MO is. They're clearly just reacting to what Afreeca is doing, and now Afreeca's got their sights set on Septed, and he's just chilling in the brush. Oh, if he doesn't get out of this, no, don't look for the 1v1. Septed, don't do it. Okay. Whew.
He's sticking around, but nah, they're not going to stick around on the opposite side. Septed, this guy, he showed tons of promise early on in Summer Split. He was one of the big new mid laners that came in alongside BDD, at least after game number 1 for all of these teams, as Ever8 looked quite great in their first showing, but things quickly fell apart for them.
Well, it's important to note that in the beginning of a split, it's always teams scrambling to be good, teams that have played for a while, maybe didn't have a long enough break, they're still getting into form, such as SKT, or even KT that was struggling a lot in the start, but then they recuperate, and they're capable of now being at the top. But a team like Ever, their hype, you know, it gets exaggerated a little bit when other teams aren't doing that well.
Yeah, it was just really cool to see this team that came up from Challenge and did so well in the first game. But as you said, those thoughts faded away eventually as the stronger teams did come out on top. Finally, this Rift Herald is used. Marin lurking on the right side, totally fine at this point to take trades against Keen. At least short ones, doesn't want to stick around too long against that sustained damage.
But we want to get creative for Everett. How do they win this team fight? How do they win this game? You know, I want to say they can win it, but I also don't think they can.
You know, it's one of those points where you're like, well, there's a chance. It's where I'm like, no, you got a chance.
Legitimately, they really don't have a lot of damage here. They are going, it'll only get worse in terms of damage. So they need to outplay Afreeca macro-wise. They need to challenge the SKT, the God Jin Air at times. They need to challenge the ultimate macro play and win by lane assignment and moving accordingly. However, they don't even have enough wave clear to get priority in lanes. So Lucian can't push as fast as Orianna. Same with Jin, same with Jace. So not only are they slower at pushing waves, which already puts them on the back foot in terms of tempo, they're slower to rotate because their champions are slower, and they're dealing with armor and outscale.
Yeah, so, you know, you're talking about all those things, and I feel like it's really going to come down to someone on Afreeca making a mistake. Like, let's say Everett, with some of the pick that they have, they can catch Kuro here. Then they can go into a Baron. They're going to try to go for it, but Zonius comes out. Here comes that twisted advance in on, and everybody's going to be caught up here. Oh, no! Everett just trying to get out of this one at this point. In comes Tamar, and there's going to be one kill. Make that a second as Thresh goes down as well. The entrance in onto Duel will be flashing away to make it onto that one, but Kramer in the backside takes out Septed. That's 3 for 0 in favor of Afreeca, and they're looking at a Baron.
What was I saying? Even though the fight was really forced from Everett, it just did not amount to any damage. The Zonius was already completed on Kuro, and he didn't even have to burn Flash or heal to live out of that one. And they tanked him under the tower. Duel's ultimate was the only thing that he provided for that team fight, and the second that Maokai collapses from the left and then Malphite from the right, you knew it was over, and we get to see the little surprise too when Kramer comes in and snipes out Septed right at the end.
Yeah, it was going to come down to that one big pick, right? You needed to catch one of these squishy members, and Kuro was the best target because Tushin on the Rakan, he's very mobile, right? The Xayah, she has Feather Storm, she also has her flash up, but Kuro he's a walker, right? Yeah. Like they call him, but he still had a lot of other tools available, but he was the weakest target, and they tried. I mean, they gave it a shot.
They did, but you know, I don't want to see him as if I'm painting it in a negative light. I just want to get, you know, it's all about the facts, the truth, the cold hard truth as to why the composition from Everett just cannot win at this point. You don't have any way of reaching Kuro. Who is actually going to kill Orianna and how? Thresh is not going to hit a hook on Orianna. She never needs to get in range. Jin is not going to hit the Orianna unless she's by herself, as we saw last time, but we saw how that resulted. She can stall out quite well. Lucian can't 1v1 the Orianna at this point. Rek'Sai can't reach her. She can always just put the ball and skittle away, so yeah. They don't have any ways of actually killing the carries or killing the tanks.
Yeah, it really comes down to, you know, League of Legends, a game played by humans. It's going to have to come down to the sickest catch of all time, and so perhaps some mistakes out of the side of Afreeca. So the hook onto Mowgli isn't going to do much. The inhibitor will go down, and they just don't have the tools to engage onto this one.
It's like you played rock, paper, scissors. Afreeca picked rock, and then Ever picked IKEA cardboard. Eventually, it just there gets to a point where.
But that's paper that wins against rock.
Oh. Wait. I was thinking too literally in like terms of physics.
Oh man, seems like Ever's got a chance then, I guess.
Oh god, yeah, I guess paper does beat rock. Where rock breaks the piece, rock smashes the paper.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be, right? So we're figuring out rock, paper, scissors as we go along in this cast.
Boy, I was really proud of myself for that one. I was like, this is gonna be a great reference, Alberto. Say it, just wait for it, do it. Like, yeah, here we go.
Well, you did it. And so did Mowgli, as he's going to engage. And there they are going to catch Jace in the front, too, who almost goes down. The Ignite is ticking. Should get him on the backside. There it is, the last tick. Will get it, as well as the Thresh. In comes Marn on his Malphite with the help of the rest of his team. And that's just going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Another extremely quick game as Afreeca say, hey, Jin Air, we're going to the playoffs. You're not. We're going to take out Ever8 as if it was the easiest games of our lives, and we are not inconsistent tonight, at least.
Signs of positivity for Afreeca. We finally get to see them at least smash Ever8, which we would have been severely worried if they did not perform the way they did tonight. But under 30 minutes, 2 games in a row, clean games altogether. A curious draft there with the addition of Malphite. Not like it really mattered, but overall, a positive result for this team. Looking forward to them entering playoffs. Now, they actually do have a chance to beat SKT in the standings if it so happens that SKT drop the games. But they don't care about SKT's future, just for themselves. And improvement is what we get to see from them, because if it comes to the gauntlet or playoffs where they face off against SKT, actually, they do have a winning record against them, and that's their best bet of making it to Worlds.
There's absolutely a good chance that they will do good against SKT, especially once you get into that crazy gauntlet format. Anything can happen.
Oh, no.
This is not Crumbs' favorite camera shot, but...
Gee, look, come on. Don't show me this.
We got a Bible thump in the chat, please, for all of our fallen members on the side of Ever8.
What cheers people up here? I'm not too acquainted with the intricacies of Korean culture, but what's a good way of cheering somebody up?
You got to go out and get some meat, some Korean barbecue. That's what you got to do.
No, like
drink some soju, get it off your mind.
Give him a compliment for me when you see him. Be like, hey, cheer up, Buttercup.
Yeah, I'll make sure to. Yeah, I'll pass that along. I'll make sure that one is from Crumbs. I'll give him your number as well if you're interested. Anyway, let's go ahead and check out the replay.
This is Malrang looking for Mowgli and finds more than he bargained for, as he finds the Grim Reaper of Death, Kuro.
Ella making a similar mistake where he kind of just face checks an area of the map, not expecting anyone from Afreeca to be there.
They all took turns doing this. First it was Keen, then it was Malrang, or actually...
It was Malrang, and then Ella, and then Keen.
Yeah, so they followed suit. Sorry, forgot the order there, but they just wanted to outdo each other. We didn't get to see Duel do it, unfortunately, which is a little sad.
Scepted kind of did it here. I mean, he knew where they were, but he dashed into this kind of composition. Generally not a good idea. That was a 3-man route, actually, from Kramer, too.
Yeah, the Kramer play has been great. He's been playing Xayah a lot. That's why they practice it. They had those series where he played it 3 games in a row. They definitely prioritize him on Xayah, and he's the kind of player that just plays one champion and sticks to it. Previously, it was Ashe and Caitlyn. Now it's just Xayah.
I do like it. It's funny that a lot of these, well, I guess it's not that funny, but most of these highlights are members of Ever8 being caught. Like 4 or 5 of them were. So this is definitely a good VOD to go back and review for Ever8 and say, hey, we got caught about 4 or 5 times.
No,
we took a bunch of bad fights and then we dove turret when behind. So
I don't think VOD review is in order for Ever8. Maybe a night out on the town where they can do something that makes them happy. You need the morale. You cannot underestimate morale. It's like playing FIFA. You know how you always pick the team that has 100% chemistry. You don't care about the other side. You're like, give me the team that has 100% chemistry. That is going to be the winning team.
I like your style. Well, 26 minutes this time around. That was even faster. Not the fastest game we've had in Summer Split, but extremely fast. Had 2 Cloud Drakes to help him out with that. Running around the map. Very, very fast. And shortly, guys, stay tuned. We will have our interview with the 2 MVPs of the series. You do know that Tushin was the MVP from game number 1, but MVP for game 2 is still a secret. So stay tuned. Get excited.
Spoil the secret.
Who's it going to be?
I can spoil it. I can see him with my bare eyes from here.
So can I. We're both looking at him. He looked at us. You saw that? He was looking at us.
Yeah, I did.
Just checking you out, Crumbs.
What? How is that?
He's like, hey, those casters over there, they're doing a good job. Anyway, guys, we're going to go ahead and go into the interview. I'll hand it over to Jisung.
Hi, this is your translator, and here we have Tusin for the interview. So how do you feel? We made it to 2-0 games, so I feel I can make it to the postseason. So tell me about the cowbell. Well, I wasn't able to play it a lot, so I'm not really satisfied. So you showed great initiations. In what kind of situation do you open team fights? I think communication with your teammates is the most important fact. And then I have to check what kind of counter they have and also their CCs. Then how is the synergy with the Kalista and Alistar? Well, I feel more safe with Kalista, especially I can dive in and I can get out safely with Kalista ult. Then what are other strengths they have? I think it gives more strengths on the bottom lane. Then who do you think will be the MVP for the second set? Maybe me, or Malphite, or who was on the bus, Orianna. I don't think he deserved the MVP point, but well, let's check it out.
Well, the MVP for game number 2 is going to be Kuro. 7-1-9, 100% kill contribution. His Orianna was a thing of beauty, as the rest of his team did help him out with this one.
You wouldn't expect the guy that got caught level 1 and had to burn both summoners to end up being the MVP, but he played it well from that position and had great team fights. And I love this Zanya thread here being timed so well in order to make sure that his team can collapse. Hits a beautiful shockwave, and the rest is history.
And we're back with Kuro. And Tushin said you were on the bus, got carried. How do you feel? Well, he can think so, but I think I played well. And I picked Orianna for the team synergy. So I'm really happy right now. Well, you used up all your summoners in the early game. How do you feel? I told that I will be more defensive. So I play really defensively, but then I saw our bot laners dying, so I was really sad. I have nothing to say. He said he's the one who used the flash, but why did the bottom lane die? So I couldn't reply him. How was Kuro's performance today? I think he played quite well. So you are on the MVP point number 1. How do you feel? I think I did quite well in the first set, but we kind of get in too deeply, so we got caught several times, but I think we played quite well today. It was Rakan and Malphite. What kind of shot calls did you have in the pick ban? We practiced with Malphite a lot in the scrims, but I wasn't really sure if we can win with the composition, but I'm happy that we won the game. They really rely on their ults a lot, but it's really powerful, so I recommend all the players to use it. It was so Malphite and Rakan. Didn't you want to play Yasuo mid? Well, if I didn't pick Orianna first, I could have played Yasuo. Then last message for your fans. I'm really happy to make 2-0 games. So we will try harder and work our best to make it to the 2-0 games to all the upcoming matches. Well, my dad has birthday tomorrow, so I want to send him some message. And I sent my presents to my brother, so I hope you get it. And I think I got the MVP points as his present, so happy birthday, Daddy. And is there anything you want to say to Smab? Well, he's all up below me right now, so I want him to keep up with his hard work. And if I'm in this consistent form, I'm sure that I'll be the MVP #1. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much, Ji-sun. Obviously, Kuro on top right now in terms of MVP points. Having a couple of words for Smeb, who is right below him and getting closer.
Kuro did have 100% kill participation that last game, and uh-oh.
Whoa, they turned
on
red.
The screen.
What happened?
Someone's bleeding, and it's Everett. What Afreeca is not.
Why are they red?
Because they're last. That's what happens. They're in the danger zone.
So mean.
It's the danger zone. No, it's not mean.
The danger zone.
Afreeca's green.
Do we usually have red for the team that loses?
No, this is only the special case for them.
Oh, poor Everett. Okay, well, hopefully they can turn it around eventually, perhaps next year. Afreeca looking good, though. I mean,
they got to turn it around sooner than that.
I mean,
like next week.
Next week, but they're basically, not even basically, I think they're 100% in relegation.
Yeah.
So I guess they got to look forward to that. They got to make sure they stay around in LCK because this is where the real money is made, of course. The real plays are made. You don't want to be down there and challenge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a very quick last series. Our first one was extremely slow, actually. We had 3 long games that went to like 45 minutes. But this one was 2 back-to-back stops, 27 minutes, 26 minutes. What do you think?
Well, SKT did 2-0 them pretty handedly, and same with Afreeca. They're looking good towards playoffs.
Yeah, so guys, that's going to do it for us. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.